OKC might be a game down in the series right now, but at least this fan had something to cheer about.
She just signed my jersey! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! She just signed my jersey, baby!
Chill, mates. Although, you do have to love the NBA Finals. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. A reminder, you can catch all the AFL, NRL and World Test Championship action across the weekend live, commercial-free on the ABC Listen app. Thanks to Amazon Prime, Gail Monfils' Instagram, North Melbourne Football Club, the Indiana Pacers and ESPN for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Yum! Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal!
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through, what a kick! Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt, he's gone, and the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Works it for six. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Hawks are a happy team again. They snap a three-match losing sequence with a win over the Western Bulldogs, and now they make their way to their second home where they have won their last 7 starts. The last team to beat them down here are their opponents tonight, the Adelaide Crows, who sit a game in front of them. They are in top 4 contention, and they are certainly a player on the back of a signature win last Friday night against the Lions. What a matchup it is. The two primetime winners from round 13 meet under the Friday night lights in round 14. Good evening to you wherever you may be listening across our great country or around the world through the ABC Listen app, and welcome to glorious Launceston. York Park is the venue for our meeting tonight on Friday night footy in round 14. It is expected to get down to about 4 degrees this evening, but we are not cold. We are ready to go for Friday night footy. We're fired up. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here, and the man who runs the show down here in Tassie on ABC Sport is Chris Rowbottom to call the footy with me. Good evening, Chris, and thanks for having us.
Oh, not a problem at all. I hope you're enjoying the beautiful Tasmanian weather. The conditions absolutely magnificent. We've got a full moon up in the sky. The surface is looking nice and slick. We're bathed in the artificial light, and there's a good crowd filling in as well, as it should be for a top 6 clash here in Launceston tonight. Should be a cracker.
Full moon and Friday the 13th.
I know, right?
What could possibly go wrong?
Well, if you've been in Tassie for the past week, that might make some sense.
We will get to all of that. We'll duck inside both camps as well, the Hawks and the Crows. There's no late change down here in Launceston either, and the subs are the same two. We started as the tactical sub last week, so Chankwath Jath for the Hawks and Brodie Smith for the second week running for the Crows. Speaking of the Adelaide Crows, former board member, premiership player from the Adelaide Crows, Rod Jamieson has made the trip to Lonnie. G'day, Jamo. Nice to see you.
Hello, Corby. Chris, thank you. Yes, pleasant day in Launceston today. Got here nice and early. Caught the same flight as Mick. We arrived and had a bit of a snack, did some homework, went for a walk, and here we are.
Beautiful. You're all rugged up.
Oh, look, I've been up since 4:30, and this is what I wore. Actually, I'm going to go to bed in it tonight because I've got to get up the same time tomorrow morning.
It's proper primetime footy, there's no doubt about it, under the Friday night lights. The first ever Friday night fixture here in Launceston. You mentioned this man, he is my tag team partner every Friday night, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, the coaching icon himself, Mick Moldhouse. Good evening, Mick.
G'day, Corby.
You're from Ballarat. This is warm.
It is very warm. You know, you said what can go wrong. The only thing that could possibly wreck tonight would be a roof on this stadium. We would not. We would not
He's gone
see.
early.
Well, look, we wouldn't see this moon. We would not see how magnificent this moon looks over this ground.
What about the Perspex roof they're talking about in?
Well, you might be able
Hobart?
to be distorted, wouldn't it?
You'd be able to look through it.
Well,
see Mount Wellington and everything else.
Well, you'd hope to.
Yeah.
But this is a outstanding football ground. A lot of football people up this end of the state, and I love it. You know, I love it. I've got a son that's down here. I'm wearing his cap or
like
hat.
It. Yes, your beanie.
The beanie. He's a paid up member. So I said I'll borrow your hat tonight. It's good to be here with Chris and Rod and to all the people who will be listening to us. It's so unusual, Corby, as you say, to have a Friday night game down here. But more importantly, I reckon that when this was inked in, no one would have suspected that these two teams were so relatively close. And people said, "Oh, you're going down to see Adelaide play? They're in good form." No one beats Hawthorn down here, and that's the test for Adelaide tonight to see if they can reverse that. I was down here. I did a game down here against. Hawthorn versus Brisbane, when Brisbane won the premiership. They were knocked off right at the end of the game, but Hawthorn just somehow or another this ground suits them. I don't know why it couldn't suit Adelaide, quite frankly, so I'm so much looking forward to this game.
They've won something like 80% of their games down here, a 7-game winning streak. Interestingly, 5 of those are by 13 points or less, and then a complete flip. The other 2 in that stretch have been by over 100 points. Right. So they either win wide or they're involved in thrilling finishes. So hopefully we get the latter here tonight between the Hawks and the Crows, 2 of the top 4 contenders. Chris, I mentioned this to you off air. Is my cynicism a little too high in terms of the staging of this game on a Friday night? So if you look at a 5-year sample size, between 2019 and 2024, there were 46 games played in Tasmania, split between obviously Hobart and Launceston. 44 of the 46 games took place during the day. There was only 1 twilight game and 1 night game. And then this year, we've had 1 twilight game, 2 night games, so 0 day games. Is this the AFL's way of essentially saying to Tasmanian people that, hey, you don't want a stadium with a roof on it? You want to go sit out in the elements in the freezing cold in the middle of the night? Good luck to you.
There may be a little bit of that, just a little something to say, Friday night footy, middle of June, it gets pretty cold down in Tassie, and if you want footy and AFL football and a club down there, well, this is what it's like, and this is what you'll be copying. However, the cynic in me might say that, but I do think that the scheduling was certainly deliberate in the way that the Tasmanian licence has been granted. Tasmania is scheduled to come in 2028. We're in 2025, so why not start to drip feed a few of these fixtures through for the Tasmanian audience, just to build up a little bit of a taste and to see how it all works on a Friday night. Games are going to be played here when the Devils are here, all things going well. There's no roof going on top of Launceston, and this is essentially how it'll be, how we are tonight. So the broadcasters will want to get a look at things, the spectators, all the support staff and everything around the game as well. So I would have thought Tasmania's inclusion into the competition definitely had a bearing on the fixturing tonight, for sure.
Friday night footy here in Launceston. First time it's been staged on a Friday night in these parts. 25-year anniversary for the Hawks too. So 2001 was the first time they played a game down here. The ground's seen a lot in the national competition, hasn't it? And even without the Hawks, obviously we had the Siren Gate game that was played down here many years ago. We had a final between the Western Bulldogs and Essendon during the COVID days. So already it's got its own little piece of history in the national competition.
Yeah, we actually had two finals that year because we had Sydney and GWS as well. So they actually hosted two finals, which sold out very, very quickly. We had the Lance Franklin 13.
Yes.
The 13 goals here against North Melbourne as well. Siren Gate, as you said. And as Mick alluded to, there's been a couple of draws here. GWS has been involved in some really close games against the Hawks here and a couple of other genuine thrillers too. And I guess the constant throughout the past 10 or 15 years is that Hawthorn, as you alluded to, Corby, have always been a very, very good football team. They win here, they get a good crowd here, and they've got about 10,000 members down in Tasmania now. So very happy hunting ground, and that's probably why they're keen to stay here even when the Devils come to town.
I think that final, that Swans-Giants final, that was the famous Toby Green, Matt Stevic shoulder charge.
Things always happen in Tassie.
Always.
Little things like that always happen in Tassie. It's quite spooky.
Where this is the second game in round 14. Started last night, Mick. Unfortunately for the Saints, 8 weeks on from their first meeting with the Western Bulldogs. Same result. It was 71 points then. It was 72 points last night. So another hiding at the hands of the Bulldogs.
Well, Corby, interesting just listening to, which is, I'm finding it sort of a little bit different. I know when I was coaching, you'd speak to the coach for 2 seconds or a minute at best. Now the coaches sort of unravel the intrigue about games, about telling them about what they're going to do and that sort of stuff. And I was interested in what Ross Lyon's comments were. Basically, we know where we went wrong last time. We allowed them too much room, too much space and too much running, and we're going to nip that in the bud, put a bit of pressure on there so they can't get any run. Well, the game wasn't over by quarter time by any stretch, but the signature of the Dogs was certainly evident because they ran the ball well, and there was this bloke who just happened to be a fifth post. I was going to say goal post, but I don't know whether he's between the goal post and point post in height.
Yep.
If he hasn't got taller in that 5 weeks or 6 weeks, I just can't believe.
So they reckon he's got heavier. They reckon he's put on 3 kilos. Have you ever? I mean, you've seen a lot of footy, Mick. Have you ever seen anyone quite like him? To be that long and that nimble.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of players that come to mind until he kicks the football, left and right side of the body, and his football IQ is outstanding. He marks it at its highest point. Now, these are the names that come to mind. There's Paul Salmon.
Yep.
Paul Salmon with his height and his agility, but Paul, we know he's a 2-time club Hall of Famer and that sort of stuff. So if he reaches those heights, and he's got the capability.
What a performance from Sam Darcy on his return last night. The Dogs by 12 goals over the Saints. We're here at York Park in Launceston, the Hawks and the Crows. There's no late change. Michael Maney is with us on the boundary tonight. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening, Corb. Good evening, everyone. Yes, a beautiful night, a still night. I can't say it's a warm, balmy night, but it's really good conditions for footy. It'll be a little bit dewy underfoot, but I'm sure we expect that at most times when games are played in Tasmania, particularly in Launceston. I have a special guest with me, Corby. It's Crows coaching director in Murray Davis. Great that you could join us, Murray.
Thanks for having me on.
Murray, you've got a pretty good record. The Crows have got a reasonable record here. Don't mind playing in Launceston. What do you think of the ground and the dimensions? It seems to suit what the Crows do.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities, and even our game Friday night against Brisbane Lions probably gave us a good look at what we may get a little bit of tonight. You mentioned the dew, and the ball was pretty slippery last week there at Adelaide Oval, so we think that'll hold us in good stead.
How are you enjoying your role? I guess you wouldn't get too many nights like this up in Brisbane. You're now with the Crows, but it's just a unique ground. The surface is really good, and I guess you can score at both ends, particularly on tonight. Just run the footy, get some overlap.
Yeah, it's a really still night, as you mentioned, and our lads will have to win the ball at the contest first and foremost, and then try and get a little bit of run and carry from there. And we know that's a real strength of Hawthorn's as well, and I think at our best, we can move the ball, from the back half. But I think it's a game where we really need to win the territory battle tonight.
Almost at full strength, only a couple of players out. James Peatling obviously suspended for the 1 week, but Lockie Murphy comes in. We know what Lockie can do. He's a dynamic player. He's a crummer and gets up the ground and back. So what are you looking for Lockie tonight?
Yeah, mainly bringing that pressure game. Again, I think the game will be built on that. Lockie's been really good form in the SANFL, and he's played in a number of roles the last couple of weeks as well. He has played in the midfield, he has played at half forward, but it'll be his ability to be able to get up the ground, support our defence and our back half, and then make sure that he gets forward to the ball at the right times.
Might throw you up to the team upstairs, lads.
Yeah, Murray, Rod Jamieson, all the best tonight too. Another player that's impressed in his second year, Daniel Curtin. His growth has been incredible.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. Daniel Curtin, rising star last week, which was good reward for the work that he's been doing. I think early on in the season we were trying to find his best position, if you like, and he played a little bit as a forward and a little bit of time on the wing, yet the last couple of weeks he's probably found his best spot, playing the majority of his game time on the wing and getting up and down the ground. We know he can take a good contested mark, and he's got a big body, and we'll need him body lining the ball tonight.
The evolution of the game too, he's 197 centimetres, so Taylor Walker's 192, and then you go to Connor Nash is 198. These boys are just getting bigger and taller.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just even standing next to Riley Philthorpe there in the change rooms, and you just quickly forget how big they are and how mobile they are as well. But Dan's really growing in his game, and there'll be some good battles.
If I can just jump in there about your team, particularly the forward line, and I'm an observer, so I haven't seen Adelaide play that often outside of TV. It just appears that when you are struggling, especially to keep the ball in the forward line, I know Keys does a hell of a job to do that. It just seems to be because you have your three talls. Is that a pick and choose, or is it just going to be a set? We've got three talls. We're going to play them regardless of who we play, where we play, and what conditions are.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the case, Mick. I think one of the things that we've been able to do early on in the season, we were scoring quite well, yet we were getting scored against as well. So the last, probably since round 4, I suppose, we've been able to look at our entries. It's not just about the three talls, it's how we enter our forward half and giving ourselves the best possible chance to lock the ball in there. We've been pretty good at not being scored against from full ground, so again, that's an area that we'll need to be at our best tonight, making sure Hawthorn look to switch the ball where they can from their back half. So again, that pressure in our forward half really important, and we often, Riley will go into the ruck and we'll rotate a tall through the bench as well. So there'll be different stages, yes, where the three talls are on there, but it's not for large parts of our game.
Right. Michael Maney downstairs with Murray Davis with us on ABC Sport, the coaching director of the Adelaide Crows. Murray, it's Corbin Middlemass here. You mentioned, obviously, Lockie Murphy coming in. Does that mean we can expect a little more of either Isaac Rankin and or Josh Rochelle through the middle?
Yeah, you're probably right there, Corbin. I think with James Peatling going out of the side, we can do that. You've seen us throw Jordan Dawson forward at times as well. So that's, I think, part of what is building a good midfield is depth and being able to rotate different players through there. So we'll certainly see those guys on ball at different times.
And I can't imagine the ground holds many fears for you. You've had success here in the not too distant past, going back a couple of years as a group at least, with the majority of the guys still here.
Yeah, that's right. Again, as I said, there's a lot of similarities we feel in regards to not only the surface, ground dimensions in a lot of ways, and yeah, the guys enjoy playing here, and last week was a good test for us in that regard.
Murray, appreciate your time. All the very best tonight.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Cheers.
Murray Davis, the coaching director with the Adelaide Crows, and the Crows sitting pretty at 9-4 on the season, a game clear of the Hawks, and obviously currently inside the top 4. The three key forwards is a fascinating conversation. I'm sure it's one that's going to continue to come up all year. So there was, as you know, Mick, I've spent plenty of time diving through some numbers, which you can take them or leave them. But last week it was interesting with Walker. When he was there, they'd scored only 37 points in nearly 90 minutes of footy. He went off the ground, they scored 31 points in 40 minutes. So you go, well, they were better without him in terms of the way that they were able to score. If you're looking for the glass half full on the big three, Jamo, 13-2 was the contested marks between the arcs. They ranked second in the competition for that category. So whatever you're giving up in terms of your less mobile inside the forward 50, you need to be gaining something from it, and at least they were able to clunk some contested ball up on the wings, perhaps or certainly statistically in a way that not many other teams can do.
And he's going to take another defender, so he's going to take their first or their second best defender as well. Like going back in 223, 194 goals, top 5. Adelaide's top 5 are about 140 already, and then you've got Rankin and Alex Neil-Bullen 15 and 11. You know, Keys and Rochelle are part of that now. So their offensive game is enormously powerful. I know we touched on their defence, Mick, and I can touch on this a little bit later too, and that's where their growth is, and that's where Murray touched on it as well. You know, it's their best defensive to keep the oppo from one end to the other in turnovers in 20 years. But since round 5, they are number 1 in so many metrics from defence as well, which you can dabble into a little bit further too.
Are you pro the big 3?
Absolutely. I was a little negative at the start, I must admit. Well, apprehensive as to, but as it's gone on, and a lot of the time they might only be on for 4 to 6 minutes at a time because they're rotating through.
I understand that. I understand the 3. And I know this a while ago. Cloak, Dawes, and Brown.
Yep.
I had those 3, and we only had 3. Was it 3 or 4 in 2010, 11? Anyway,
you had 4.
Well, one of them was a. I'm sure one was a sub. Yeah.
Or the green best.
Yep, I reckon it was. So we were able to get away with that because exactly why Adelaide have got to explore this is using one in the ruck as, say, a 20% player. Probably ruckmen don't like to give up more than 80%.
Bill Thorpe's the one they use, Mick.
That's right. That's right. But so that can put direct heat, but it's very predictable heat because you've got your tools. It's that unpredictability that I found that when we come across sides that we thought, well, you know, we're going to shake them up a little bit. We will take the 2 tools off and have one and load up with mediums. Oops, what are we doing now? We've got an extra player there that can't play on one of those blokes. So but with the 5 they've got now, it gives you greater flexibility.
Yeah.
So I understand it. The downside is if they're not scoring, they're not generally chasing out either because their heart and soul might be in it, but they just haven't got leg speed.
So would you be playing all 3?
Currently, yes, because what they've got are other players that can actually add to it.
And but it's not a set and forget. You would continue to reassess it.
I'd reassess it every week. I'll tell you why I reassess every week, because we've got a strong to very weak competition. We don't have 18 sides that are all equal and you can go in and go, right, we'll exploit this. When you're playing Collingwood, Geelong, Brisbane, who are clearly the best, and next becomes Adelaide, probably the Dogs, and, you know, I'm going to leave someone out, anyway, Hawthorn perhaps on their best.
Yep.
Then you start to experiment. When you're playing the bottom side, kick their backside as hard as you can because it's got to be percentage. So just go for it because they can't. Because most bottom sides cannot cover 3 tools.
And Dan Kern's the other one. He'll play wing and go back high half forward. So Phil Thorpe goes to the ruck. So then you still get your 3 key forwards or tall forwards up there as well.
I asked the question to Murray Davis about Rankin or Rochelle. I say given the fact that at the start of the year, I mean, the logical choice was Rankin. I think he played 70% midfield, 30% forward. Those numbers have completely flipped. He's now a 30% midfielder and a 70% forward. With Murphy coming in tonight, expected to play small in that front 50, Jamo, who would you want to see a few more midfield minutes out of in the absence of James Peatling?
Oh, look, I think what you'll find is possibly Alex Neil-Bullen might do a little bit in there, but this is where I get really... Everyone spoke about Jake Saligo. It was the next big thing coming through.
Yeah.
But how Adelaide has recruited this year, Peatling coming in, Crouch is still out.
Would you play Crouch?
Oh, again, I think it's... In certain games, Mick, I might consider him, but if it was in a phone box. But I think at the moment, Rankin, get him in the middle, and then you can actually throw Dawson forward too, so as another key. But I think at the moment, Saligo's the one that has improved, but he's not as noticeable because Dawson and others that have come in recently.
Well, he'll be tagged tonight. So and he leads tackle count, clearance count. He has. I've had it here actually. I was looking at it and just thinking how fantastic he is. He's number 1 tackles. He's number 1 inside 50s. He's high in score involvements, blah, blah, blah. So if you're going to sit on someone, he's the bloke you sit on.
Well, Sam Berry's the other one too. He's almost a dead ringer of John Newcomb. They're almost like twins in the way that they play. So he's really...
Who's their best tagger? Who's Adelaide's best tagger?
Well, they used to go with Berry. they used to put Berry in there.
Can they put him back? Because
yeah.
I don't think, if you're going to be realistic, Corby, you know my theory on this, and I know you do too. Don't play football to get to September and then go, I've got to change my game plan.
Yeah.
Practice now what you want to do. So if you think Collingwood being 1.5 games ahead and then Brisbane next, and they've got Dacos and they've got Neil and they've got all these others, practice tagging now. Yeah. So you've got to get a tagger into your side to go, right, I'm going to put him on to whoever, because I want to see whether he can do the job, because come September, I don't want to be guessing.
That's how he's learned his craft. He's almost like a Tom Atkins. He plays that way, and now this year he was probably in the emergency vest, or the substitute vest, for about 3 games in a row, and then they put him into the middle, and he's really excelled in that offensive role. He's hard at it, good clearance work, and real strong.
Does he look like Langdon?
He's a bit more thick-set than that.
No, that's what I'm leaning to.
Yeah.
What did Melbourne do last week? They put a runner.
Yeah.
They put a runner on him.
But Dakes is a runner though too, isn't he?
But if you can match his running, because what Dakes does, he gets, gives and gets. If he gets it, don't let him get it.
Well, Saligo would be that one if he was going to go Dacos, I reckon. But I think
because you've got to be able to stop the second. If you stop the second one, and you put a keys on Dacos too, Josh, all of a sudden there's this little run on the half-back line, and then you've also got their midfield. So you've got to be. This is thinking September.
Rod Jamieson alongside Mick Malthouse, Corbin Middlemass and Chris Rowbottom to call the footy, and Michael Maney on the boundary for us this evening. We're at York Park in Launceston, where it's going to get down to about 4 degrees tonight, and the home away from home for the Hawks, where they've won their last 7 games. What a record they've had over the last 25 years in these parts. We can duck inside the Hawthorn camp. Michael Maney is down there. Michael.
Thanks, Corbin. I've got David Hale, one of the assistant coaches with Hawthorn. David, welcome to ABC Radio Sport. Another cool night in Tasmania. Who would have thought it?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Beautiful weather, though. It's always good down here in Tassie. So first Friday night for a long time. So hopefully it's a big crowd and a good game.
Hawks switched it on last week. Just got back to what their DNA was in that little run that that long run that they had to finals. So what changed? Was it just the mindset? I mean, everyone's asking the question, aren't they?
A little bit, just getting back to simplicity, the things that we value in our game. So pressure around the contest, making sure we get numbers across, and then being able to use it efficiently when we get from inside to out. It's probably the things that helped us last week.
5th in hit-outs, 16th in clearances. I guess that's an area that the club's got to fix up. Lloyd Meek's doing a great job, but I guess you need your mids to really start honing in.
Yeah, it's an area we've obviously identified. We think we've got some young guys going through there now. Josh Ward's playing some pretty consistent football. Henry Huswaite coming back this week again can add some clearance pressure, and obviously Connor Nash with his size and physicality is something that's going to be important. So it's the strength of their game, the contested ball and ability to get numbers to the contest. So it'll be crucial to the battle tonight.
And just being able to use the vast flanks and wings here, and just being able to use that football to your best advantage. And you know the ground so well. I mean, it's been playing here for quite a while. So is that an advantage? Because the Crows haven't got a bad record here.
Yeah, definitely it's an advantage. We play here 4 times a year. We've got a good record. I think we've won our last 7. So it's definitely a ground when we come down here, we feel confident in the way we can play and the style of footy that we can bring to playing this ground.
I'll send you up to the lads upstairs.
Yeah, David, Rod Jamieson. We're just talking about, I guess, Adelaide's strengths and weaknesses. From a Hawthorn perspective, what do you have to shut down, or what's their biggest strength?
I mean, their ability to score is, I think, they're number 1 in the comp in terms of efficiency going forward. So they've got some quality players in that front half of the ground. So our ability to obviously limit the amount of ball they get in that part of the ground with our pressure around the contest, but also being able to, our defence has held up pretty well most of the year, so it should be a good battle, but obviously we'd like to deny them as much entry as possible.
We were also talking about Dan Curtin and his height. Will McCabe not playing tonight, not far away, back injuries coming into it. 197 is a good size. Is he going to be a defender, or do you think you can get him through the midfield?
Will's been playing forward for us the last probably 6 months, so I think he kicked 4 goals last week, so he's developed that part of his game. We know he played a lot of junior footy in the back half, so we think his versatility to add to some of the guys we've already got in our lineup is going to be important.
David, just looking at the back line, the 2 players you've just introduced this in Barras and Battle, can you give us a little bit of a rundown of how you think they're going?
Yeah,
we think fitted in.
Yeah, we think they've been a good addition. Obviously, TB with his ability to roll off, and Josh Battle, obviously his ability to cover the ground and play on some key opponents. I think he's had some good battles with Kerno and a couple of other key players. So sliding them into the back line, with the synergy we've got, has been something we've been working on towards the middle part of the year, with obviously Sicily out and Scrimshaw coming back from injury. A couple of players as well that we'd like to get going. So that balance is something we'll continue to work on.
And what about Lewis? How many weeks do you think he's away? Or do you think he'll come back at all the way you're playing at the moment with Chol down there? You clearly need another talk. Is he far off playing?
No, I think he's done full training the last 2 weeks. I think after the bye he'll really ramp it up. So whether he'll obviously spend a little bit of time in the VFL just getting some match fitness up, but we anticipate him playing a couple of weeks after the bye.
And is it the old knee? Is it the same knee that he had initially? Is that the one that's been giving him the grief?
Yeah, that's the main thing. He's had a couple of little niggles along the way, but obviously coming off the ACL when he played in Geelong last year, he's back to full fitness now, and he's been training for the last couple of weeks. So we anticipate all things going well, he'll be able to play hopefully some VFL after the bye.
Right, well, he's a player that you clearly need with, just to put a bit of pressure back on these backline players.
Yeah. David Hale with us on ABC Sport. David, did you get a phone call from Jacker and the other boys wishing you good night during the week?
No, I think I kept my number screened, so try and keep out of that. I go to bed too early anyway.
Bit of fun and games, no doubt. All the very best tonight. Appreciate your time.
No worries, thanks guys.
David Hale, the assistant coach with the Hawks, 8-5 on the season, up against the Adelaide Crows, who are one game ahead of them as it sits at the moment. You're listening to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about the 19th team, the Tassie Devils, coming up next as we count down to the bounce between the Hawks and the Crows here on ABC Sport.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
AFL on ABC Radio,
on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Two of the top four contenders in the Premiership picture up against one another on Friday night of round 14 from York Park in Launceston, where the floodlights have gone out. It is a spectacular scene as the pre-match entertainment starts. The LED boards are lit up, and there is no late change for Friday night footy. Hawthorn and Adelaide from York Park in Launceston. The first Friday night game in these parts. There's no late change. The subs are in. Chankwath Jath for the Hawks and Brodie Smith for the Crows. So second week running, both those guys will start as the sub. Corbin Middlemass alongside Chris Rowbottom for the call. Michael Maney on the boundary. The Premiership Crow, Rod Jamieson, and the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, here at Launceston.
Can I...
bit of pyrotechnics.
Yes. Can I throw a question at Gemmo?
That's why they don't have a roof, Mick.
If they had a roof now, look what would happen. It would splinter everywhere. See, this is why you don't have roofs.
Yep.
Gemmo, I work with Corby on Friday night. We have Lingy next door, a Victorian, and we get very much a Victorian bias, I suppose, and as fair as we possibly can. I put to you about the 8. I've thought for a while now that it's almost set. As a South Australian looking in, the Dogs are now in after last night. Can they, and will there be a change? They have just replaced Fremantle technically on percentage, albeit the fact that Fremantle are one game shy. So who goes in, who stays in, and who is a threat outside the 8?
I think at short notice, I think the Bulldogs go in. My concern might be the Giants.
Yeah. Do you see anyone else like Carlton or Melbourne or for that matter Essendon, the Corby side, who is just sitting just outside the 8 at the moment?
I don't. And the only one that maybe if they get on a bit of a run or a heater would be Sydney, but I can't see that just based on how they're tracking at the moment either too. So maybe the outside of that, I think the Giants in trouble, Bullies in, maybe Fremantle sneak in too.
Yeah.
The top 9 teams have really separated, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
They look like the teams to pick, and then we'll settle on 8 amongst those. Interestingly, against one another, there's only 21 games to go in the season where the top 9 meet against each other.
It's sad, isn't it?
We got one of them here tonight at least. The Hawks and the Crows are both 2 and 4 in those games, so 2 wins, 4 losses against fellow contenders.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a prove-it game tonight for both the Hawks and the Crows as they put.
That's the worry about Adelaide, as we were talking before, because I think you get belt the bottom sides up these days. They're not good. They're not good sides, and there's a lot of reasons. So without going through that, but you have to beat the middle. Like St Kilda are up and down. They beat Melbourne a week ago, and they get smashed last night. So you're going to get that. But when you're playing these top sides, and I'll just read them out. We know Collingwood have only lost 2 games. They've won, I think, 2 or 3 under a goal, and on those 3 occasions, I thought that they really should have been knocked over because Melbourne got in front last week, should have stayed in front. When you get in front like that after a long period, generally you stay there. So, as good as Collingwood are, they're not magnificent at the moment. Brisbane, without Danaher, very good football side. But again, are they better than last year? Not 100% sure they are. Geelong, I think Geelong are a good football side. And you know what you're going to get with the Cats, but they can be beaten. There's no question they can be beaten. There's no Hawthorns down there. And we saw one of the best matchups I've seen in football last week against Cameron was Andrew.
Yes.
And that he just beat him with speed, he stayed on him, he was more agile. Cameron gave away 3 or 4 free kicks. Geelong won the game without him kicking a goal. So that's what makes Geelong a dangerous side. From there on in, though, to me, I think the premiership's going to come from an Adelaide or a Bulldog side.
Okay.
Because if Adelaide can keep playing this defensive type role, that is September football. But they've got to convince me, and what you've just said about those figures, that they're capable of beating the best sides in the competition, not 2-4. They've got to go 4-2 or 5-3 or something like that.
Other thoughts of Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport as we count down to the bounce, the Hawks and the Crows from York Park in Launceston. We are here, and one man who's followed the stadium story closer than anyone else is our own Chris Rowbottom. So who better to bring us up to date with exactly what has been going on? What is the latest, Chris, where it sits with the stadium right now in Hobart?
Where on earth do you start with this ever-twisting saga, Corbin, and how far back do you want to go? Well, let's go back maybe a week or so, where the situation was essentially that the Macquarie Point Stadium was about to be essentially presented to both houses of the Tasmanian Parliament. And there was a vote to be held that, if successful, would have granted the stadium planning approval, which meant that things could start happening and everything that you need to do in order to build a football club and get a VFL team first and foremost on the park from 2026, the go button would have been pressed.
So how far
everything.
Out were we from that?
We're about a month out.
1 month out. Yep.
We're about a month out, maybe 6 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks out from that vote happening, and there was a high likelihood that vote was going to pass both houses of Parliament, and the stadium debate was going to be behind us because it was going to earn planning approval. Then the budget got handed down by the Liberal government. The Labor opposition, who support the stadium, did not like the budget at all, nor did many people in the community. It has to be said, it was a bit of a stinker. And Dean Winter, the Labor leader, decided to move a no-confidence motion against the Liberal Party as part of his budget reply. Now, whether he intended for things to unfold how they did or not is still up for debate, but the fact of the matter was he got the support of the required number of crossbenchers for that no-confidence motion to be supported and to pass. Convention would have held that the Premier stood down and allowed a new leader of the Liberal Party to step in and maybe continue to govern, but that would have required separate confidence and supply agreements. There's a few technicalities there. They didn't opt to do that. Instead, they went to the Governor, requested an election. That request was granted, and we're back to the polls as of July 19. The stadium will be one massive issue in the minds of voters. It has been probably the issue amongst the Tasmanian public for the best part of 2.5 years now. It may be a mini referendum on where the stadium sits, but the bizarre irony of the whole thing is that both of the major parties support the stadium and the team. So it has this bipartisan support. And that's essentially where we're at. The doubt that's been cast over it relates to a couple of things. That vote now not happening is going to be pushed back, but more so is the uncertainty around the makeup of a future parliament in Tasmania and the ability of the stadium and therefore the team to survive all the machinations of a new parliament where deals are going to have to be made with crossbenchers. Neither of these parties are going to win a majority of seats unless something incredible, crazy happens. So they're going to have to strike deals. And the only thing holding everything together, if you're a supporter of the Devils and the stadium, is the fact that both of the major parties support it. But the second that one of those major parties drops their support, that opens the door for the votes and the crossbench and some of the spoils. So It all hangs by a little bit of a thread.
So Labor have had the opportunity, haven't they, to form government once before and trade the stadium if they wanted to form government with the help of the Greens,
yes,
and essentially have turned that down.
Yeah, they could have gone back to the floor of Parliament, tested their numbers, the Greens sort of went to Labor and said, we're here if you want us. The Greens, the Labor has refused to deal with the Greens. They will not get into bed with the Greens. They won't do supply and confidence. They won't do a power sharing arrangement in terms of a Parliament. They are dead against it. The Greens actually tried to amend the no confidence motion to include the stadium in it, and Labor knocked that back and said, well, no, our no confidence motion relates to some other things, but we're not touching the stadium because we want it. So the stadium lives in that sense. But what this new Parliament looks like and what the horse trading looks like following an election, that's where things will get really interesting.
Is it, I know it's impossible to tell, but what is the likelihood of either major party forming government on their own?
Extremely unlikely.
Right.
So we're going into a new election where the Liberal Party had 14 seats. You need 18 for a majority. They had 14 and Labor had 10. So the Liberal Party, which is on the nose and they've had a no confidence motion moved against it, would have to hold their 14 and gain another 4, which is extremely unlikely. The more likely scenario is they'll lose a couple. Labor would have to gain 8 on top of their current 10. They've got a little bit of a wave against them, but they're not that popular. They might gain 2 or 3, but 8 is out of the question. So it will be a minority government. There's a 99% chance of that happening.
And are there enough independents that are pro-stadium to be able to form government on that basis, or do you have to do a deal with someone who is anti-government and hope that that's not the key piece to be able to get support?
It's highly likely you're going to have to do a deal with anti-stadium crossbenchers.
Yep.
As it currently stands, I think there might be 4 independents in the Parliament before we went to the election, and one of them was pro-stadium. And so any deal that has to be done, the crossbencher is going to go for the biggest scalp in Tasmanian politics and ask you to drop the stadium. But it is all down to those 2 parties saying, no, we're both holding firm on it. So you are going to have to choose to form a government with either a Liberal Party with a stadium or a Labor Party with a stadium. And that's sort of what it all hangs by. But power does funny things. And if you get a Labor or a Liberal Party within touching distance of getting power and being installed, then who knows what they might trade. And that's where, football fans and the Devils and everybody around it is sort of holding their breath to see what might happen.
Chris, can I just throw this to you? If there was a vote now just given to the people on those that are eligible, stadium, no stadium, what does it look like?
It's about 60-40 against.
Against?
Wow. Yep. So public...
And is that... And I'll throw in the next one because we've got 60-40 against. Is that... And if there was a reason, is it because of the cost, or is it because of the saying, well, the AFL are now demanding all this sort of stuff, we've got to have some say in our stadium? Why would be that? Why would 60% not want it?
There's a little bit of everything, and there's definitely cost, there's definitely location, there's definitely perceptions around the AFL and the stadium itself, but the interesting thing around some of these polls that have been done, and the most recent one actually polled people based on electorate and based on their age demographic as well. It's skewed very heavily against the stadium the further away you got away from it.
Yeah, so it's basically, if I'm reading it right, I'm going to say my son tells me all this sort of stuff, and I had my honeymoon here 50 years ago, so I'm very much... I reckon I've got a bit of Tasmania.
You've taken it off.
No, only because I'm starting to sweat under it. Would it be fair to say, he tells me that we know that population is basically 50-50 south and north, that the stadium, the people in the north are saying, we are more football and they are more art. So why are we being denied a stadium? This stadium will be here and be played, but it's not be the main stadium. Is there a fair bit of that bias? Because you can't even run a football league down here because the north hate the south, and you won't even drink the same beer.
Yeah. Well, there's absolutely a bit of that. There's no doubt in the world, Mick, that parochialism is playing a part in this, and it does with everything in Tasmania. But I think we said this off air, that if you could pick York Park up and put it in Hobart,
yes,
that would be maybe the solution, right? Because York Park isn't the problem.
Magnificent here.
It's that York Park is in Launceston, and Launceston's fantastic, but we talk about populations and it's 50-50 split, but it's about the density of those populations.
Yeah,
so Hobart as a city and its outer suburbs have about the same amount of people as the entire north.
Yeah.
So Launceston, Burnie, Devonport, it's just far more spread out in the north. And you've got to go back to the task force report in 2019, and that was the report that formed the basis for the whole bid for the team. And that said that the conclusion was unanimous. It's got to be based in Hobart, and that was based on the AFLPA, with players, with coaches, with staff, with their partners, with getting the best chance at making this thing work. It was based on the AFL, it was based on the task force, based on the government. It's got to be in Hobart. Hobart's got a 12,000-seat cricket ground in the suburbs. Bellreve's great, but it's just not it for an AFL club. So therefore, you've got to build something new.
It's not Wisconsin either. Don't forget that's held in NFL Green Bay for ever and a day, and the same stadium's been there for 70 years.
Yep. You got about 40 seconds, Jamo, if you got something on this.
Look, I've got nothing more to contribute other than, I guess, the economic benefit to. I think there's some real grey area around that, and everything I read and have read about it, almost in the first paragraph, I say this is such a complex issue, and everything you've just highlighted, Chris, plus more, and there's no real definitive outcome, and the longer it gets put off, the higher the costs are going to be.
And the AFL at their commission meeting during the week, calming a few angry presidents down, saying, look, just calm down, deal's the deal for now. Still, we are attached to the stadium. It is conditional, or the licence is conditional on the stadium, so that remains the deal. And the AFL's position on this as we head to the polls again in Tasmania on July 19.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little pommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang!
Lightning stuff.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he makes the impossible look easy. Snaps across the body and the party continues.
In front of Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky!
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
What a night of sport it is at the home of cricket at Lords. There's, of course, a golf major taking place at Oakmont. If you're into the swimming, the national trials are on. There's the NRL, there's Super Rugby this weekend. And yet, of course, our focus is on what's happening in the great and glorious game of Australian rules football. It is round 14 and the Friday night lights burn bright from the Apple Isle. We're in the north of the state at beautiful Launceston. York Park, the venue, staging their very first Friday night fixture. And what a matchup it is. The Hawks, who are 8-5 on the season, the feel-good story of 2024, trying to back it up in the new season. And the Adelaide Crows, who are out to play finals for the first time under their coach Matthew Nicks, and the first time as a footy club since way back in 2007 when they took their campaign to the last Saturday in September. Great to have you with us. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. There is no late change. Chankwath Jath is the sub for the Hawks, and Brodie Smith is going to start as the sub for the Adelaide Crows. The Crows are out there. They're in their red clash jumper, which has a little bit of a blue and gold accent to it, and of course the gold numbering on the back with the white shorts. And it's a Hawthorn home game. Of course, they're home away from home, where they've won their last 7 starts here in Launceston. They're, of course, in the brown and gold stripes with the brown shorts. My name's Corbin Middlemash. Chris Rowbottom here to call the footy with me. Michael Maney on the boundary. The Premiership Crow, Rod Jamieson, who's been with us now for a quarter of a century on ABC Sport, and Mick Malthouse, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. It's beautifully set up, Jamo and Mick. Give us a little preview before we start. What are we in for tonight, the Hawks and the Crows?
Well, I'm a little unsure as to maybe what Hawks team will turn up, but if there is a crack, you go back a couple of weeks, Collingwood only 38 tackles to 82. Last week there was greater effort and they increased their tackle count by 44. Their absolute weapon is their uncontested football. So Adelaide's defence and where they've improved after speaking to Murray Davis as well, and he's highlighted since round 5, number 1 team for points against, opposition, stoppages, reducing their score, the pressure rating and the chain to score, and in the last 20 years, the least points from turnovers in 20 years at 42. So if they can negate and be as strong defensively, Adelaide tonight, against, I think, one of the more attacking teams, and that's their one word, that's where I feel Adelaide can get on top, because they're just as good the other way too.
Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing match. Having seen Hawthorn play here so often and win on most occasions, I'm trying to find the way that Adelaide can beat them, more so than Hawthorn can win, because I know Hawthorn's game style, its modus operandi is very identifiable, which you've already said. If I was to look at Adelaide, you've looked at virtually every week, Gemmo, I look at them rarely, and these are the things that I've seen. And it's got nothing to do with those stats. One is I never thought that their backline talls were big enough and strong enough to play on really good, strong forwards. Early days. I've noticed a vast improvement, whether they're getting a third player over to assist or more people from the midfield getting down there and helping out. This is the test will be when I watch the whole game on the whole ground. So that'll be that one test. It'll be, can you play on a Ginnivan and a Watson type player who will play from middle forward, and you won't know whether he's coming out of the goal square or coming out of the centre square, and those players being able to man them up and not let them be dominant. Chol, to me, had a day out when he kicked his four. I've been one of his harshest critics, and I think that I got picked up last week in one of our shows, Corby. The bloke said, you're going to eat your words. I'll eat him last week.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold, hasn't he?
He's very hot and cold.
The good's very good, but then he can go missing.
Yeah, but the thing is about it, he's virtually a lone soul down there in terms of he's got to fight for every ball in the air, because there's no Lewis. And Sicily has been patchy in the last few weeks. When he's gone down to help out early in the season, it was fantastic for Chol. But Gunston's the one that's jumped up, and he's done a massive talk. Gunston is their leading goal kicker. It's quite extraordinary that he, and this will be interesting again, who plays on him, because he doesn't do it through anything else but stealth. He's just smart. He won't necessarily outbody you for the mark. He'll get you on the ground. He'll get you going back towards goal. The other side of it is, what do Hawthorn bring in the middle, and can Adelaide stop Hawthorn's contested football in the middle, because you know full well that they'll sit on someone. They will sit on an Adelaide player that they feel is going to be the player that can create the most opportunities. And it's interesting listening to you earlier saying that you reckon that Adelaide have picked up another couple of mids that might actually flow through there. Straight away, that means that the tagger goes, do I drop off my man and stay on someone else? So by that little bit of confusion, we'll be interested to see whether Matthew Nicks has been able to hit a good point of going forward, because there's nothing better than having multiple players go through the middle with the same effect and the opposition thinking, I've got to change. Because if you can force an opposition to change, automatically you're in front.
Warple out tonight, so Rankin more in the middle, Dawson's in the middle. Who are you running with?
Oh, you've got to go with Dawson. Dawson's the captain. You cut the head off the captain. You go the captain, and you've got to work out why he gets the football, how he gets the football, and what effect he has on the football. Dawson is a long kick. He's an inspirational leader. He can turn a game. Like I've seen him kick, and so have you, seen him kick a goal and go, and all of a sudden the boys go, right, he's in. So
who do you think they'll go with him next tonight? I don't know. I just think the options that Adelaide have, particularly in the middle now, that they can go through there. There's multiples through there. I think in the back half, I think Butts will get Chol. I think Wall will get Ramsden. And I'm going to suggest that maybe Keane goes to Gunston.
He's got to be smart to play. He's got to be really smart.
Yeah, he's low to ground. He can mark, but he's got the speed too, and he's got good foot skill. And then you've got the runners on the outside that I think Rory Laird's played almost his best and fairest football. That's where he started. He went from the midfield, and now he's been back there. And he's getting 30 touches and negating. And you got Max Michaelani back there too, plus Wayne Miller with his speed, Hinge going on. So, I mean, I can talk about him all day because I do get to see him most weeks, but I just think they've got the... And I'm a Hawthorn supporter. I grew up being a Hawthorn supporter. So I watch Hawthorn with great interest too. And in 2023, when Adelaide beat them, I think Sam Mitchell was trying to implement the game style they play now. And they tried to play it and they just couldn't manage it. It was almost as if they couldn't contain themselves. They just went too quick. And Adelaide were able to get over the top. But Adelaide were a very different team back then also.
Well, Hawthorn will get you out the back. Like Ginnivan up the ground, Watson up the ground. If you are really, really aggressive, and this is the art of being able to hold at least two back.
Would Sammy Mitch have spoken to Jack Ginnivan after he's showing the ball last week, late in the final quarter?
Well, no, because you know what? He would have done it.
Sam would have done it.
Well, he did nominate something else that he did. So, and it's interesting that one of my very infuriating articles these days is discuss all the coaches, and you know he coaches in an arrogant fashion because he was an arrogant player, and you generally follow some script of yourself, and he would look at that and go, well, so what's the big deal? Well, the only thing he would have pulled his ears off if he had missed it.
What would happen if he did it in your team, Mick?
I think his toenails would be curled up.
Barry Stanford did it in our team. He didn't play much football after that.
There you go.
You've got to have respect. The basic things of life is respect.
No late change. Chanquoth Jath is the sub for the Hawks, and for the Crows it is Brodie Smith. Michael Maney is with us on the boundary tonight. It's a cool night in Launceston, Michael, and yet we wouldn't expect anything else, would we?
No, we wouldn't, Corby, but good to be here. It's 5.4 degrees, feels like minus 26, so it is really, really cold down here. And as you said, the sub, CJ, is a sub, and Brodie Smith the sub for the Adelaide Crows. 24 years ago, Jamo, you remember this, round 6, 2001, Adelaide's first game at York Park. Johnny Barker booted free, Andrew McLeod 4, Darren Jarman free, and had 39 possessions. The Hawks by 13, and it was Luke McCabe's 100th game, and his son gets to play father-son for the Hawks. The toss won by Jordan Dawson, and the Crows will kick to the left of your radio dial.
Good on you, Michael. Appreciate that. Michael Maney with us on the boundary all night. I've counted 3 longies. So Josh Rochelle in the long sleeve for the Crows, and no surprise, Mabior Chol and Jack Ginnivan. And the long sleeves on with a 5.4 degrees, as Michael Maney told us, is the temperature. So for the first time, a Friday night fixture from York Park in Launceston, and it doubles up as a mouth-watering contest. 2 top 4 contenders, the Hawks and the Crows, on ABC Sport. You're with Chris Rowbottom.
Brisk conditions in Launceston as O'Brien wins the opening tap straight down into the path of Rankin. He was tackled by Meek, dispossessed, but it ended up with Berry. Got it off to Dawson, left foot ball towards right half forward. Nobody home for the Crows, only Jarman Impey for the Hawks. Gave it out to D'Ambrosio, who just slipped momentarily, had enough time to regather, kick towards half forward. O'Brien over the top, knocked it away. Laird came through, shared a handball with Michaelani, back to Laird, confronted by Ward, taken down just in front of the boundary line at left half forward for the Hawks.
Newcombe and Berry go head-to-head, and Connor Nash has gone with Jordan Dawson.
Free kick to Laird in all of that, so he takes it from a standing start, kicks down the wing, the ruckman in the contest, ball spills front and centre, and D'Ambrosio's locked up. Umpire says, I'll have it.
Who do we speak to about coffee and drinks here?
It's BYO. I think it's very much on that front as Dawson gives a handball off. Crows get a quick kick inside the forward 50. Thought the target can't trap it. Spills out of bounds. Half forward here for the Crows. So the Crows going to the Invermay Park end in this opening quarter. That means the Hawks are off to the City end, which has been renamed, of course, after the great Peter Hudson. So the Hudson end of the ground. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. This repeating no late change. Rod Jamieson, Mick Malthouse, Corbin Middlemass, Chris Rowbottom and Michael Maney.
Boundary throw-in, 45 metres out from Adelaide's goal. O'Brien got to the front, double tapped it down, only as far as Ward. Somewhat risky kick to Morrison, still inside defensive 50 here, the Hawks, but he's got a man breaking towards the boundary in Chol, who marks on his chest. Here's Weddle, who wanted the handball received, couldn't quite get a handle on it, had to just paddle it to himself, tried to just solo it up, Irish style, but was unable to do so, and went over out of bounds on the full. It'll be an Adelaide free kick right in front of the broadcast position.
And here's one play they need to negate from his run off the halfback.
So Hinge brings it in with the left foot over the top of Walker with Hardwick, who spikes it towards the boundary. Another boundary throw in at left half forward, or just forward of a wing for the Crows.
We saw Hardwick and Weddle, Mick, last week settled in the back 50. So Weddle's second highest rated game of his career, played 100% game time down back.
Yeah, really classy player, isn't he? Just got that rangy, the old Hawthorn style.
Standing next to Taylor Walker from the boundary throw-in. Murphy whacks it on to Rankin, who's up around the ball, took a bounce, and the bounce just slides off the dewy surface and ends up on the wrong side of the white paint. So we got a boundary throw-in after that. Can you have an errant bounce? I think that was it from Isaac Rankin.
I don't know why he needed to bounce it.
He was away.
It says 15 metres.
Boundary throw-in half forward for the Crows.
I like the way Crows have got someone behind the ball too, and I think Hawthorn are quite happy to have it at the ball.
Gunston's just gone up a little bit. There's Rankin.
Shallow ball in. Dawson emerges with it, screws one back to a dangerous spot inside 50, but getting in front and taking the saving mark was Hardwick. He's got Impey, who breaks and marks inside, still inside defensive 50. Switch was on, but Adelaide have covered it nicely. He goes into the middle of the ground instead. It was Watson really clean up off the deck, got the handball off. Here's Nash. He's taken down in a strong tackle by Berry. Got the full 360 and hits the turf. We'll have the ball up on the outer wing.
Crows have won only 4 of the last 18 meetings with the Hawks. Goes back to 2012. A couple of finals in that time. There's a free kick here, and it's a ruck infringement going O'Brien's way.
Two interesting ruckmen. You wouldn't say that they're best ruckmen in the world, but they are so effective for their teams.
Both having really good years.
Aren't they? Yeah,
O'Brien and Lloyd Meek. So O'Brien sends it inside the forward 50. Weddle knocks it away from Walker, spills down to Newcomb as he's tackled, couldn't get the kick away. Murphy collects for the Crows, hand pass to centre half forward. Ward's got it, heavy tackle, drilled into the turf, and the umpire says ball up.
Players are learning not to sling, Corby, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's hit and just drop so they don't hurt them, but just hold them up so they don't get that football away.
4 inside 50s to 0, Adelaide's way.
Impey out of the congestion, slaps it into the middle of the ground for the Hawks. Clever tap here by Gunston to Ramsden, concedes some ground to Moore, sold him in a little bit of trouble, immediately collected by Laird, manages to get hand to ball, and it squirts out the side. Hawks with the numbers. Ramsden goes in again, back to Gunston. Ramsden now D'Ambrosio on that left foot, tries to stroke one out to Moore, put it in front of him. He wanted to just run onto it, but it eluded him. Over the boundary line it goes, and the ball in it, left half forward for the Hawks. An arm wrestle to start things off here in Launceston.
Michael, is it dewy on the ground down there?
Yes, Mick, it's very, very dewy. I think the players, once they get going, they'll be okay. They'll knock a lot of that off, but it is extremely slippery at the moment.
Thanks, Michael. Boundary throw-in. Ball up again. Another stoppage as Ward's tackled immediately. Up it goes, 70 out for the Hawks goal. Meek palms it down. Rochelle in the long sleeve. Squeeze a kick into the middle of York Park. Bouncing footy, Morrison. First one there for the Hawks, has it on the logo broadcast side. Kicks to half forward, Moore gets separation in the other direction. Comes Butts, ball hits the deck. Moore got it off his backside, out to Newcomb. Hand pass to Gunston, tackled by Rochelle, lost it. Great pressure, and holding the ball or a throw, whichever way you want to determine it. It's a free kick for Rochelle. And there's still no score in this game. We've travelled 5.5 minutes in the opening term. And 5.5 also doubles up as the temperature.
Michael Annie takes the short Rochelle ball that was across the ground. He goes, lopes outside defensive 50, takes a couple of bounces. His kick to the outer wing wasn't much chop, put his teammate under a fair bit of pressure. Nash arrives first onto the loose ball for the Hawks, who emerge with it via Amon. Slaps it onto the left boot out towards the outer wing. Keane gets there first for the Crows. Tried to slap it in the Michael Annie direction. Ramsden broke it up. D'Ambrosio was the target via the handball. Couldn't quite get it to him cleanly. It's very, very scrappy to start things off here. Early days. It goes over the boundary. We're still on centre wing outer side. Another ball in. It's
been all Adelaide, hasn't it, for the first part? Hawthorn have worked their way into it. When they've gone wide, they actually had the two smallest players in Moore and Watson in the middle of the ground, and they tried to hit one in these conditions.
O'Brien palms it down. Meek bustles his way through, grabbed it, kicks it to half forward, intercepted. The Crows through Michael Annie, got it out to Laird, and now Worrell. The kick comes down the wing. Philthorpe, a little nudge to Barris, got rid of him. Ball spills out the back, but the Hawks win it anyway. Weddle to Impey to Hardwick, all by hand. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio against the boundary line. Long kick to half forward for the Hawks. Worrell, good body on Gunston. Takes the intercept mark, half back. Still no scores, 7 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Between the arcs almost exclusively in the early part of this fixture as Worrell kicks up the line. Ooh, O'Brien had a large piece of it, enough of it. The umpire said he took the mark in front of Meek. They'll play on immediately here as Rankin gets the handball receive inside 50 for the Crows. Weddle got hands to it, couldn't reel it in. Now a tackle laid by Hardwick on Philthorpe, who somehow got rid of it. Berry comes away with it, snap around the body. Teeth of goal here for the Crows. Mark taken by Curtin.
Yeah, that's a good mark. I don't know how he actually took that. He must have done a bit of work on the body because I guess it's legal, but he just seemed to nudge him, get him right under the ball. Very good mark.
Harrison Moore's immediate opponent giving away a fair bit in terms of height. Just spoke to pre-game, Mick, about Dan Curtin's role. Like he plays on the wing, plays half forward, and there's that extra tall.
He's moving out beautifully off the ball.
Dan Curtin, 25 metres out, almost directly in front, playing deep forward, slots it, no problems whatsoever, and double pumps the fists for the Adelaide cheer squad. The Crows are on the board. 1 straight 6, Adelaide. Hawthorn yet to score. We're 8.5 minutes gone. First turn Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Mulhouse.
Well, I've got to say, I had to look it up to see where he comes from. And
he's a Sandgroper?
Yeah, when I saw West Coast there, I thought, have they stepped over someone that they should have picked? But that's a really solid mark. He's had a solid year that I've got to look by stats.
So he was the best local kid, Mick, in the year they took Harley.
Yeah.
And there was all that talk about whether the Eagles should take the best local prospect, and he ended up going at number 8.
Yeah. I knew he went. Well, just there looking early, but those sort of players, top 10, top 12, the cream will always come to the top, and he's going to be a really handy player for him.
Josh Worrell's gone for Gunston.
O'Brien palms it down. Saligo, slick hands, got it out to Berry. Good start for the Crows. Kicks inside the forward 50. Philthorpe
too good.
Pulls away from Barris and takes the mark. 15 out, straight in front.
And there's that Berry in the middle again. Yeah. He's just big body, gets away, and he just pulls away. Really good, strong leg speed, and his disposal's improved out of sight.
See, the thing about Barras, if he can get a run at it, he'll knock that away. If he's lock 1 in 1, he's not quite as tall as some of these blokes, nor as technique right. So, he just got done over totally.
On the ground where it all started, now in game 67, Riley Philthorpe misses. Gee, that's a let-off, pushes it out to the left. Adelaide 1-1. Hawthorn yet to score, 10 minutes in. It's a good call-out, Jamo, pre-game you mentioned about Dan Curtin. It feels like lots been made about Ollie Dempsey. Sort of runs all the way up the wing, gets all the way back, takes a nice mark inside 50, and Curtin's same kind of thing.
Battle with the kick-out duties, ran his full measure out of full-back, but kicked it to the goal kicker in Curtin, who marks on centre wing. Broadcast side, short ball is good to Neil Bullen. Progresses things by about 20 metres. He's at left half forward, cuts a path and spies something he likes inside 50. Getting across, almost taking the intercept was Ginnivan a long way from home. Handball shoots out to Laird. Ugly sort of a shot on goal. It bounces through. In fact, it bounces over. For no score at all, a boundary throw in deep in attack for the Crows.
Just all Adelaide, isn't it? 2, just playing it in their forward half. Can't really get it past centre half forward, only on the one occasion, but just there while Alex Neil-Bullen was on the kick, Josh Worrell was on the way past, which drags Gunston right out to Adelaide's half forward.
5-1 the entries. And another forward 50 stoppage here for the Crows. They've kicked the first goal, they lead by 7 points. And the boundary throwing spills down to Butler, kicks out of defence, hands on it from Hinge, no mark. You've got to earn them tonight in the cool conditions. McDonald surge kick forward, turnover. And Laird well set up, picks it off for the Crows. Short kick to Dawson. As at the middle of York Park. It's an esteemed coming out of his breath as he takes a few deep ones in here. Kicks long for Philthorpe. Competes. No mark. Slides out the back. Battle. Onto it. Walker tackles him. Hum says keep going. The Crows knock it towards the boundary line. Here's Soligo. Got a hand pass back. Keys in his 150th. Screws the kick to the teeth of goal. Is there a marker there? Yes, but he's wearing brown and gold. Barris takes the intercept mark.
Kicks into the pocket where Josh Water waits. Busy early. They'll come back. Just cross goal to Jarman Impey.
Sorry, I just like the way that Adelaide have got set up behind the ball. They've got that one defender back. It's making Hawthorn have to hesitate to take the football forward.
As Berry receives the Cunningham ball, gets around Wetter with ease. He'll have a shot on goal here from 40 on the fly. Not a bad effort, but he misses to the near side. A minor score, so the Crows continue to pepper. They're 1-8, leading Hawthorn yet to score. 12 minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just jabbing away, the Hawks at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're just all under the pump, really can't get that run or the overlap. They've done it once or twice down the outer side, but really struggling in the last couple of minutes.
I've got a question for you, Jamo. As Battle goes long towards the wing, Dawson a fair piece of it and was pushed in the back. Gets the free. Sam Barry played the first 4 games as the sub. And he's then started and played good footy the last 3 or 4 weeks now. Is he clear of that role now, Jamo, and a certain starter? As
yes.
Dawson kicks to full forward off hands. Spills down Hawthorn's way, though, in the back pocket. D'Ambrosio hands it away to Hardwick. Hurried kick to half-back. Chol makes a contest with Bart's ball. Hits the deck. Still there to be won. Chol goes to ground but got it out. To Guinea. Hand pass away towards Butler. His hand pass almost intercepted by Cumming. Butts gets it out. Scrappy footy. Berry. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. On to Cumming. Kicks inside 50, but Impey's back there. Takes the intercept mark.
Adelaide have just got players all... If you took a photograph of 10 metre square, the Crows are outnumbering the Hawks nearly on every occasion. That's why it's only an 8-point lead, but it's ominous at the moment.
Impey looking for a marking target long up the line and gets one in Lloyd Meek, who floats across in front of O'Brien and reels it in. Hawks have it just back of a wing.
Time in possession, it's 54%, Chris, to 28 in favour of Adelaide.
Long ball now to left half forward. Butts unable to take the mark. Hawks have the numbers around the ball. Cumming working hard after it as his Newcomb shoots at a handball. Just missed Butler, but Weddle's there to mop up. Concedes a little bit of ground to Ginnivan, who pops a little pass inside 50 to the sliding McDonald, but it slid off his chest. Couldn't quite reel it in. Here's the Wizard Watson. Can he carve a path? Tried to, then got it back to McDonald. Can he make amends? He fires on goal around the body for a minor score. Hawthorn's first of the evening. They're one behind, trailing the Crows, 1-8.
Gee, there was a good raw mick when Watson got the footy. They love him down here.
Oh, they do.
They've come to see the Wizard as they kick towards half-back the Crows and find Dawson, the skipper.
The Tassie Wizard.
Yeah. 1-2 to 1 behind. 7-point advantage. 14 minutes into the game.
I guess you can be a wizard anywhere.
It travels, it turns out, as the kick goes down the wing. Impey wins it on the logo, pumps the Hawks back inside 50. Not a great kick. Keane puts his fist through it, but can't clear Ginnivan. In that launch pad, 70 metres out. He's not received as well. Kicks towards the hot spot. Punched away by Worrell. Ball hits the deck. Falling over, trying to retrieve it. Hinge. Crows with the numbers.
It's a free kick.
It'll be a free kick.
You can't roll on the ground. That's how you take your damaged knees that way. It's a good decision by the umpire.
Okay, so Moore went to ground and there's the contact below the knees. So free kick. It's going to go Adelaide's way and be taken by Curtin, who kicks down the line.
Couldn't find a target. Hardwick come over the top, missed it with the fist. Out the back is Philthorpe, who just swung it onto the boot. Nobody home, though, for the Crows. Battle, patrols, in defence for the Hawks. Knocked it onto Weddle, who's exciting and electric so far this year. Kicks to a 2-on-1 up the line. Meek outnumbered. Managed to bring it to ground now. Watson lent a hand. Didn't affect the contest too much. Massive tackle, cries of ball. Umpire lurks and says nothing doing. It was Butler.
Great tackle, wasn't it? Too, just with the rotation, Pedler coming through, just really stopped him in his tracks.
Philthorpe and Meek contest the ruck, but Soligo came through and took it clean on the bounce, and he's somehow hit a target. Walker, a long way from home.
If he had to go on quick, Walker, to the centre of the ground, he had someone free, but now he missed it, so it's smart now to take his time.
Going to set this one up to the top of the goal square. 3 Hawthorn defenders. Impey went the fist, almost missed it. Hardwick in the fight of his life just scrambled it and toe-poked it to a fellow teammate. He's going to get a free kick, though. He was held as he was trying to save the day. A short ball into the pocket is good. Impey receives.
I thought he should have had a shot. Taylor Walker. Unguarded goal square, 70 out. Julie Knight.
Probably just waited too long, didn't he, as well? He did have keys, Mick. He was the player that was out there.
Hawks work it up the wing, and then they get it out as Michael Laney tackled. Good hand pass from Moore. Releases Watson. 2 firm bounces on the deck. Closes to 50. Worrell got him. Huge chase down tackle from Josh Worrell. And they might have come to see the Wizard, but it's Worrell who's put it on the show.
That's fantastic tackle. That's great. That's the chase. You stay in the coach's mind for the rest of the year.
That is superb. A 7-point lead for the Crows. Low-scoring opening, 16.5 in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Kicks up the line to a pack. Moore got in front, hands to it, but got a shove in the back. The Bronx cheers for the umpires come from the Hawthorn faithful. That was just the Wizard looking to be unselfish and
learning from Ramsden as
down.
Well, I reckon Worrell couldn't kick that because of his chase. He just looked like he was 10 yards short.
Tillamore takes his free kick. Deep into attack go the Hawks. Over the top came Worrell again. Couldn't reel it in. They fight for it at ground level. It's going nowhere. Connor McDonald emerges with the footy. We're 35 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. It's Adelaide 1-2-8. Letting the Hawks one behind. Out of the ruck contest. Ginnivan had it stripped away from him. Hacked out of there. Nobody able to take clean possession as Walker comes through, and he just tries to gain territory as well. It'll just land inside the boundary at left half back for the Hawks. Barris gets around, gets the loose footy, fires off a handball to Hardwick, who cuts inside and then comes back toward the boundary and now just sends a high ball toward the broadcast wing, and putting his man underneath it very artfully was Dan Curtin, who started this game well.
Can you believe at the start of the year there were people scratching their head thinking, where on earth is Curtin going to fit in? Where are they going to play him? Matthew Nix thought, you know what, I've got to roll for him.
I think another 12 months, I think you'll see more through the middle of the ground as well.
Amazing. So much for a drafted key position player. He's running up and down the wing. He's a threat in the sky. And he looks an absolute weapon as Rankin sends it to half forward for the Crows. Hillthorpe juggled effort, wanted the mark, wasn't paid. Got it out to the skipper. Dawson to Saligo, 70 out, kicks inside the forward pocket. Over the head of Murphy, his battle. Hand pass for the Hawks, away to Amon, tackled out of play. Good chase down tackle from Murphy.
That's been the highlight tonight, both sides tackling. But I'm more impressed in Adelaide's because I just haven't seen it part of their DNA.
18 minutes in, 1-2-8 the Crows. Hawthorn one behind. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Crows.
Deep in attack here for the Crows, and it comes. Ramsden contested for the Hawks. But he able to come away with it. Weddle got it off to Hardwick, who slapped it on the boot. Just kicked it to a contest. Here comes Chol, got rid of his man, gathered the footy and somehow fed it out. A handball to Moore. He was taken in the Saligo tackle, sliding. Here's Hustwaite for the Hawks. Again, another scrappy leftward ball to nobody in particular as Miller arrives first at right half back for the Crows. Gathers and feeds. Tex Walker again, a long way up the ground. Wheels onto his right boot. Kicks inside 50. Keys in a one-on-one with Amon. It's off hands and over. Another ball in right where the 50-metre line meets the boundary. Adelaide attacking zone.
As a coach, Mick, you'll be disappointed. First quarter, 17 tackles to 5 in favour of Adelaide. So not only having a whole lot of football in their forward half, defending it.
Yeah, but you'd be saying, yeah, but I'm looking at the scoreboard and saying we're only 7 points down and we've done not a lot of it. So if we can pick that up.
Boundary throw in Saligo to Rochelle. Got a hand pass away but turns it over as D'Ambrosio gets it from Butler, squeezes a kick forward, and Miller, well set up, takes the intercept mark.
I like the way the Adelaide's pressure because they're able to get a man behind the ball and still keep that pressure with practically one less player.
Miller inside the forward 50. Weddle drops in front of the pack behind him, takes the mark, got some contact, and the ump says 50. A late contact there from Murphy, and as a result Weddle will run all the way into the middle of York Park. The ump says, yep, that's your 50. You've kept on moving play on, drives it deep. Gunston in a one-on-one but intercepted, and there's the mark of Keane, who takes the intercept mark at fullback for Adelaide. 1-2-8 to 1 behind, 20 minutes in. It is Adelaide by 7 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Short ball to Miller, and he goes into the middle of the ground where Fogarty presents and takes the mark, and there's Tex on the move again.
That's brilliant by the Talls to come up the ground, not be locked in the front 50, and their kicking efficiency is really high.
Still inside the centre square as his 15-metre ball finds Hinge. He goes a little more lateral out to Rochelle in the long sleeves. He's 65 from goal at right half forward. Josh Rochelle Comes off the big sticks and just sets it up to the top of the square. Out on the charge was O'Brien. Got both hands to it uncontested, but couldn't quite finish it. Rankin, a little kick on goal, was smothered. Now Hardwick's forced to just hack it off the ground to nobody in particular once again. Gunston in a one-on-one, and maybe an illegal shepherd, thought the Hawks faithful. Laird ended up with it. Wonderful candy from Keane on Gunston, and a little poke pass is good to Walker, who's been everywhere. 65 from home. Kicks it to the right forward pocket. One-hand juggler was absolutely magnificent. Isaac Cumming, beautiful control of the football, held off an opponent and reeled it in with the one mitt.
It's only early too, but Adelaide are really exposing Hawthorn when they go forward. There was 5 kicks out of their defence from one end to the other where Rochelle had it. The kick was long. Riley O'Brien put it down, but then once again the one kick came out under pressure. Adelaide composed, were able to put it straight back in, and here they are now having a shot on goal.
4 goals, 2 on the season for Isaac Cumming from almost point-blank range. Leans back on the kick and pops it through for the Crows' second. So Isaac Cumming finishes some very, very classy work indeed with a major. 2-2-14 the Crows. Hawthorn 1 behind, 22 and a half gone. First term Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
I'm looking at a really good football side here. I've had them in the fighting for a premiership last year on the basis of them playing against Collingwood, being the best side against Collingwood 2 years ago, and they were terrible. They were terrible Adelaide last year. I thought there'd be a rebound, but all the indicators of defence, offence, the 3 talls are working because they're coming up the ground. They're not being locked in front 50. Very impressive.
So even in this 20 minutes, you've changed your mind on what you think?
No, I had Adelaide in the top 4.
Yep.
Because I just think that their draw plus the side they've got. But now I'm saying that they are a general contender. Yeah. Genuine contender.
Mick Malthouse impressed. Rod Jamieson seen them all season. Great to have them both with us down here in the upper Lyle. Corbin Middlemass and Chris Rowbottom calling the footy. Michael Mady on the boundary. O'Brien has them going forward again from a ruck infringement. Kicks to centre half forward. No mark. Spills to D'Ambrosio. Waiting for the right option underneath all that. The ump says I'll have it. 13-point advantage for Adelaide. 2-2 to 1 behind.
Corby, also going to say that Hawthorn have got a few out. You get Day back, Sicily back, and Lewis into the side. They're not far off either, the Hawks.
Up it goes and down it comes through the traffic again. Curtin got a hand pass out to Saligo, squeezes a kick forward, an intercept mark from Morrison. Has it on the back flank. Nathan Lyon's out already, by the way. Cricket's underway. You can catch it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that red cricket ball button. Australia 9 for 162, so effectively 9 for a lead of 236 as the short kick finds Weddle on the back flank. Hawks with it, down by 13.
Up the line goes Josh Weddle toward Pat. Getting across was Butts, got a hand to it, brought it to ground. Now there's a big tackle late. A couple of Hawks pinged an unlucky Crow. I think it was Sam Berry, it was. Connor McDonald will emerge with the free kick. Short ball to right half forward, and Morrison receives. Still too far out to score for Harry Morrison. Can he set something up though? Puts it on into the top of the square. Over the top, there was a fist. There's a free kick here. It's going to go Hawthorn's way. Some contact in the contest. And it might be Max Ramsden to receive.
I just always struggle with that, Mick, I have to say. Like, the adjudicating umpire is 5 metres away in front of the play, and then the umpire, who is 50 metres away in front of the play, gives the free.
Well, there's a free kick there every day of the week. I get it, but they've got 4 umpires. He was held off the ball before he got there, so that's one that can be put down as they got it right.
Game 2 of 2025. Yet to split the middle is Max Ramsden, and he'll have to wait because he pushes it to the near side for a minor score. So just 2 behind so far for the Hawks. Yeah, 2 behinds, trailing Adelaide 2-2-14 deep into the first term.
You wouldn't have been getting that free kick in your day, Mick.
No, because one umpire wouldn't see all those sort of things. He'd be so far behind the ball.
Miller on the kick out, tries to find Philthorpe, but it's coming back. Ward, hand pass to Weddle, kicks inside 50. Oh, high tackle from Connor McDonald. Ump says no, that's all legal as Keane is held up and the ball up, 30 out from the Hawks goal.
Oh, he dropped his shoulder, didn't he? I think almost call that holding the ball.
His kick goals in only 2 of his last 6 games, Connor McDonald, so Slowed down a little bit for him, the scoring. From the ball up, Millero kicks out of defence. Weddle throws his body at it. Ball spills to the outer corridor. Here's Berry for the Crows. Hand pass to Rochelle. Handball to Pedler. Runs an arc onto his preferred left boot. Short kick to half forward for Murphy. Marks gives it to Thilthorpe. No one back in the goal square. Thilthorpe says to Barris, come with me. Takes 2 bounces. Kicks from a tight angle and misses. Near side, he clips the post. A minor score, 2-3-2 behind. Adelaide by 13 points. They lead at 15-2, 26 and a half minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Amon out of full-back. Ward all on his own. Inside defensive 50. Now goes wide to D'Ambrosio. He's at left half-back for the Hawks. He's going to, well, he tried to kick it up the line, but straight into the man on the mark, and it's off hands and over for a ball in.
Fran from Melbourne, heavens above, guys. I could see the players' breath on screen as they were huddled. I had to put a jumper on, and I'm watching at home. Go the Crows, they're my second team for 2025. Thanks, Fran. Nice to hear from you. The SMS number 0437 774 774.
It's as cold as it looks, Fran. I can tell you that much, as D'Ambrosio tried to feed Nash on the outside. But beaten by the bell are the Hawks, who could only manage the 2 behinds. Adelaide, the first change, 2-3-15. Lead Hawthorn, 2 behinds. It's the Crows by 13 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
There's only 2 goal kickers. Curtin's got 1, Cummings got the other. Kenny and Q off the SMS. Tim Silvers was CFO and acting CEO at Hawthorn, but didn't get the job. Now he's the CEO at a successful club like the Adelaide Crows. The Hawks missed a trick.
Oh, he did act in that role, I think, on a couple of occasions. I think he was there for something like 18 years all up in terms of the roles that he had, and he's come across to Adelaide and he's been tremendous.
And keep him coming on the SMS 0437 774 774. Just repeating, Australia in their second innings 9 down for a lead of 238. 238 is the lead. That is the morning of day 3 of the World Test Championship final. You can hear it all through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that red cricket ball button. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Weddle got hands to it, couldn't reel it in. Now a tackle laid by Hardwick on Thilthorpe, who somehow got rid of it. Berry comes away with it, snap around the body. Teeth of goal here for the Crows. Mark taken by Curtin.
That's a good mark.
Dan Curtin, 25 metres out, almost directly in front. Playing deep forward, slots it, no problems whatsoever, and double pumps the fists to the Adelaide cheer squad.
Hawks work it up the wing, and then they get it out as Michael Laney tackled. Good hand pass from Moore. Releases Watson. 2 firm bounces on the deck. Closes to 50. Worrell got him. Huge chase down tackle from Josh Worrell. And they might have come to see the Wizard, but it's Worrell who's put it on the show.
As a coach, Mick, you'll be disappointed. First quarter, 17 tackles to 5 in favour of Adelaide. So not only having a whole lot of football in their forward half, defending it.
Yeah, but you'd be saying, yeah, but I'm looking at the scoreboard and saying, we're only 7 points down and we've done not a lot of it.
Laird ended up with it. Wonderful candy from Keane on Gunston, and a little poke pass is good to Walker, who's been everywhere. 65 from home. Kicks it to the right forward pocket. One-hand juggler was absolutely magnificent. 4 goals 2 on the season for Isaac Cumming from almost point-blank range. Leans back on the kick and pops it through for the Crows' second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's only 5 degrees at York Park in Launceston, but a full house under the Friday night lights at Adelaide and Hawthorn. And the Crows lead it by 13. They've kicked the only 2 goals in that opening term. The thoughts of Rod Jamieson and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Rod, I'm just trying to go through the stats. We don't have them here in front of me, so I'm just trying to get the phone up. There's a lot of Hawthorn. There's some Hawthorn players that are getting a lot of the football, and there's a lot that are not getting it. And in fairness, a lot that aren't getting it are deep forward, because they've only had the ball in there 9 times to Adelaide's 18.
Leading for the Hawks, Mick, is Impey with 8, Weddle, Hardwick, McDonald, D'Ambrosio, all defenders.
D'Ambrosio, I think, has had 10, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so when you look at the Adelaide, and Adelaide have only had 91 possessions, Hawthorn 83, so there's not a heck of a lot of differences, except, and I haven't got the metres run or metres gained at this, I'll find it somewhere, but it just appears to me that Adelaide are taking that ball far quicker, better into that forward line, and perhaps the ground surface perhaps is not lending to a lot of scores. They've gone in 18 for 5 scores, so we're going at probably not even just on 30% or thereabouts. So the dominance would probably give Sam Mitchell to say, righto, we're not winning in a lot of areas, but we're really only 2 goals down. Now, I don't know how Matthew Nicks would look at it. He would probably be reversing it and saying, okay, we're 2 goals up. It's hard to get these 2 goals. And we are really dominating the game. Both sides are tackling brilliantly. I've got to say Adelaide's tackling is outstanding, but Hawthorn aren't far behind them. But interesting enough, when the ball's on the deck like this is when you like to win comprehensively contested football. Adelaide, 44. Hawthorn 31. That's a big difference. When the ball's there to be won, Adelaide are winning it.
They're on top, aren't they, Jamo, in a lot of key categories? So plus 10 in the tackles, plus 13 in the contested balls. As Mick mentioned, the inside 50's lopsided, 18-9. Yeah. Is there a worry that you go in at quarter time and you, as good as you've been, you look at the scoreboard and you go, gee, there's not that much of a gap between us?
I think what Sam Mitchell would be saying, I think he would be saying that's their biggest punch and we've been able to sustain it and we only go in at 13 points down. I think, can they sustain it? I don't know. Possibly not to that level. And I think Matty Nicks would say, look, we've just thrown it. We played it in where we wanted it to. We put them enormously under pressure. They couldn't get it up into their forward half. Let's keep our foot down and keep maintaining that pressure. So I think there's 2 clearly different messages from both coaches as to what they'd be saying. But at the moment, the way Adelaide are at the football, their intent, their tackling, and being able to hold one of the best defensive teams in the competition in their forward half at the moment, I think Matty Nicks will be pretty impressed.
Corby, we've seen a different type of Hawthorn, haven't we, over the last few weeks? We had them early in the season. They looked fantastic, and then we've seen them probably lose a bit of that confidence and not have that drive. Tonight, at the moment, they look like they're treading water.
Lost 3 of their last 4, so they were on a 3-game losing skid before that big performance against the Dogs. They laid 82 tackles last week. Only 9 in that opening term from a Hawthorn perspective. Second term underway. Hawks with the first possession as Nash got it out to Butler. Hand pass to the wing for Impey. Feeds it forward by Handon Newcomb. He can kick down to half forward for the Hawks. Not a great kick inside the forward 50. Spoiled by Keane. Back to a dangerous spot. Rankin scoops it up for Adelaide to Murphy's. Crunched in the aim on tackle. Still got it away to O'Brien, but there's a whistle. It's going Adelaide's way. It was a push in the back, and after all that, the Crows have continued to move it forward. Dawson to Rankin, the inside 50 kick. Impey makes a contest, but loses his feet. Keeping them his keys and kicking the goal on the end of it. One in his milestone game. And Keys in game 150 knocks through the first of the second term, and Adelaide have the first 3 of the night. 3-3 to 2 behinds, and we're only 1 minute into quarter number 2. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse and Rod Jamieson.
Well, I think again, if I look at Hawthorn, they're a team that will go extremely wide, but will also come through the middle, and I've only seen them do it on one occasion tonight in this first quarter. Adelaide have done it every time and when they can. And they've been able to link it up from the half back. They were able to get the advantage and go through. And Ben Keys, who has had an exceptional couple of years.
What a story.
It is. It's an incredible... I think he's 2-time best and fairest now at
He is
Adelaide
fantastic,
as well.
isn't he?
Yeah.
I love the way he goes about it.
So when Luke Ball was working at Essendon, he'd met with Ben Keys to play VFL for Essendon in 2020. He ended up going to Adelaide, earned a contract. He's played 120 consecutive games since his club debut. Has not missed since he first played for the Crows.
I trust him as a tagger in the middle too, because he's so hard and disciplined. I love his discipline.
He normally gets that one that comes off the half-back, Mick, to just negate that run and rebound because he works so hard the other way.
Yeah. Crows are going forward again here via the boot of Rory Laird. Deep into defence here, the Hawks. Impey had to just go and find it first. fed it out to Weddle. Rush kick out of defence. It's going to be all Crows. Worrell dropped one he should have probably taken. Ramsden got him in the tackle on the second bite. Here's Murphy pouncing on a loose footy. Clever here from Curtin. Now Berry around the corner. Just almost missed his boot. It got to Keys. Inside they go again here, the Crows. There's a contest deep. Thilthorpe got hands to it, went to ground, couldn't reel it in. Rankin might have been held. Umpire said no, and here's his running mate, Rochelle, from tight on the boundary. Can't repeat the dose from last week. Contest in the square. They scramble after it. Keys was a chance, but off hands and over the line for a minor score. Hawthorn defence saves today. They concede one. The margin's 20. 3-4-22 to 2 behinds.
I'm not sure about that kick. That kick should have been probably 10 metres further out. I don't know whether he was having a shot, Rostelli, but and then Walker, they got in each other's way. I hope they're not all now trying to kick the goals.
Michael off the SMS. We'll get to that in just a moment as Amon with the kick-out duties goes long to Chol, who's got his mitts around it and marks at half-back. Hawthorn seemed to struggle in the first half. How many games this season have they been down at half-time? Well, 6 times this year they've trailed at half-time. They've won only one of those. And 7 times they've led. And they've converted all 7. As Chol kicks down the line. Ball spills off hands to Ramsden. He coughs it up. Worrell wins it back for Adelaide. Hand pass to Michael Annie, to Laird, to Rankin. Series of handballs, but they're retreating. Michael Annie on the back flank. Kicks in front of the benches. Punched away by Lloyd Meek. Finds the safety of the boundary line and a throw in right on halfway. And Tassie Devil in Hobart, big fan of Chris Rowbottom's footy calling. So are we, Tassie Devil. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. And just repeating the cricket score. Australia 9 down. The lead is 2-4-4.
Thank you, Tassie Devil. Much appreciated. It's Murphy out of the stoppage. Rolls the ball inside 50 for the Crows. A one-on-one. Barris and Thilthorpe. Barris got the footy and Thilthorpe got him. It spills free. Here's Fogarty from the angle. Round the body. Rolls one on goal and it's missing a minor score. So the Crows continue to pepper. 21 points now, the margin.
That's selfish. That is really... The last 2 kicks for goal have been very selfish by Adelaide. No thought of squaring that, and he had 2 players that were 15 metres out.
Crows up 21. Hawthorn haven't kicked a goal, and yet it feels like the Crows should be up 35. Long kick to the wing, and Ramsden getting up the ground, able to take a contested mark for Hawthorn. Can they get something going? Gives it to D'Ambrosio, kicks down the wing. Out in front is Keane, knocks it to the advantage of his teammate in Hinge, who's passing through and can't control it. It's out of play. Throw in high half forward for the Hawks.
Just their weapon, the uncontested. They've lost 5 this year, and 4 that they've actually, or 3 games they've actually lost, and they've lost their uncontested, and they are down again at the moment by 10 to Adelaide.
Jaff and Smith, the 2 subs, neither of them used so far early in the second. Meek kicks one as high as the lights, and there's a free kick in the marking contest inside 50, and Jack Gunston's receiving a few high fives.
Yeah,
getting ready to have a look.
I reckon he got grabbed as the ball was coming in. That's twice now. That's where I question the tools on the back line of Adelaide.
Mark Keane.
Yeah, grabbed him before. He went to ground. Yeah, went to ground and probably just really worried.
Panicked?
Well, I reckon he panicked only when he went to ground. I think he had him covered, but once he went to ground, he realised he was in no position. I mean, Gunston very rarely... He's their leading goal kicker, which is extraordinary.
He's 40 out. The drop punt is good. And the Hawks are in business. It's taken half a dozen minutes into the second term, but Gunston goals and the Hawks are on the board. So 1-2, they trail Adelaide, who are 3-5. That is a 15-point spread, and this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, well, the irony was that he actually started with Adelaide too, wasn't he?
A lot of people forget that, don't they, way back when?
Yeah.
First stint at the Hawks.
It was actually quite surprising when he did go. It was one that probably caught us off guard at the time, that he actually wanted to go back, and then that actually happened. Went to Hawthorn, then went to Brisbane, and now back at the Hawks.
Yeah.
And just longevity, durability of his body to be able to, and of course his ability to be able to...
Well, I thought they were quite... But they weren't worried about leaving Hawthorn at the end. Now, to get him back, he's their leading goal kicker.
Yeah. When he finished, I know he had the back injury, but he looked finished at Brisbane.
He did. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's had 2 amazing years and now over 500 goals, and game 2-7-1 tonight.
Mitch Lewis being out has probably helped a bit.
Yeah.
27 goals in season 2025. The veteran Jack Gunston. There's a free kick in the middle here. It'll go Adelaide's way. Pedlo's going to get things going immediately onto the left boot. Spearing ball inside 50, and it was Meek who got hands to it. It was just dragged down as he attempted to juggle the mark. So he'll get a free kick deep in the defence for the Hawks. Spread it wide to Seamus Mitchell. He's in the back pocket. He sees something he likes. He flirts with the boundary line. Did Hardwick keep it in? The umpire said yes, but only just. He marked it a centimetre inside the paint. He's going to go back into defensive 50. Here is Hardwick, where battle awaits. Gratefully receives and goes across to the other side of the ground now to Weddle, and now Impey. They've moved it from left half back to right half back. All the exits are clogged by the Crows.
Here they come again.
So Impey back to battle. Still inside defensive 50 here, the Hawks. Now Barris, top of the goal square. Comes all the way out to the other side. And the switch is complete to Hardwick. Maybe he can have more luck. On the broadcast side, he's got a runner in Mitchell who receives a handball, ran his full measure, almost missed Ginnivan with the handball, had to sort of search behind his back to find it. The makeshift kick actually worked. Morrison arrives, takes it on his chest. The Hawks can go inside 50. There's a 2-on-2. Ramsden and Gunston, Chol at the fall, got boots a ball, little pass inside is absolutely delightful from the big man. Is the mark taken on the slide though? The crowd would suggest it was. Luke Meek, the big fella, on hands and knees, scooping it underneath with the fingers, off the knee, only just.
Yeah, that's a good mark. A big bloke to get down that low.
Remember, he started that chain at full back.
Yeah.
Oh, the big man runs cross-country running at the other end of the ground and can finish it all off.
Well, he had a little bit of time, Corby, because they transitioned 3 times and then they put one in the air. And so the big man, well, to his credit, he still had to get there.
Don't kill his vibe.
The 2 in a row for the Hawks, and to cut the margin to 9, it never looked like it off the boot. He sprays it to the right-hand side. A minor score and a golden chance goes begging. 1-2-9. The Hawks trail the Crows 3-5-23. 8.5 gone. Second term for ABC Sport.
I can picture our own ABC, Josh Franco, just with his head in his hands. Don't give it to a ruck, Nick. Don't give it to him.
Keane with the exiting kick out to half-back, and there's Isaac Cumming who takes the mark. Contested mark inside the forward 50 and a goal in the opening quarter for Isaac Cumming. Landed the Giants in that front 50 for Adelaide. I don't think too many people were picking him to do that, Isaac Cumming, but it was a good mark. Had to hold out his opponent and win the one-on-one, and now he switches back to Warple. Short kick to Millerer. Backhand to the centre square. Margin 14. Adelaide lead it. 10 gone in the second. Daring kick, but finds Keys. Weighted beautifully. Attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Punched away by Weddle. Still in a dangerous spot. Rankin tracking it. That's ordinarily an issue. O'Brien throws his body at it. As Lloyd Meek comes over the top. Retrieves the footy. Pack forms behind him. And the umpire says, I'll have that. And a ball up 35 metres out from the Crows' goal at the city end of the ground. Adelaide by 14. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Neil Bullen come flashing through, as did Keys. Murphy, Neil Bullen still there. Could he soccer something home? No. Ward arrives, gathers the loose footy. Got Weddle riding shotgun. He uses him by hand, and Weddle clears the area with the right boot. Out beyond defensive 50. It's a right half back that's knocked over for a ball in. 75 metres around from Adelaide's goal.
Hawks lifted up the tempo, Hawks. There's no question they've gone from 75% to now 85%. And I know that's a steady increase, but they've now started to match, particularly the contested football, without looking at stats.
Michael Maney's on the boundary.
Yeah, it's down in the 4s at the moment, Corby. So 4 degrees here at ground level. Still a lot of dew, but no injuries so far. I think the teams have used their interchanges quite frequently. So no one injured at the minute.
Have the tank top on down there, Michael Maney, a hard man from the northwest coast, of course. Skims along the ground, inside attacking 50 for the Crows. Barris gets there first. He missed battle with the handball, and over it goes, 35 metres out. A ball in from the Crows' goal.
Well, I'm from Perth, Mick, originally. I'm used to a 4 in front of the weather, but this isn't what it's like back there.
Well, life's Canadian. We go back at Christmas time. It has gone down to minus 50. Albeit you don't play footy in it.
I was just about to say, how many kicks did you get?
Just one on my own. I had to try it.
Boundary throw in close to the boundary line. Here's Newcomb. Hawks midfield got to get going. Kicks down the wing, and that's a good option. Finds Ramsden.
See people running on the street in minus 20, minus 30. I've never done it.
Yeah.
Staggering.
You have to wear your spikes to make sure you don't slip over on the sleet and everything else. Long kick down the line. Punched away on the wing by Keane. Adelaide should scoop it up, and they do. Laird. Handball to Saligo. Adelaide get possession, but are retreating. All the way back to Millerer. Now the switch. Long kick from the left back pocket to right half back, and he's Pedler. One of their left footers out there tonight. They've got 8 on their list, 7 are playing tonight. Long kick down towards Thilthorpe. He takes a huge contested grab. Looks inboard to his mate Fogarty, who marks.
Great transition, Adelaide.
Fantastic. That's that loose player. If you can hold a loose player, it's daring because you've... Well, look at this. As a player out by himself. Didn't look... Oh, he was that far clear.
Has he got the trip in him here?
Well, he has to now because he'll tell you what, he's burnt 2 of his teammates.
He's about 55 metres out. He'll kick from just outside the centre square. Darcy Fogarty's drop punt fades to the left. It won't get the trip. It's still alive. Keys hands it back. O'Brien. Oh, the Ruckman's missed the whole set. From the left forward pocket out of bounds on the full. Misses everything.
Well, he was...
That was farcical on both sides.
And the question's going to be, was it already through for a behind before Keys kept it alive? It was great thinking from the energetic Adelaide forward. And we are going to the arc for the first time tonight. One thing we know for sure, it's not a goal.
Well, it's certainly not clear.
Remember, all of the ball has to be over all the line to constitute a behind.
The players covered the ball, so this is guesswork. 10 seconds, Corby. That's it. You just give it to the umpire.
Perfect is the enemy of the good.
Yeah, exactly.
One or two quick looks.
Have a look. No. Okay, it goes back to the umpire. What do you reckon, umpire? You've got the decision.
So we've looked at that. We've gone, no, can't tell.
Can't
Let's
tell.
go with what
Can't tell. So what are they going to do? Get the X-ray out. That's what they have to do. Get the X-ray machine out.
So you know in the cricket when they do the
with
360, they can do all of that now. I would have thought you could do something like that.
And that would probably cost the money that we're not willing to spend on it, on the arc.
Well, if you had a roof here, you'd be able to mount something on it.
Well, I've never thought of that. Umpire's call, no surprise. So we're back where we started. It's out on the full. Free kick for Hawthorn, a 14-point lead for the Crows. 14 minutes into the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'll just take you up on that roof there, Rod. Whatever you do at one green, you're going to do it all.
Yep.
Carl Amon takes the free kick, sends one up the broadcast wing. Fist over the top from Keane, but at the fall was Dylan Moore. Took it on the bounce. Underground handball now to Butler. Rush kick to nobody in particular. Butts was first there, but just nudged underneath it by Chol. Bouncing ball now. Crows with the numbers. Keane goes in again. Taken down by Chol. Cries of ball. Emerging with it was Hustwaite. Just rolls a chaos ball inside 50. No one home for the Hawks. Dawson will lead the chase. Gets back there first for the Crows. Has some time and space to work something out. Goes across the ground to Keys, who's deep at full back, a long way from home, Ben Keys. Now Millerer, Dicey out to left half back. D'Ambrosio got there, got the fist in, but couldn't quite affect the turnover, but does earn his team a ball inside forward 50, so a mini win for the Hawks.
The effort's certainly increased in this quarter, hasn't it, by Hawthorn, and it had to.
14 points. Thoughts of Rod Jamieson alongside Mick Malthouse, Corbin Middlemass, Chris Rowbottom calling the footy, Michael Maney on the boundary. 14-point game. Hawks with a bit of ground to make up from the boundary throw-in. Comes Pedler's way, jams a kick forward, and there's Fogarty.
Hardwick's on his own here. He's got nothing to go to. Adelaide have to work back, and a 50.
I love the way that Adelaide talls are not being stuck inside the front 50. They come up and they offer targets. It's brilliant.
One of the Hawks in the protected zone, so Fogarty goes across the centre square, finds Worrell. Short kick to Millerer.
He should have played on from there. When you're in the middle like that, you just go for it because the opposition haven't got their back set.
And he's ordinarily a good user. He's just going to lay this up to the hot spot. In the pack, Thilthorpe skims off hands. Rochelle had it, lost it. Amon gives it to Hardwick, who's under the pump. Walker through traffic, got a kick away along the ground, but it grubbers through for a behind. So Crows by 15 points, 3-6 to 1-3. Adelaide dominated the opening quarter, couldn't put some pain on the scoreboard, and now a much more even second term. 16 minutes travelled. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
27 inside 50s to 14 all up.
Wow.
Adelaide's way.
Amon out of fullback to Seamus Mitchell, who just kicked it out to green grass on the outer wing. It was all Crows though, and now Fogarty can send it to right half forward for Adelaide. Keys took a tumble. Hardwick came out with it for the Hawks. Put it onto his right boot, wanted Weddle. He was nudged underneath it by Curtin, who took a juggler. He's out the back of a wing.
Give a push these days, don't they?
Strokes it to half forward, fly over the top from Pedler. handed it down, but it's all Hawks with Huswaite and then Impey on the outside. He received the handball, has a look up the field. He wanted Chull, but then he just lost his footing and Butts got in front, took the defensive chest mark, and he has a left half back for Adelaide.
It was 18-9, wasn't it, Jamo, at quarter time? So they're the inside 50. So they're still winning this quarter, Adelaide, in that stat. 5 clear, 4 clear as the kick goes down the line. Hawthorn win it back though, as Ward gives it to Butler, kicks to half forward, and there's Butts. He outpoints Chol in a one-on-one. Wins that hands down. Short kick for the Crows finds Worrell, left half back.
Well, they're 2 good one-on-one marks there. Really solid. If there was a knock, I just didn't know whether they were strong enough in the back half, but they're proving it tonight.
One of their 7 lefties, Worrell, kicks down the wing. There's more intervention here in the marking contest. It's a free kick for Dawson. Perhaps the best lefty in the Adelaide team. Long kick inside 50, another free. Walker, as he's jumped the tugged.
Yeah.
Battle hanging on to him, and a free kick for Taylor Walker wide out at left half forward.
They can do all they like, Corby. Yeah. That free kick was there. He knew he was in trouble because he fell back. Walker went away from the ball and come back. He grabbed him. You know, it's pretty basic stuff. Sorry, Cool.
It's a bumper crowd here tonight. 15,000 tickets sold. Sell out. First Friday night game, York Park in Launceston. You can hear it coming through your radio. It's an awesome atmosphere, a great buzz. The first Friday night game in Lonnie. Walker from the tight angle. The drop punt misses near side. 50 out against the boundary. So 3-7 to 1-3. Second quarter action. We are 18 and a half minutes in. And it's Adelaide on top by 16 points. Rod Jamieson and Mick Moldhouse, Michael Mady on the boundary, Corbin Middlemass and Chris Rowbottom on ABC Sport.
Aim on to Impey from the kick in. Left back pocket here for the Hawks. Just 1 goal to their name so far. Dylan Moore receives the short pass, still inside defensive 50, end up on the boundary. Broadcast side, comes inside and lays the right boot into it, kicks to a contest. Can somebody take a mark for the Hawks? Chol's there playing Rover once more. Onto the left boot, rolls it towards the top of the 50 for the Hawks. Good tackle late here by Gunston on Keane, but this is going to be adjudged holding the man. He didn't have it, said the umpire.
Just looking at Adelaide's efficiency, 3 goals 7. You've got to go back to round 6 where they played GWS. We've still got a half to go, but they kicked 7 goal 10 that game. They were able to hang on and win.
Keane to a 2-on-2, that Dylan Moore won. Got it to Huswaite. He kicks the left half forward, a 2-on-1. Chol with work to do. Kept his feet, kept them well. Watson came past. He slipped over. Chol now applies a tackle. Coming through was Hinge. His handball picked off by Watson, whose short ball into the pocket is good to Gunston. So Gunston receives the chest mark, and if he elects to take the shot, he'll be 45 metres out on a reasonably tight angle on the left-hand side.
Well, he's reliable. He's been made. He makes this his own, this type of shot for goal. Been doing how many years has he been playing? 14, I think it is.
Kick 1 to 9.
He's about 10 metres in from the boundary, Jack Gunston, but certainly within his repertoire. There's no doubt about that. Distance not a trouble whatsoever. The accuracy was pretty good too, as he points a finger to the Hemmings and sails it home. They netted at the Hawks. 2-3-15. Trailing the Crows 3-7-25. We're 20 minutes gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. York Park in Launceston, the venue. Rod Jamieson.
Jack Gunston, 33 years old, 271st game tonight. He's kicked 2 tonight, so that takes him to 509 goals, 300 behinds, and he's kicked 28-15 for the year this year. He's been an incredible player.
The thing is, Rod, what's happened with all the play that Adelaide have got, and I call them selfish over here early in this quarter, because it looked like they were playing so well that they almost felt that they're going to win it themselves. It's cost them those 2 goals. Now all of a sudden we're going to get a goal. Hawthorn's tail is up. Adelaide is now starting to, I think, they're second thinking themselves now, Adelaide, in a few of the instances.
Just put it in a better position to a teammate.
Adelaide kicked the first 3 goals. The Hawks the next 2. O'Brien wins the head out. Keys off the square. Hand pass away to Rochelle. Kicks inside 50. Competing for it, Fogarty. No mark. Tried to give it to Walker. He's tackled, lost it. Fogarty goes back in a second time, and in the end, Battle picks it from him. Hand pass to Morrison. Goes back by hand. Hurried kick forward by the Hawks. Floats out of bounds off the boot of Seamus Mitchell. And a free kick for Adelaide between wing and half forward, and the ruckman O'Brien's calling for it. And they're playing a few silly games in the crowd.
Well, I can tell that was a Hawthorn person.
Yes, delay the return of the footy as O'Brien clapping away like a seal, hoping to try and get it back.
Don't waste your energy.
Now kicks inside the forward 50. Walker can't mark. Great work, Rankin against the boundary line. He ran out of room. What an effort it was as he spilled front and centre, and Rankin tiptoeing the boundary line went darting away, but as he hung the footy out to try and dish a hand pass off.
I've seen a bit of him, but he hasn't really... Has he done a lot tonight? But, without looking at stats, he doesn't seem to have created a goal, got a goal, or made a goal.
Time on second term, 10-point lead for the Crows.
8 disposals for Isaac Rankin.
Inside attacking 50, ball in, Meek got to the front, palmed it down, here's Fogarty, taken by Morrison, got boot to ball, that was smothered, ended up with Newcomb, handball missed. Meek went past Neil Bullen, they fight after at ground level, Meek goes in once again, he's tackled by Pedlar, and there's a free kick here that's been plucked out. This will go Adelaide's way, it will go to Pedlar.
Quick draw in the ball, wasn't it?
It's very quick, holding the ball decision. Pedlar now to the top of the square for the Crows. Pat forms. O'Brien stands tall, off hands. Nobody able to take it. Murphy had a swing and a miss. Here's Keys with a flying shot on goal. Is it all clear? I think it is. Ben Keys with a remarkable knack of making something out of nothing. Kicks another goal. He's second for the evening. The Crows extend the margin back out to 16 points. 4-7-31. Hawthorn 2-3-15, 23 and a half gone in this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
Well, I was going to say, is it a goal? Yes, it's clearly a goal. He's a remarkable player because there's no fear about what he does. You know he's going to hit the ball 100 mile an hour. If it's there to be got, then you've got to be a very good defender to stop him or get the ball off him. And you just love a forward. I've always loved him as a mid. But on the forward line, he terrorises halfbacks. It's not the other way around. So, well done. Adelaide needed that. They needed that because of the hard work they've done. They need that little buffer because the Hawks are coming and you have self-doubt if you're going at half-time, you're only leading by a goal with the amount of play they've had.
Keys with 2 in the quarter for Gunston at the other end. Berry a win in the middle of the ground, gives it to Rochelle. Adelaide going forward again. Barris holds out. Walker takes the intercept mark.
Yeah, well done, boy.
It was too, and he had to step up. It was a great clearance by Adelaide.
Yeah.
Rod Jamieson for 25 years on the ABC alongside Mick Malthouse. The kick from Barris up the wing. Ball spills front and centre. Hinge has got it for the Crows. Kicks down to half forward. Murphy can't trap it. Ball ricochets off his knee in the end towards Saligo. Gives it to Cumming. Kicks into the forward pocket over the head of Walker, his intended target. One bounce out of play.
Probably just enhance what you were saying, Mick, too. Jack Gunston, we glowing of him. 26-15 with the 2 tonight, 28-15. Ben Keys has kicked 25-6. Just the value for touch.
And different type of play. Yeah. He will get his around the 10-yard square, Keys, because he just hits that ball so hard.
Rucks go at it. It was Morrison who took it. Here's Rankin lurking. Maybe he can soccer something home. Hardwick played goalkeeper. Gathered the footy. Slapped it onto the boot. But it's all Adelaide across the defensive 50 line as Mitch Hinge rises tall and takes the mark.
Great setup by Adelaide. Outside the back 50, if you pressure the ball and they haphazard kick, you've got numbers where you need them.
Just spears a low one in. Murphy got off the chain momentarily, went through his fingers at ground level. Amon lays a tackle. They go in after it once more. It's all locked up. And the ball up 20 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
A couple of times I think the Hawks have been let off, haven't they, too? Murphy drops a sitter. Rankin just can't take it clean.
Meek palms it down to Ward. Last line of defence for the Hawks. He's tackled straight away. I'm feeling a bit better about myself, Mick. The local Chris has gone for the puffer jacket, so you know it's cold. 4 degrees and a few little decimal points, but not many. Free kick for the Hawks. The locals, I think, given the Bronx cheer, they feel like the Hawks have been hard done by. Amon running away, kicks down the wing. There's no one there, and Keane just sockers it back inside 50. A little too hot for Walker. Hawthorn rebound off the back flank. Weddle gives it to Impey. Hand pass forward to Butler. Can't trap it. The greasy footy off the Dewey deck. Curtin likewise. Weddle had it, lost it. Back with the Crows. Neil Bullen tackled. Cries for holding the ball. Hawthorn win it. Nash gives it to D'Ambrosio. Kicks it down the line, and in the end it just skips up and whacks off the bumps of Josh Worrell before ending up out of play. So we're throwing high half forward for the Hawks. 16-point lead for the Crows as we close in on half-time.
In games like this reminds me of the old under-14 days. You have someone sitting behind the ball because you just know that there's going to be a kick off the ground and there's going to be a chase towards the goal. Got to have someone set behind the ball.
The Hawks continue to try and do that forward handball in these conditions.
Yeah, I know.
It's got to get it to foot.
Ball at the spill of the footy off the contest. He's driven over the boundary line. We've got a free kick. It was a little enthusiastic from Rochelle.
Yeah, terrible. I'm glad they pay those.
Comes inside. He can send Hawthorn inside 50. Chol well placed. Got hands to it. Did he get one over the shoulder? Umpire said no. Worrell did well not to infringe. Falls onto green grass. It's all locked up inside. Attacking 50 for the Hawks. They call this the Tassie tuxedo, Corbin, the black puffer. And I'm suited and booted tonight.
I like it.
Why don't they make pants out of it?
I'd probably wear those too, to be fair. Clear and kick outside defensive 50, only as far as Impey for the Hawks, who's 65 from goal. So a chance here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this half. He kicks it to a dangerous spot over the top of all and sundry. There's a free kick though. Another one plucked out. It'll go the Crows' way to Cumming, who clears defensive 50.
Finds Rankin. Back flank. Kicks to Michael Annie. He's going to have to get there around his bootlaces. Traps the footy. Gets back on the right peg. Kicks it down the line. Dawson's got 2 to beat. Carries the pack. Slides out of play. Throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows. Adelaide 4-7, Hawthorn 2-3. Deep into time on in his second term. It's a 16-point game.
From a defence perspective, you've got Nick Murray to come back into this side as well.
Yeah. He was playing some good footy before he went out earlier in the year. Expected to play in the Magoos this weekend, coming back from injury. Meek palms it down, close to the boundary line. O'Brien knocks it further afield. And then Cumming skids in. Tackled out of play. Boundary throw-in just forward of the wing for the Crows. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Chris Rowbottom. Michael Maney on the boundary. Rod Jamieson and Mick Malthouse.
No, he's not. What are you doing in here?
Oh. He's made the quick trip up, Michael Maney. He's just standing right behind me.
He's dressed for Queensland weather.
Can't say I'll blame him. Up into the warmth of the box as Newcomb applies a strong tackle. It's centre wing, outer side, right up against the boundary. Another ball up.
I think the batteries found it too cold down there on the equipment.
The gear's frozen up.
Oh.
8 sausage rolls, please, Michael. There's 4 of us here, 1 in each pocket.
Up it goes. Meek and O'Brien. O'Brien over the top. Newcomb at ground level. Just to go and fight in after it. He got one in the back from Berry. Umpire said, play on. Shoveled out by Meek to Ward, who sends a high ball towards half forward. Michaelani come over the top, couldn't complete the mark, still at ground level here. A strong tackle applied here by Dylan Moore. Brought to ground, a ball up at right half forward, or between wing and half forward for the Hawks. Just over a minute remaining in this first half.
A lot of wins for the Crows. They lead on the scoreboard by 16. Perhaps could have been a whole lot more. Hawthorn fighting on in his second term. Nash extracts it, got it to Ward, kicks inside 50. Chol caught at the back. Ball carries, free kick. It's going Adelaide's way, and Chol gives away the free into the back of Butts.
Yeah, Hawthorn people can complain all right. I reckon every free kick tonight that I've seen from here has been legitimate, and that is just stark. You push a bloke that hard on the back.
Oh, Chol, good chase, affects the kicker Michael Annie. Turnover, Watson, hand pass inboard to Moore, got it out to Gunston. Freeze third in the quarter. Jack Gunston, too much hook on the kick. Behind. So Hawthorn move to 2-4, Adelaide a 4-7. That makes it a 16-point game, 37, in fact, a 15-point game. 30 seconds to go before half-time.
16-8, freeze in favour of Adelaide also tonight.
What's that number?
So it's now 17 freeze Adelaide, 8 to Hawthorn.
Well, they've been there.
Here's Walker. Takes the mark right in front of the interchange benches.
There's only one freeze I can think of, and that's F-R-E-E-Z-E.
A big freeze.
Jeez.
The Crows progress things to right half forward via Worrell, and here's Dawson. Maybe the Crows can pinch one with 6 seconds on the clock. Kick inside 50. It was just a little too heavy for Rochelle, and it skids over for a ball in. Deep in attack for the Crows. It's a very, very good opportunity to strike late. Siren just moments away from sounding. Ball in, 10 metres around from the right hand behind post, and there it is.
So the Crows
4-7-31 at half-time, leading Hawthorn 2-4-16. 15 points the margin. And it is a low-scoring slugfest in slippery and cold conditions here in Launceston. Goal kickers Ben Keys has a couple for the Crows, singles to Dan Curtin and Isaac Cumming. Just two majors to the Hawks in that first half, both coming via the boot of Jack Gunston. 15 points the margin. Friday night footy from York Park in Launceston on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass.
This might sound like a silly thing to say, but you can see how cold it is. With the floodlights on, there's almost like a whiteness.
You know it's cold when you can see it.
Yes, it is that kind of night with 4 degrees here at York Park in Launceston. There's only one player for the Hawks in long sleeves. That's Jack Ginnivan, and one for the Crows in Josh Rochelle. Maybe old Joel started that way, but he's busted out of the long sleeves and got the pipes on show. So entertaining game of footy, despite the fact we've only had 6 goals. A 15-point lead for Adelaide. So did we do the goal kickers? We did. Sorry, Chris.
You can do them again if you like.
A bit distracted by the conditions. The Hawks in a little bit of a slow trot. I'm about to get into one on the spot here as well as I listen to Rod Jamieson and Mick Moldhouse with their take on that first half of footy.
Well, I thought the Hawks were good, Mick, in that quarter too. They sort of put a bit more effort into it, which needed to be, and I just refer again to a couple of rounds ago where their tackling was poor against Collingwood. They lifted it against the Western Bulldogs. They are behind again tonight, but they've certainly made a whole lot of effort. Where they've actually struggled is probably just that target up forward, or what we know of the Hawks and their fluency to be able to run, carry, give the forward handball, and then be able to have the forward line, which Adelaide have defended really well, and Jack Gunston has really been only that target tonight.
Yeah, it's even though it's 4 goals to Adelaide, it just seems that they've got more avenues to go. It just seems that at some stage there's going to be other players joining in to kick goals. It may well be 10 goals for the match wins this game. And having said that, if you do kick 10, let's say Adelaide kick 10, Hawthorn have got to kick another 8, and they've kicked 2 so far. It's just, it's probably worse than wet weather football. Wet weather football generally hits and I'd say practically stops unless it rains on a very good ground, whereas this is just dewy. And put a roof on it, we probably don't have the dew. But mind you, we get dew down at Docklands, don't we?
Yeah,
we do. So therefore, we don't. So we can take that roof out again. So the roof again doesn't need to be on.
Don't try and bring me in on your argument. I'm pro roof. You can be anti roof.
Mick's starting to turn just a little bit, I think.
Not one little bit.
Witnessing this first half.
There's not a roof in Ballarat.
A 5% turn from you.
No, I've played in
the mist here.
No, I've played in snow. I've played in snow and sleet. I've coached at Footscray. So you won't get me on.
Not even kind of.
No, not even kind of.
Footy purist is not going to turn.
No. So about the game though, yeah, the Hawks seem to have lifted, albeit the fact that again, slightly down in contested football, certainly a long way short inside 50s. I'll say this, I've been surprised. I've liked what I've seen about Adelaide, but I've been very surprised at a little bit of selfishness on that forward line. And then I look at the goals that they've scored up until tonight. Juthroff's got 28, Fogarty 28, Shell 23, Keys 23, Walker 20.
It's a good spread, isn't it?
It's a fantastic spread.
Yeah.
The worry is, does one of them want to desperately win the goal kick? If you want to be the leading goal kicker, or do you want to be a premiership player?
So they've had, 37 entries for 4 goals?
That's not the worry, because I think the conditions have contributed to that a lot. What I saw in the first 7 or 8 minutes of that quarter were probably 3 or 4 times when a player was in a no-win situation. It would have been a fluke goal, great goal. Yeah, you get applauded by all the Adelaide crowd, but put the ball in a better position. Then I saw a ball come in and 2 players fight for the same football who looked at each other, then still fought for the same football. That's the only detraction from their game. I like the way they set up. They've got a wonderful outside 50 because they put pressure on the Keys type player, put pressure on. Ball gets kicked out, they mark it, they put it back in. That's why they've got 39 to date inside 50s, which is quite a remarkable figure. Is it 39? I'm sure it's
37.
37, right. So that's a remarkable figure. But you've got to capitalise on it. It's better sometimes to sit back and maybe manufacture a shot on goal than just maybe try to fluke a goal. Behind the ball, I like what I'm seeing. They've got an extra play behind the ball. They can take their time, set it up, and bring that ball through that loose player. Midfield's fine. I'm liking a lot what I see, and it's all it's done is reinforce what I thought about Adelaide in the first place. But they're still only 2 goals in front.
Yep. And
they're only 2 goals in front against a side that hasn't got Sicily. Lewis hasn't been there all year, so we just take him out. But you've got to put in, say, Day and a couple of others.
So Day, Sicily, Warple are probably the big 3.
Yeah, so
Scrimshaw's probably in their best side.
I reckon he is.
Yep.
So you've got a decent hole that's been created because of injuries. And as much as they're dominating, it's still only 2 goals.
Yeah.
And this is where, if Hawthorn managed to kick, let's say Hawthorn kick a couple in the first 7 or 8 minutes of the next quarter, I'll be interested to see, is there a panic? Is there a creativity? Is there a reassessment? And see how Adelaide fight back. I'm not saying that I want that, because I think Adelaide are clearly the best side so far.
I've got one for you, Jamo. It's amazing for everything we talk about in footy. The tackle count. Last week we saw teams, it was so clear. This is what we're focusing on, and you saw the clear cause and effect between we want to focus on the tackle count and the way that it resulted for them. So Hawthorn were one of those teams. West Coast had a high tackle count in their game. Adelaide obviously in the wet conditions. So first quarter, Adelaide win the stat 19-9. That quarter completely flipped.
22-10 in favour of the Hawks in that quarter. So it's just the effort that turned around. Yeah. But when you go inside 50s again, 18 to Adelaide, 10 to Hawthorn.
Yeah.
So again, they've gone and they have been able to score. But around the ground, Adelaide are all over it in terms of the football and how much they've had. So they've actually had 12 more marks. Uncontested, they're only 3 up. The clearances, Mick, this is the issue. The centre clearances, it's 7-1 for the half in favour of Adelaide. So they're getting their hands on the footy there. Clearances 21-14 around the ground. Contested 84-64 in favour of Adelaide too. So there's a lot of area in that congested where their Jets, the Hawks, where they're normally so good. And when you have a look at like a Connor Nash, I don't think he's only had a handful tonight too.
No, he hasn't a lot.
Yeah. So, again, I think to your point, with your expertise, it's almost the coach go, boys, we're not playing well here. We're actually, and I felt they had a fair bit of control in that second quarter as well, the Hawks.
And there's another, if I can just add on there, Corby, one of the things that, and let me tell you, if coaching at Footscray, this does, you look at it, and if it's a very wet day, you take away the tags. Tags are useless in a real wet day. I'm not saying it's dewy. I think Hawthorn's resurrection for the rest of this game is load up your midfield with your put Ginnivan in there, put Watson in there, put anyone who can put their hands on the football. Forget about the tags, because when you're tagging, you need grip. You need to be able to get to the player, and if you are half a step behind, you slip a bit, you've lost that tag anyway. So if Nash is not getting the football as a tagger, take him out.
Yeah, already without Day, and then Warple missing this week, and those numbers you mentioned, 7-1.
Yep.
The clearances at the centre bounce in particular, all Adelaide's way. The Crows by 15 points on the scoreboard, and what is an entertaining, albeit low-scoring affair. 4 degrees, York Park in Launceston at halftime, Adelaide by 15. The cricket, by the way, you can catch this call through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button. The last wicket has put on 38. So Australia is still batting in the second time, 9 for 186. That's really 9 for 260. So 260 the lead as we're about to head into the 4th innings of that match, still early on the 3rd day. So that match is rocketing along. 260 the advantage, 9 down. Is it too many, Mick? Linda already...
I picked the wrong one.
You've turned me on.
Corby, go to your records.
Yep.
I don't think anyone has gone over 200 runs in the last innings at Lords.
Wow.
Now I'll stand corrected on that. To win a test.
I thought 250 was well enough. I think 260 is enough.
Yeah. I'm with you guys. Stark 44, Hazelwood 10, as they're still batting Australia with a lead of 260. Bill says Hawks' decisions and pressure are very poor. And Brett from Canberra, I'm with Mick. Roofs are overrated. We always hear complaints about Docklands, shut the roof when it should be open. I'll never understand it. Human beings have been waiting thousands of years to perfect indoors. As soon as we've done it, people want to go outdoors again. Never ever. Each to their own. It's half-time, Friday night footy. The second half is only moments away, but first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Russia has labelled Israel's attack on Iran as unprovoked and illegal. It comes as Israeli media says all of the 100 Iranian drones directed at its territory have been intercepted, as Middle East correspondent Eric Dvorchak reports.
We've just received advice here that there's no longer a need to stand near shelters, and there's been reports of interceptions over Jordanian airspace, and in local media reports that Israeli jets have been shooting down the drones over Syria and Saudi Arabia. But this could just be the start. In previous attacks by Iran on Israel, it has timed ballistic missile launches to coincide with the arrival of drone waves. Not sure if that's occurring in this instance, because it's unclear to what extent these Israeli strikes have damaged Iran's ballistic missile capacity.
The founder of the Institute for Science and International Security in Washington, D.C. says the US may intervene if its bases or personnel are attacked. David Albright says Iran's missiles have historically lacked precision, so they might target Israeli cities instead of specific military sites.
Let's say Iran with its missiles is going to target Tel Aviv. I mean, in the past, they have a hard time targeting military sites per se. Their missiles aren't that accurate. But Tel Aviv is a big enough target that they could hit it. If many Israelis die, the U.S. may intervene.
The Australian government has issued new travel advice for Israel, updating its warning to do not travel. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's Smart Traveller is also advising Australians not to travel to Iran and to shelter in place if they are in the country. And those escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East have caused shares to slip and the Australian dollar to fall sharply. Here's business correspondent David Taylor.
The benchmark S&P ASX 200 index closed lower by 0.2% to 8,547. However, the Australian dollar fell sharply throughout Asian trade, falling to as low as 64.6 US cents, a percentage point lower on earlier this morning. The price of oil has also spiked to over $70 US a barrel. Analysts warn a wider Middle East conflict could force the oil price much higher and destabilise the global economy. The price of gold is also higher.
A black box has been recovered from the site of the Air India plane that crashed in the western city of Ahmedabad. South Asia correspondent Meghna Bali is there.
It's been a gut-wrenching 24 hours here in Ahmedabad. I've been speaking to families who have lost people in this horrifying plane crash. Their family members charred beyond recognition. And what they've had to do over this last day is to go and submit DNA samples so their loved ones can be identified. Now, what we're hearing is that bodies are being discharged in coffins from the hospital. An investigation led by India's aviation investigator and assisted by US and UK authorities are on the scene, combing through wreckage, just trying to figure out what happened here.
South Australia's Police Commissioner is cautioning the public to keep an open mind as police investigate a death in custody. Genevieve Blandon-Deschalaine reports.
42-year-old Gaurav Kundi became unresponsive as police attempted to arrest him at Royston Park last month. He was taken to hospital in a critical condition, and today police confirmed he died in the early hours of this morning. Commissioner Grant Stevens says officers did not kneel on the man's neck during the arrest and not force his head into a police car or the ground. He says multiple investigations into the incident are underway.
I would just caution people to maintain an open mind until all of the information is collected.
The Commissioner says none of the officers involved in the incident have been stood down.
And the President and all 7 commissioners of the Australian Human Rights Commission have demanded immediate reforms in the wake of recent Indigenous deaths in custody. The Commission says 12 First Nations people have died in custody this year, including 2 recent Northern Territory deaths. They've called for the full implementation of the recommendations of the 1991 Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. And researchers are working on a plan to turn Australian-grown canola into jet fuel. They say they're hopeful they can produce a sustainable, low-carbon fuel source. The CSIRO estimates the move could create $6 to $12 billion in economic activity each year. Ampol's Brent Merrick says they're planning on having production in place by 2030.
Engineering's well underway. We've been going for over a year. It's not something that comes across your desk every day, like the chance to make such a material change in how the energy mix drives the country. It is a big deal. It is exciting.
This is ABC News.
Health hacks, quacks, diet traps, scam apps. On the ABC Listen app, find healthier health podcasts like
All in the Mind,
The Health Report, and
What's that rash?
Your Weekly Dose of Health on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Dawson to Rankin, the inside 50 kick. Impey makes a contest but loses his feet. Keeping them his keys and kicking the goal on the end of it. One in his milestone game. He's 40 out, the drop punt is good. And the Hawks are in business. It's taken half a dozen minutes into the second term. But Gunston goals and the Hawks are on the board.
He's about 10 metres in from the boundary, Jack Gunston, but certainly within his repertoire. There's no doubt about that. Distance not a trouble whatsoever. The accuracy was pretty good too, as he points a finger to the Hemmings and sails it home. They netted at the Hawks. Pat forms. O'Brien stands tall off hands. Nobody able to take it. Murphy had a swing and a miss. His Keys with a flying shot on goal. Is it all clear? I think it is. Ben Keys with a remarkable knack of making something out of nothing. Kicks another goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. There were two names you would have heard a bit from, Ben Keys and Jack Gunston. They both kicked 2 goals each in that second quarter. And after Adelaide led by 13 points at quarter time, they now lead by 15 at the half. 4-7 plays 2-4. You might have had a few fours in all of that. It's also 4 degrees for Friday night footy at York Park in Launceston. A cool one, the first Friday night game played in these parts. And great to have you with us for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Now, there's no major sort of MRO or injury news to bring you up to date with here at half-time, which is good news. Chankwok Jath is the unused sub for Hawthorn, and Brodie Smith is still unused as the sub for the Adelaide Crows. It's been low scoring, but it's been an entertaining half of footy so far. Some other news that's going on in the footy world. Last night the Dogs by 12 goals over St Kilda. A pretty grumpy Ross Lyon in the aftermath as well, as he was pressed on the low crowd, so just over 20,000 in attendance. The MRO findings here, there were 4 fines dished out, 2 for careless contact with an umpire, 1 to Hunter Clark, 1 to Jack McRae. Hunter Clark escaped any kind of sanction for his so-called dangerous tackle on Matt Kennedy early in the piece, where the man tackled may have perpetrated some, or might have exaggerated more so, some of that contact, and as a result Clark had no case to answer there. A rough conduct charge against Zach Jones, and Ed Richards got a tripping fine, so 4 fines but no players suspended. The rest of the weekend, round 14 in the AFL, Toby Green is out, so he's got a corked glute. He's not going to play, was listed last night and yet comes out, so Joey Delana takes his place in the GWS team to play Brisbane tomorrow. Meanwhile, Port Adelaide up against Melbourne. A couple of big names back here, so Horn Francis in for the Power, Jordan Sweet's back, and Manny Liddy is going to make his debut. So good luck to him, picked up out of the mid-season draft. Out of Central District, so good luck to Manny Liddy. He's also going to wear the leg sleeve, isn't he? So he's had I think he had an infection in his leg last year, and as a result, like you see players wear the long sleeve skins, he's got one of those but on his leg. Finlayson, Moraes and Boat go out while Viney comes back in for Tolstrup. And in that other game between the West Coast Eagles and Carlton, Durden comes back for White, and for the Eagles, Clay Hall's back after some strong showings in the WAFL. Bailey Williams and Tom McCarthy, the number 1 pick in the mid-season draft to debut. Cole's out injured, Hoff is ill, and Archer Reid loses his place. Meanwhile, in other sports, the cricket, 9 for 190. The lead is up for 264 for the Australians. So 264. Last wicket partnership stands at 42. Call available there through the ABC Listen app if you'd like to follow along. And the second half is just about upon us here at York Park in Launceston, with Adelaide leading by 15 points. That's enough of my voice. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Michael Maney on the boundary. Chris Rowbottom alongside Mick Moldhouse and Rod Jamieson. We've got a little delay here as we're waiting for the time to tick down and the appropriate start, but everyone's ready to go, Chris.
If they're waiting for it to warm up, they're going to be waiting for a while. Uncloth Jouth looks to have been injected as the sub for the Hawks, and I think it might be Henry Huswaite who might have made way. And Nick Watson lining up in the middle for the opening bounce of the second half. Adelaide lead by 15 points. We are underway. O'Brien got a clean hand to it. It was sharp, though, by Connor Nash, who sends the Hawks inside 50 for the first time of the half, off the hands of the contest. Connor McDonald round the body, rolls it home. Perfect start for the Hawks.
17 seconds.
What a way to start the second half for Connor McDonald and Hawthorn. Crows 4-7-31. Hawthorn now 3-4-22. 30 seconds or 17 seconds gone in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
Well, that's how it happens. You know, you lead by a couple of goals and you only need one to make it one. And out of the centre, the thing about Sam Mitchell, he's made the call, and unless there's an injury, he's made the call at half-time. He's had a look at it. You don't need any more players. You can get by even if someone gets injured. You've got quite enough there. It's early days, but that's the way you clear the football, and that's what you do. Empty it out before the midfield get back and support their teammates.
Hot start for the Hawks, second term with the first goal 17 seconds in. Meek wins it down to Newcomb. Bit of go forward out of the middle for the Hawks. Punted back in the other direction by Keane as he just whacks it off the deck. Up the wing, Hardwick knocks it away from Rochelle. He takes on the tackle, lost, holding the ball.
Great tackle, great tackle.
Neil Bullen holds him up. The stats boffins have come for you, Mick. There have been 4, or in fact 3 higher successful run chases than this at Lords. So the highest successful one is 344, and then 282, 279, and then this would be the 4th if Australia lose from here.
Right.
A lead of 264 currently.
Jeff's gone to the half back to pick up Ben Keys. Had 8 disposal, kicked a couple of goals, and he's just shut him down with his great first touch and a tackle.
The Crows send it to half forward, and Keys caught by Jatt, so he'll pump it back down the wing for Hawthorn.
Beyond defensive 50, big fist over the top from Worrell at ground level. They tried to go after it. Was McDonald, had a swing and a miss, ended up with Dylan Moore, who did get boots a ball, kicks to right half forward. There's a one-on-one here. It's Chol and Butts. Butts went to ground. Chol won the day. He sockers it to himself. He just pokes it inside 50. He keeps on going. He's dribbling towards goal. Lionel Messi ate your heart out. He almost got all the way there too. Now a handball towards the boundary line. How will this be adjudged? Umpire says there was sufficient intent to keep it in, or the player was under enough pressure.
Yeah, of course he was. He was hit. He was physically hit, wasn't he? I think so. That's why the ball went out of bounds.
Jordan Dawson, it was the alleged perpetrator, but gets away with one. Ball in, deep in attack for the Hawks. Over the top of Meek. Flushing through was Amon, but immediately claimed by Curtin. Sliding into the turf. They'll have a ball up 40 metres out from Hawthorn's goal.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien wins it down. Nash trying to wrestle his way through. He's held up. And a ball up. The NRL, by the way, 5 minutes into the second half. Gold Coast Titans 22 lead the Seagulls 8. Call available of that too through the ABC Listen app. It's a busy place. Up it goes and down it comes, and the Hawks can't trap it. Dawson steps out of bounds with a footy. The up says deliver it.
He was conned into that, the umpire. Honestly, he picked it up and really was walked over the line by his Hawthorn opponent. So
as he collected the footy, stepped out of play, and the Hawthorn fans right on it. And the umpire said, yep, insufficient intent. The way the rule's written, so a free kick for Dylan Moore against the boundary line. The drop punt just misses. Gee, it was a good kick. A minor score. Michael Beatty on the boundary.
Yeah, Rory Laird has just come off. Looks like he's got a shoulder or rib injury, so he just came off. He's very, very tender at the moment. And I think that Huswaite Jeff sub has been made.
Keane to Hinge, and Hinge looking for Millerer, knocked away by Moore. They just have a little bit of to and fro to Millerer and Moore. Nothing too much in it. Just a little bit of chirp between the pair. It's knocked out of bounds. A ball in front of our broadcast position. 55 metres around from Hawthorn's right hand behind post, off the right contest. It was cleanly gathered by Berry into the traffic curtain, put him under the pump. Meek takes the loose footy, came out to Newcomb. Can McDonald get on the end of this? He's ripped off it by Keys. It came out to Worrell, who slaps it into the middle of the ground. One-on-one contest, off the chest of Murphy, ends up with Jath. Murphy stayed in it. He smothered the kick. Jath went back in, came out to Neil Bullen. He just rushes a kick forward on the left boot. Bouncing ball towards left half forward. Now Rochelle with the soccer skills as Hardwick gives chase. Crosses into the middle of the attacking 50. Weddle arrives first for the Hawks. Has to just agriculturally send it into the middle of the ground. Moore was just worked underneath it, but the Hawks have the numbers, and now Moore receives from McDonald. Spearing ball to right half forward. Hits Gunston on the chest. He's got Joel deep in a one-on-one. The wrestle is on, and Joel takes the mark. Marby or Joel. It lands in his lap. And that was exquisite bodywork from the big man. Outpointed Jordan Butts with surgical precision. Marby or Joel can go back, potentially make this a 2-point ball game from 25 metres out, slight angle.
Well, contested football Hawks have dominated this third quarter.
Marby or Joel for his first of the evening. Very deliberate approach, normally a reliable kick, and this is no exception. Hawthorn with the first two, the second half, and it's game on here in Launceston in a big, big way. 4-7-31 the Crows. Hawthorn 4-5-29. 6 and a bit gone in this third term. Friday night footy at a very, very cold York Park in Launceston. ABC Sport, Mick Malthouse.
Well, I think I might have said just before we closed off for our halftime shutdown, if Hawthorn kick the 2 goals, I'll be interested to see now how the Crows handle it. Do they fold or do they hold and then rebound? So Hawks have kicked the 2 goals. Now we're going to see how Adelaide respond to a Hawthorn side that is driven, really driven, because the contested football has fallen in their favour easily this quarter.
Hawks had 1 centre break in the first half. They've had the first 2 to start the third quarter. Another centre bounce here, but Adelaide win it. Rankin got it out to O'Brien. Their first inside 50 of the term. Punched away by Barris, close to the boundary line. There's Gambrosio, scoops it up, got a hand pass back inboard, and a little toe poke out of bounds by Hardwick. Boundary throwing half forward for the Crows. What have you seen, Jamo?
Yeah, no, I just think the Hawks have lifted their rate, haven't it? You've touched on it. They win it around the contest. They've been able to do it in the centre. They get it in their forward half. Probably a couple of things that Adelaide could have done better. Lockie Murphy, just his ability just to cough it up a little bit, could have been a bit cleaner, and also that kick forward by Josh Rochelle went straight to the Hawks.
Huswaite just 4 touches in that first half, subbed out. Chankwat Jath into the game. Rankin can't trap it, trying to scoop it up close to the boundary line. Butler for the Hawks, handball to Amon. He turns out of bounds.
No different.
No different. That wasn't paid.
Different.
Absolutely the same.
Boundary throwing. We saw Dawson pinged earlier in the quarter not to be here when it went the other way. Bit of home cooking. Or home away from home cooking, whatever we refer to it as. 2-point game all of a sudden. Hawthorn with a couple of quick goals to start the third. We're 8 minutes in, Adelaide by 2.
O'Brien over the top on the ball in. Saligo traps it, then just makes it something work to move it forward. He wanted Thilthorpe, but it was at his bootlaces. It trickles out of bounds for another ball in.
It's going to be Adelaide's free kick.
Maybe out on the full.
Barras.
Umpire's just conferring here. We're thinking it might have been off Barras's boot. Right on the boundary
I can't see how this can be anything else but the boundary umpire's decision.
The boundary umpire called it immediately.
So there cannot be anything else but a decision made by the boundary umpire.
And we got there.
It's like that's what they're going with as we see the replay, and it was just off Barras's boot, right on the boundary, and Riley Thilthorpe.
But even if it wasn't, what can they do? They can't reverse it. That's not what their job is.
He plays on and drills one to the top of the square to Thilthorpe. It's off hands and ends up with Amon, who just turns and kicks to nobody in particular, getting back his butts, marking in the middle of York Park on his chest. Last line of defence, even though the defence is way up the ground. Butts can send Adelaide inside, attacking 50 again. Weddle with the fizz. Pedler laid a tackle. Pinballs around. O'Brien with the slick hands out to Walker for the reply. No, across the face. That's one he probably should have gobbled up. Taylor Walker, he had a good look. Through for a minor score.
That's his third, Chris.
4.8.32 to 4.5.29. Michael Maney's on the boundary.
Got an update on Rory Laird. Had a painkiller and had some work done on that left shoulder. Looks like he'll be okay to come back on shortly.
That's good news. Thanks, Michael. As Jaff with the long kick to the wing and O'Brien picks it off.
I've just noticed slightly there, Corby. Hawthorn are just now kicking the ball more than hand passing because they know that they can get that ground.
Puts it back inside 50. Jaff stood under it. Couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Cummings. Squeezes the kick out, but straight to Barris. So 4-8 to 4-5. 3 points is the lead for Adelaide. Early stages of this third term. Battle, some indecision, goes long to the ruckman. Meek and O'Brien compete for it. Spills to Amon, kicks down the wing. It's out the back of Chol and Butts. Butts first there. Hand pass to Hinge. Oh, kicks under pressure. Good chase from Chol. And he puts it out on the full. Free kick for Hawthorn on halfway.
I don't think we see that enough from Chol. You know, he's a big, imposing body, and he looks really laconic with his ability to get at the football. But when he puts his head down, you can see a real intent. It's much better.
Centre wing out of side. Hawthorn free kick. Josh Ward sends it to left half forward. Off the fists of the pack, it was roved by Ginnivan, but he's immediately taken to ground. And we'll have a stoppage at left half forward for the Hawks. 65 from goal. They've kicked the first 2 of this second half, and we have a 3-point ball game here in Launceston. Moore just knocked off it by Dawson, who couldn't gather it for himself. Now it's hacked forward by Meek, and Chol just tried to work some magic as he just paddled it towards the boundary, kept it alive. As Miller now goes in after it, he's worked over the boundary, and Hawks gained some territory. They'll earn themselves a ball in 30 metres around from their left-hand behind post.
Adelaide's last 2 entries into their 50s, just straightforward. They've got to start to try something a bit different. They're holding onto it a little long. Just goes into a congested area.
The Hawks have lost only 4 third quarters all year. Has been one of their better performing terms. After the Sam Mitchell address at half-time from the boundary throw-in, Cumming gave it to Keane, who ran out of room, but not before he was caught. Holding the ball and a free kick for the Hawks. And a big 2-man tackle. Ramsden and McDonald took down Keane, and the ump said that should be rewarded. Free kick, and McDonald's going to get it. Ramsden trying to get out of the vicinity, and I don't think the ump's going to fall for that, and it'll be handed to Big Max.
Again, you don't want to knock him, but he's 20 metres behind. He can't even see the football.
He's a big man. It's a long way from hand to foot. He's also a left footer.
He's got a lot going for him except the moustache.
Here we go. Off the right foot. He tries to hook it back. He's put it out on the foot. Opposite pocket. Not the bag. 3-point game. Adelaide still lead it. Hawks with a bit of pep in their step. A dozen minutes into the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Butts will take the free kick. From the out-of-bounds set shot from Ramsden. And nothing coming of the free. It's off hands right in front of the broadcast boxes. Out of bounds. Another ball in. Plenty of those tonight.
Lead in the cricket is 270, Chris. So still 9 down. 9 for 196 Australia at the moment. And that we're about 10 minutes away from lunch on day 3.
A healthy lead for the Aussies. Can Hawthorn snatch the lead here in Launceston? Ginnivan applies a tackle. They're a fight for it at ground level. 2 Hawks, Moore's there. Locked in on the 50. Right on the paint.
It's 2 Hawthorn sides, first half and this half. It's just cheese and chalk. The intensity is incredible.
Out of the stoppage, Saligo couldn't gather it cleanly. He was stopped in his tracks by Impey. It spilled out. Hawthorn faithful wanted ball, and another big tackle applied, this time by Big Lloyd Meek. And another stoppage, so they gain about 5 metres to the Crows, but still at right half forward for the Hawks. Up it goes as Meek and O'Brien do battle. Meek just rips it out of the ruck, sends a high ball inside 50. Ramsden underneath. It might have been tunnelled. Umpire said no. Rankin at the fall. Got the handball off to Laird. Back on the field. He's Fogarty from 2 deep. The juggler unable to take it. And as he gathered the footy at ground level, he was taken to ground. And we're back where we started. A ball up 58 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Right half forward.
Adelaide, by the way, haven't lost too many quarters all year, period. So only 8 second half quarters lost. And the third quarter is actually their worst performing quarter, for whatever that's worth. Now, there's a free kick for the Hawks. Advantage was said to have been taken. Meek tumbles a kick inside 50. Ginnivan trying to pick it up. Number of bodies hit the deck. Ump says keep going. Michael Annie hands it back to Keane. Just bangs the footy towards half-back. Chase on. Jaff will get there first. 70 metres out. Kicks back inside 50 and Cumming. Courageous mark. Stands in front of Watson and takes it at right half-back.
It was interesting change of direction. It was more luck than anything else, I think, that it went so far, that Adelaide kick. But anyway, it was effective.
3-point game. Goes long down the wing, and Walker somehow able to take a chest mark uncontested. Out on the wing, eastern side. Kicks it down the wing. Impey trying to pick it off and does so successfully. Marks at half-back for the Hawks. Adelaide by 3, but Hawthorn the only 2 goals of this third quarter, which is now 15 minutes old. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Impey at left half back, high ball beyond the outer wing. O'Brien, did he juggle it on the way down? Umpire said no. He had a very big piece of it, landed awkwardly, did the big man, and well, it just spilled out in the last second.
Slow to get up too. It's all Hawthorn, hasn't it? It's almost like Adelaide in the first quarter, Hawthorn in the third.
O'Brien back to his feet, contest the ruck with Meg and got the clear hit out to open space where Rankin pounced on a loose footy, eluded the tackler, kicked it to half forward. There's a free kick here to go the way of the Hawks as Barras just lost his footing but was affected in the marking contest. They'll have it inside defensive 50 for the Hawks. We're down by 3 points. Short ball is good to Amon. That's in front of Laird. Left half back, goes up the outer side to the contest. O'Brien stands tall again at the back of the pack, through his hands though. Ginnivan on the scene first. A little toe poke inside 50, ground ball. This is where Wizard Watson operates at his finest, and he's been absolutely collared on the way through. He attacked it at speed, and he gets some dubious ones, does the Wizard, but that one was all there, and his head absolutely ripped off.
Just trying to see who it was. It was Mitch Hinge was coming the other way. But his left arm too high, which is not hard to do over the Wizard's shoulder.
Yeah.
But that's your small forward, or any forward really, isn't it, too? When there's a contest inside 50, Mick, you put your head down, put your head over the footy, take what's coming, you'll normally get one.
Set shot for goal from about 50 metres out, maybe just inside, 45-degree angle. He just improves it ever so slightly, sprays it across the face. Does Nick Watson, still alive, top of the square. Did Chol get a boot to it? Maybe no.
Wow.
Touched at the last second. He flung the long leg at it, but didn't quite make the connection, and it was over for a minor score. We've seen some soccer attempts at the end of the ground tonight. Behind for the Hawks.
Millerer kicks out to half-back, getting across. Jath punches it out of bounds and a throw-in. High half-forward for Hawthorn, so 2-point game. 10 minutes to go, or halfway through the quarter. It is a 2-point lead for Adelaide. But the Hawks are the team that's moving.
Jeff's made a massive difference on that half-back line. He's energetic, he's mobile, and he's at the player all the time.
Back-to-back boundary throw-ins.
Just the Hawks' energy.
Yeah, it is. It's unbelievable. It's like the energy battery. They've just jumped up. Adelaide have stayed still.
Michael Chang
playing some feel-good footy at the moment. The Hawks trying to get it away. As Butler can't quite clear the area. Cumming bangs it back in the other direction. Barras puts his fist through it. Loose footy on the wing. He's coming again for Adelaide. Hand pass away to Keys. He flares it wide to Rankin against the boundary line eastern side. Kicks down to half forward. They all just go to punch it away. Walker involved in the pack. Ball spills Hawthorn's way. Here's Butler. Kicks back down the wing for the Hawks. Meek does well to break it up. Adelaide with the numbers though. Keane by hand to Laird. Kicks back down the wing. Cummings should mark, and he does, uncontested. Just forward of the wing for the Crows, still leading by 2.
They can build here, the Crows, as Keys marks it right half forward. He wheels around, gets onto his left, sends it deep inside. It's just offline though, and Pedlar trying to dive and take the chest mark deep in attack. He's knocked over, and the ball goes over for a minor score. So the Crows add 1 to their tally.
Second behind this quarter, Chris.
That's
1 to Walker, 1 to Keys.
The play's been going 69 minutes, and Adelaide have led for each of them. There's a long kick out towards half back, and Meek in his 50th game for the Hawks takes the mark. Obviously take out the little bit of time before the first score of the game. As Weddle kicks down the wing, he's Laird, bottom of the pack. They all converge on him. Ball spits out towards Michael Annie. Somehow got boot the ball. Inadvertently socked away by Saligo. Ginnivan for the Hawks. Hand pass back to Jaff, to Moore. Now to Weddle. High kick down to half forward. There's no one there for the Hawks. Chol arrives late. Keane drops a mark he should have taken. Tries to Wayne Harms. Whacks it back towards Laird. And Laird able to work it out of traffic. Up against the boundary line, eastern side. High bomb down the wing. Jaff competes. Ball hits the deck. Saligo caught. Holding the ball. Took on the tackler and lost. He fended off Jaff. The man he didn't see coming was the guy that got him from behind. It was Dylan Moore. And a free kick for the Hawks. Moore to take it out on that outer wing. A 3-point game. Adelaide lead it as we're about to tick into time on in the third quarter.
Ball goes back to Impey. He progresses things a little wider out to Weddle.
I don't think the Hawks are as efficient, but they're just playing away how they sort of the intent and started to, isn't it? Just get it forward, get it quick, get it high.
Weddle lays a slipper in. We go inside 50 for the Hawks. Only as far as Berry, though, at ground level, who slaps it back into the middle of the ground. Impey waits for the Hawks. Butler just tries to hack it off the ground, has 2 cracks at it, eventually makes the contact. Scrappy kick outside of defensive 50 via the Crows. There's a free kick here. It was against Keys, who got into the back of his opponent.
Yeah.
Josh Ward trying to contest the footy. Weddle.
Yeah, it's just contesting the footy. I can't see where the free kicks are in those.
Weddle sends Hawthorn inside again. Top of the goal square. We go. Pack forms. Big fist off the contest. It was Saligo. Just agriculturally outside defensive 50, but this will work for the Crows. Fogarty tried to flare it out to right half forward to a hard-working Keys, but standing in the road was Impey, whose short ball inboard to Butler is good.
Well, they're away then. They've been really wayward, the Adelaide side, this quarter. Their disposal has dropped considerably, and their choice of where to go with the football, because Hawthorn have got us stacked up behind the ball, which has been fantastic.
Butler to battle now to Amon on the wing, kicks down to half forward. Ward the target, touched by Rankin first, spills to him. He's then tackled, ball comes out. Jaff jams it forward, but O'Brien gets back to take the saving mark. Fullback for Adelaide.
He's been very good, O'Brien. Both ruckmen have been good, but O'Brien just seems to have taken the mark that's needed to be taken.
Here's it to Isaac Cumming, who's been busy in this quarter. Cumming kicks down the line. Weddle stands in front of Walker, takes the intercept mark. Hawks going forward again. Hand pass to Ward in that launch pad. Kicks inside 50. Meeks down there. Punched away by Keane. Back inboard. Morrison. Hand pass away to Newcombe, who floats the kick goalward but puts it out on the full. No change to that score. We are now 21 and a half minutes into the third. Adelaide by 3, hanging on to the lead. Hawthorn with a big third quarter and kicked the only 2 goals in it so far. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Repeat entries now for the Hawks as Hinge takes the free kick for the Crows in that left back pocket up the line. Newcombe got hands to it in the pack. It came out to Mitchell. Newcombe kept running, received the handball, slung in the tackle, but just progressed it as far as he could by hand. Couldn't find a teammate. Out to Berry of the Crows. Kicks outside defensive 50. Barrett stood in the road. Almost took in the mark as he fell to ground. Fogarty gave chase. Now the Hawks come away with it via Weddle. Through the middle of the ground. Ran his full measure. Releases Impey by hand. Through the middle they go. Ginnivan nowhere to go. Back to Amon. They just have to think through this, the Hawks, and they do, to Ward. They've got a man breaking on the outer side, Weddle, who kept on going, and he was out too if they could have got it to him, but it was just over his head, and he throws his arms up in frustration, does Josh Weddle, because he knows he had another inside 50 in the book as Michael Maney lurks the boundary.
Crows about to make their sub. Brodie Smith is about to come on. Not sure who the player is that's going to be subbed off. I don't reckon it's Taylor Walker. He's just come off.
Has to be a tall. There's got to be a tall come off because they're just getting no run and they're not marking the ball in their forward line.
Thanks, Michael. As Hawthorn get it going forward, the target was Ginnivan. Michael Annie almost took the mark. Clever from Moore. Sockers it back inboard. Ball pinballs around the forward 50 for the Hawks. Eventually, Laird gets boot the ball. Kicks it out of defence, but it's coming back. Ball spills off Ramsden to Butler. Hand pass to Ward. Dabs the kick. Morrison marks. It's not the required distance. Told to keep going. Tumbles a kick to the goal line, and in the end, Cumming saves the day. Got a palm on it. Knocks it through for a rush behind, so it's a 2-point game. Adelaide 4-9, Hawthorn 4-7. A cold, low-scoring affair. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Time on in the third. Adelaide by 2.
Hawthorn's tackling's been insane. Another 22 this quarter to Adelaide 11.
Wow. Cumming drills one to Millerer, who comes out to the broadcast side and finds Hinge.
The forward line of Adelaide has collapsed, so that's why Adelaide can't move the ball quickly. They're really getting stuck compared to that first quarter. It just keeps collapsing back.
And you go to left half forward, Fogarty there. He elects to just spoil it over the boundary line rather than contest the mark, and they get a ball in, the Crows.
I don't think it's been their preferred option, but they're just intent to absorb the heat at the moment.
Well, who comes off?
Well, Brodie Smith's now gone on, so they've pulled the trigger here. Adelaide somewhere, but
it's got to look around, isn't it?
Well, you'd have to think it's a tall because they're just not getting anything from their tall. None of their talls are kicked to goal.
Ball in. Ramsden and Thilthorpe contest. Ramsden took it out, slapped it on the boot towards the boundary. How will this be adjudged?
Taylor Walker's kicked three behinds tonight.
Yes. Australia all out, by the way, for 207. So South Africa need 282 to win. 282 is the required, or the victory target for South Africa. The last wicket partnership was 49, and Mitchell Starc passed 50 before Hazelwood was the last man out. So well done to Mitchell Starc with a much-needed 50, and the Aussies in the driving seat there. Let's get back down to the boundary. Michael Maney.
I think it's Luke Pedlar is the player that's come off. So Tex Walker still looks like he's got his kit, but Luke Pedlar has gone to the back of the box. So I think Luke Pedlar's been subbed off.
Thanks, Michael. All over it down there. So Walker stays in the game.
Brodie Smith will go wing, half back.
Give it a run.
Yeah.
2-point game. Adelaide lead it. 25 gone in the final term. Third term rather. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throwing. Saligo attacked it with speed, and then Ward fell in his back. Free kick for Saligo. Sends Adelaide down to half forward. Curtin creates some room in the pack and takes a spectacular mark.
Been good, isn't he?
Oh, good player. Wow, that's a good mark.
Rising starting on last week, and he's had a night out. He's kicked a goal, one of Adelaide's 4, and he lays it up here to the hot spot. Down there, Thilthorpe, hands on it, no mark. Oh no, had his pocket picked Mitchell, and then the quick shot at goal misses from Dawson. Lost his boot in the process. It's a behind. Adelaide led it by 3. Closing in on three-quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide by 3.
Battle with ball in hands. Steps outside the 50 as the fireworks go off over York Park. Out towards the outer side through the lap of Ramsden. Able to gather it though and get it up to Gunston. And got it to D'Ambrosio on the outside. He kicks to a one-on-one, but that's really good work from Bloods. Outworks his opponent and takes the defensive mark.
That's a really good mark, given it's just straight one-on-one. Anything fall there and you're in real trouble, so he backed himself.
It's the bigger man in Meek as well, as Jath now flies. At the fall is Nash. He has it held to him, and it'll be a ball up right on the logo, centre wing, outer side.
That'll be lunch too, by the way, on the third day, so call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the cricket button, but it is lunch, all out Australia, the target 282 for South Africa.
Ward on hands and knees, had his handball picked off by Saligo, who goes to half forward. Worked underneath it was Rochelle. Loose ball inside defensive 50 now for the Hawks as Weddle sees it over and the boundary throw in. 45 metres around from the right hand behind post. Adelaide attacking zone. 3-point ball game.
Front on pressure by the Hawks this quarter, isn't it? They're just having it Adelaide a chance.
No, not at all.
To settle and dispose of it.
I just reckon the last 3 or 4 minutes Hawthorn, Adelaide have adjusted. It's just now I think the Hawks are going to really hold out because Adelaide are coming harder.
Hawks on the stoppage. D'Ambrosio kicks down the wing, trying to pick it up around his bootlaces. Butler fumbles it out of play. Says, all good, throw it in. A 3-point lead for the Crows. 27.5 gone, third term. Plus your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Cold night in Launceston, the first Friday night game at York Park. And it's a low-scoring but entertaining contest as Meek wins it down. D'Ambrosio gives it to Ward. His kick smothered. And Thilthorpe with the 1%er forces it out of play. Throw in just forward of the wing for Adelaide. 28 gone in the third. Crows by 3.
It's a game that's been fought deep in the trenches. The slippery and slick York Park. Friday night in Launceston, Nick won it down only as far as Neil Bullen, who was just tackled as he kicked it. Rochelle flew, couldn't quite hold on to the mark, trying to feed the handball out. It pinballs around and Impey ends up on the end of it. Got it to Jath, who just had to hurriedly kick it outside defensive 50. Dawson shared it with Berry. Flying smother coming through from Newcomb. Ricocheted back out to Dawson. Handball to a dangerous spot. Aim on Medity was tackled by Keys. And now Berry goes in after it and he's brought to ground. Top of the 50, Adelaide attacking zone.
Just think Adelaide, just as I say, they just wrestled back control in the last few minutes.
Sort of been in their half of the ground though, hasn't it too? It hasn't been deep in defence.
And they haven't been able to get that free ball 30, 40 metres out for a shot on goal. Hawthorn are denying that, but the walls are starting to close in on the Hawks.
By Nick Foot, tosses it up. Nash off the contest, feeds a handball out only as far as Miller, who sent a high one deep inside 50 for the Crows. Battle lends a hand to Impey, who was wrestling with Rochelle. Couldn't get access. It trickles out of bounds. Another ball in deep in attack for the Crows. 10 metres around from their right hand behind post. We have a minute and 11 remaining in this third term.
Hawks have won their last 7 here. The last team to beat them was Adelaide back in 2023. And the last 2 games here between these two sides decided by 3 points and a win each. As Meek, hand pass away, but straight to Neil Bullen. He's mowed down in the Watson tackle, and the ump said the tackle slipped. It's a free kick for Neil Bullen inside 50, and he'll take it underneath the big screen there at right half forward for Adelaide.
The umpire at the top of the square has called that. The umpire who's 3 metres away from him has not called it.
So Nick Watson, desperate lunge.
It's easy to say it sort of washes out through the game, but just get the decisions right. Really.
His run-up's about as long as Jeff Thompson. Have a look at this fit. He's up in the grandstand.
Alex Neil Bullen, the only premiership player on the Crows list. He's dropped punt across the face and off hands. It's out of bounds. Clipping the behind post in all of that, so we'll have a boundary throw-in. Marcus in South Melbourne, am I the only one who thinks Hawthorn are getting the rub of the green with the umpires, or is it the crowd? Certainly the crowd felt it was the other way earlier, but often...
I think the Dawson one was probably the one that, if any, there was a bit of doubt.
Ball in, deep in attack for the Crows. 19 seconds on the clock. It's tapped towards the goal. Rochelle, can he make some magic happen? It dribbles over for a minor score. With 10 seconds remaining.
It's going to be a 4-goal game each as we turn for home. And it's perfectly split too in terms of the ends of the ground in which the goals have been kicked, so there's not a scoring end as such. 4 at each end and 4 for each team. And the game is beautifully positioned as Hawthorn with a couple of possessions to see out in the remaining seconds in that third term. And at 3/4 time, it's Adelaide who cling on to a 4-point advantage. 4-11 plays 4-7. It's 35-31 at 3/4 time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers, Adelaide, who have led all night. 2 goals for Keys. They both came in the second term. 1 for Curtin and 1 for Cumming. They didn't kick a single goal, Adelaide, in that third quarter. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, that was their fate. In the opening term, they went goalless to quarter time. Gunston's got 2. They both came in the second term. And then Connor McDonald kicked one after just 17 seconds in that third quarter. And then Mabior Chol, the last of the game. So 3 goal kickers each. Both subs have been made, both technical. Henry Huswaite out for Chankwath Jaff. And Luke Pedler out of the game for Adelaide. Brodie Smith is into the game. So it is beautifully positioned with a quarter to play. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson coming up. It's Adelaide who lead it by 4 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Meet the people who dare to imagine.
Making colour sing.
You feel it. In Picasso, the piano, the Classic 100 and creative types with Virginia Trioli.
Give me more of that.
Where it's always free, always creative. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Adelaide lead by 15 points. We are underway. O'Brien got a clean hand to it. It was sharp, though, by Connor Nash, who sends the Hawks inside 50 for the first time of the half, off the hands, of the contest. Connor McDonald, round the body, rolls it home. Perfect start for the Hawks. More receives from McDonald. Spearing ball to right half forward. Hits Gunston on the chest. He's got Chol deep in a one-on-one. The wrestle is on, and Chol takes the mark. Abior Chol, for his first of the evening. Very deliberate approach, normally a reliable kick, and this is no exception. Hawthorn with the first two. The second half, it's game on.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
One for the footy connoisseur tonight, there's no doubt about that. It's a low-scoring affair. It is a cold night at York Park in Launceston, but a sold-out crowd and a highly entertaining tussle with Adelaide 4 points clear at three-quarter time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Chris Robot and Michael Maney on the boundary. Rod Jamieson, the Premiership Crow. And Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, with their thoughts through three quarters. It is Adelaide by 4 points. Your thoughts as well on the SMS to come on 0437 774 774.
Well, the Hawks just turned it on, didn't they, too? They just got at Adelaide. They didn't give them any space around the contest. They won the first two centre clearances. They got it forward. They were able to kick a couple of goals. 2-3 in that third quarter. Restricted Adelaide to only 4 behinds. And Adelaide just looked rushed, and they were under siege for a majority of it. 23 tackles to 18 in that quarter again for the Hawks. Mick touched on it, that as the quarter went on, Adelaide started to get back into it, but just weren't able to get it deep into any open space to be able to score, and made it really difficult. So I think the uncontested, it went through 37 to 28, so they now have the upper advantage, and we spoke about that is the strength of the Hawks. The contested Adelaide are still in front, but again, the arm wrestle, I'm not quite sure, Mick, to tell you the truth, as to which way this is going to go. Both subs have been swung, so they're both into the game. Jath was great across the half-back line. His influence on Ben Keys probably curtailed him a little bit. Brodie Smith was late, experienced. He came on with probably only about 6 or 7 minutes into remaining into that third quarter. So the supercharged the last quarter. Sit back, put your seatbelt on.
Tackle count's incredible, isn't it? So 54 to 47 in favour of Hawthorn. So they're +7, Mick, in the category. But remembering they were -10 at quarter time, so the Hawks have turned it on after quarter time.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to. My additions aren't that great or that quick, and I'm just trying to do some homework on what you see. Does it marry up with what you're actually seeing on as far as the stat sheet goes? You didn't need a stat sheet to know that Hawthorn will lift their intensity. That's number one. The second one that you didn't have to worry about, and it's evident through the stat sheet, is that the contested football, in greasy trench type football, contested football is king. Then if you can get the ball out into an open space where it becomes a one-on-one, we'll see Chol take the one-on-one mark. It was a great mark. We've seen. I'm just going on my ads here, but I reckon it was 19 inside the front 50 that quarter, whereas before it was 9 and 10, so it was 19 for a half, and then we get 19 and a quarter, and that gives you an illustration of how hard Hawthorn worked, how hard that Adelaide had to survive that onslaught, and they did. If you come away saying, oh, look, they've gone from 19 for a half, then go 9 in that quarter, and only kicked 2 goals, you'd go, I'll take that. Yeah. So I thought Adelaide
weathered the storm.
Did very well. But what I like about Adelaide, when they possession the ball in the back 50, it wasn't a mongrel 25 to 30 metre kick that Hawthorn grabbed and just sent straight back at the goal line. It was a 50 metre kick that went out, and Hawks had to then style a kick to get back in there. So I reckon the back line held up. What failed was the midfield's ball going into the forward line and the ability of Adelaide holding the ball in there. And that's why Hawthorn now are a realistic chance of winning it.
19 to 12, the inside 50 count in that quarter. And Hawthorn obviously kicking the goal after 17 seconds. Apart from that, there was only one other goal in the term. Michael Maney on the boundary.
Fogarty, Curtin, Miller and Neil Bourne for Adelaide start off on the bench. Ward, Watson, Mitchell and Butler for the Hawks.
That's interesting. So a little smaller up front. Hawthorn with Adelaide rather with only two of the big three to start the term. Final quarter underway. Adelaide by 4. Ginnivan off the wing. First telling possession. Handball away to the ruckman and Meeks wrapped up. Ball up in the middle of the ground.
Keys, well done.
Yeah. Gee, he does all the dirty work, doesn't he? You see him when he kicks goals and gets forward and everything else, but what a warrior he is. Ben Keys in his 150th. Berry got it going forward here to Murphy. Kicks inside 50. Walker in a one-on-one. Battle wins that. Got the ball out to Barris. Hand pass goes back to Hardwick. Defensive goal square. Kicks Hawthorn out to half-back. There's a contest. Dawson leaps up. No mark. Spills down towards Michael Lanny. Apologies. Hand pass back in dispute. Michael Lanny gets it again. Gives it to Hinge. Kicks inside 50. Oh, Hardwick knocks it down straight to Rochelle, who snaps but misses. Goals at an absolute premium tonight. 4-12 to 4-7. We are 1 minute into the final term. It is Adelaide who lead it by 5 points.
Just tell how rare a goal is here because the crowd lifts every time there's even half a sniff at a major. Shelley almost put that one away. One on a clearer night, he might just well have done. Here's Jaff in the back pocket for Hawthorn. Up the line, broadcast side. Fist from Ginnivan. Over it goes. Seen by D'Ambrosio. Ball in. Just
multiple point kickers tonight. Riley Thilthorpe has 2. Rochelle 2. Taylor Walker has 3. Sandberry, Mr. Sitter. I think they'll rue at the end in terms of the efficiency in front of goal, Adelaide, whether they win or lose, but certainly if they lose.
4 goals, 12 the Crows as O'Brien works his way to the frank. Gets the 2 hands to it. Saligo just busts through Connor Nash. Sends a scrambly ball inside 50 for the Crows. Here's Murphy at the fall. Handball out in the Brodie Smith direction. Try to paddle it to himself. Weddle arrives on the scene for the Hawks. Here's that man Keys. Feeds Rochelle. Had to get past Morrison. Did so. Couldn't quite break the Weddle tackle. Got the hands free. Bouncing ball towards goal. Now D'Ambrosio's in a spotted bother. Barras lends a hand. Gathered the footy. He'll take the tackle. Top of the square. It's all locked up. And the Crows attacking 50. Did he take on the tackler?
Well, you'd almost say he did, and they play that regularly around the ground. Well,
here's Rankin at the drop. Rankin shoots. Rankin misses. Near side or behind. Sorry, I had the seatbelt off. I was ready to go.
I think it's either got to be incorrect disposal, isn't it? Or you've dropped the footy in the tackle. That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes it easy for the umpires to say. You've had the ball, you've been tackled, you've lost the ball, free kick.
Adelaide by 6 behind, so 4-13 to 4-7. Early doors in this final turn. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Long kick for the Hawks to half-back. Spills down to D'Ambrosio. Can kick Hawthorn down the wing. Kick is ill-directed, and in the end, Hinge takes the intercept mark for Adelaide.
Into the middle of the ground, Brodie Smith, the activated sub, the veteran, in the long sleeves, takes the mark. Hinge runs around the back, receives the handball, kicks to left half forward, Rankin on the chest. Marks in front of Moore. Can build something from this, the Crows. Too far out to score. 2 kicks from goal.
Too slow.
Just lay it up. It was a little casual on the kick. It was smothered by Moore. Newcomb arrives. He's harassed by Smith. Got boot to ball somehow. Dawson's there. Fed out the handball. There's contests everywhere inside 50. Straddling the boundary was Walker. Is eventually shoved over. It'll be a ball in 40 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
It's interesting they've kept their tools on. One's off, is there a tool off Adelaide? Because their forward line looks like it's more functional at the moment, even though they haven't scored a goal.
2 on the ground, 1 on the bench.
Cody's on the bench, yeah.
Boundary throw in. Meek palms it down. Jaff lost it. Spills to Rankin, trying to impact the game significantly. Thilthorpe getting to the drop with Barris and skims off the knuckles of the pair and out of play.
That's the ball, as hard as it is in the air, running back with it. Thilthorpe is so big and so strong. He's just got to use his body, and then
he took his eyes off the ball. So as soon as you lose your eyes, take your eyes off the ball, you lose possession where you are. That's why he was able to be beaten that one-on-one.
Mick Moldhouse, Rod Chammerson on ABC Sport. Forward 50 stoppage again for the Crows. 1 down by Meek. Nash gets it out of there. Fair piece of it from Ramsden. Couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Keane. Soccers it out of play. Ump says deliberate.
Oh, God.
Nathan Williamson in the foreground for us. Just pinging in for insufficient intent. Didn't do enough to keep the ball alive.
Well, he kicked it towards his forward. Surely you're kicking the ball towards your forward to create play.
Ginnivan greatly accepts the free kick, kicks up the line. Ramsden worked underneath it, gets to the back of the pack. Chol gives chase. He got a toe to it. Gunston couldn't quite handle it at ground level. Goes in after it. Tackled by Dawson. Written into the deck. We're on the logo near side.
The quicker the rule comes in, if you touch it last between the arcs, it's a free kick. You get rid of all the rubbish.
It happens in the SANFL now. It's very clear. They try and keep it in.
Do you like it?
Yep.
Meek won the tap, then went and got it himself and then elected to try and soccer it, but it was a little awkward and gangly from Meek. Contested ball at half-back for the Crows. Hinge ripped off it. That might be holding the ball. Umpire said no. Amon came flying through. Got a kick inside 50 for the Hawks. He's coming. Flashing pass. Couldn't gather it under his spell. Gunston could. Round the body. High ball to a dangerous spot. Can anybody take a mark? McDonald waits underneath it. Knocked away from him. Rochelle arrives on the scene. Gives it off to Berry. High right football. Outside defensive 50. Off hands Meek. It was Impey taken in the tackle by Murphy. Now Walker applies one on Hardwick. Brings him to ground and we're back at centre wing near side where we started.
Adelaide by 6. 6 gone, final term. 4 degrees in Launceston. A cool night, goals at a premium. And a huge 4 points on offer in the context of the year as the ruckman Meek is locked up immediately. Hawthorn 8-5, Adelaide 9-4. 2 teams wanting or having top 4 aspirations. Need to get the wins against your fellow contenders, and we're going to do it for a 3rd time on the wing.
Adelaide haven't been able to get that loose player in behind the ball, nor have Hawthorn, so it's interesting. They're back to each other at the stoppage.
O'Brien swats it down. Dawson, like an old-fashioned drop kick, got it going forward towards Walker. Tumbles a kick to centre half forward. Battle. Oh, hand pass to Jazz, caught by Keys. Ball comes out. Philthorpe, toe poke to an unguarded goal square, but offline. It's a behind, but it means Adelaide lead it by 2 scores. 7 points is the advantage for the Crows. 4-14 plays 4-7. 7 gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I think Thorpe thought he was going to put that ball just in front of one of the runners,
Rochelle,
and it just went too far. It was smart play.
Takes his time out of full back before eventually running his full measure, clearing defensive 50 and kicking to the broadcast side. Off hands, Butler applied a really strong tackle. Umpire hovers. When they hover that long, you know what's coming. Holding the ball decision.
He was trying to get a little through ball, and in the end it went for a goal kick.
Yeah. Now a little bit of to and fro between Hinge and Moore has seen Hinge give away a 50-metre penalty, and Butler will be marched to about 55 metres out from goal at left half forward. So that's a gimme for the Hawks.
And the Meeks just put a great shepherd on the umpire. The umpire's not happy with it either. I'll tell you. Is it Stevic? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's had a bump here before.
Yeah, he copped a good one just then.
Sam Butler, top of the square, off hands at ground level, arriving first is Brodie Smith, all wrapped up. Ball up, 30 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Meek O'Brien. Miller was the spare out the back. There's Worrell crashing in, trying to take on Ramsden. He had him around the waist, but he got boot to ball. Curtin harassed by Chol, couldn't gather it cleanly, and there's Morrison trying to work something and is unable to do so. They run out of tarmac and it's out for another ball in. 45 metres around from Hawthorn's goal on the outer side.
I respect how hard it is to umpire a game, but geez, they can make it hard, can't they?
And 2 players today fined for contact with an umpire out of last night's game. Maybe Lloyd Meek might have a similar problem. For the boundary throw in, he's dragged down by Riley O'Brien by Meek. So free kick for O'Brien in the back pocket, and Adelaide with it, leading by 7 points. Hand pass away to Worrell. Long kick down the wing for the Crows. No mark, spills down to Jaff, collects, tackled. Keys rolls him over and a ball up on the wing. 4-14 to 4-7. Lowest winning score this year is 52 points. It was Adelaide as well against GWS. Back in round 6. Might not need 52 points tonight. O'Brien out in front of Saligo. You love the cut of his jib as he kicks it down to half forward. And right on cue as I give him a rap jammer, that's what happens. A commentator's curse. Puts it into the lap of Hardwick, and an intercept mark for the Hawks at half back. 10 gone final term, Adelaide by 7.
It was a hard kick though. The forward of Adelaide really should have moved across in front of that
Off the hands of O'Brien, Moore at the fall. He's able to put the Hawks inside 50, and he does so dutifully. As Jack Gunston is able to outpoint his opponent and take a chest mark. He'll have a set shot for goal if he elects to do so from about 48 metres out. About the same degree of angle.
Oh, this is comfortable for him.
It's probably one of the clear differences, Mick, hasn't it, too? Particularly in that second quarter with Jack, and he's been able to do the work, get off his opponent. Had an open forward line, the Hawks.
So already tonight, Jack Gunston, the veteran, looked okay off the boot, sliding across the face. A minor score only for Jack. Slips through for a behind. 4:14:38, the Crows. 4:8:32, the Hawks, 10.5 gone.
Miller remarks the kick out goes long down the wing. Philthorpe the target, punched away at the back by the Hawks. In front of Dawson, can't collect. There's Smith on the ground in the long sleeves, gives it away to Dawson. He kicks up over halfway for Adelaide. Walker the target, clean bowls him. Out the back, guess who's on it? It's Keys again, the Energizer Bunny. Turns, kicks to an unguarded goal square. Needs that to be like a magnet towards goal. Impey copped an unkind bounce. Still alive for the Crows. Shelley collects on the behind line. He's gang tackled. And a ball up deep forward for Adelaide. They lead the game by 6 points. 11 played, final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Connor Nash calling for his troops to get down into their defensive area.
Ball up deep in attack for the Crows. Off hands, Ward. Kick was smothered as he attempted to clear the area. Laird arrived onto the scene. Curtin just tried to fashion a little ball to Rochelle. On the bounce, he tried to get it to Dawson. Ginnivan broke it up. Here's Ramsden. He got boot to ball as he was tackled. Curtin outside of the left boot to the top of the square. Philthorpe got a good run at it. Couldn't reel it in. Riley O'Brien goes searching for it. He's searching. He continues to search, but he just can't find it. Big Riley. It's all locked in.
I'd like to see Riley just stand up and maybe ship it for a few of the smaller blokes. Time he bends over, it's nearly three-quarter time.
It's like tunnel ball with himself.
He contests the ruck on this occasion. 15 metres out from Adelaide's goal. Here's Ward again burrowing in. He's taken by Neil Bullen. They'll have another ball up deep in attack for the Crows.
They're +2 outside 50 Adelaide, so they're going to back themselves in here to contest the hard football.
Meek palms it down. Saligo tackled as soon as he got it. Impey with the 1%er. Spills out to Nash. He too tackled. Back forms quickly. Says, give it to me. Throw a blanket over 20 players.
So what a rule once, was it? If Hawthorn goes on it, Adelaide goes on top, the Hawks goes third, it's normally holding the ball.
Free kick in the ruck infringement, and the ruck lotto, it goes Hawthorn's way, so Meek had his arm held. She would have been a big free kick to pay the other way. Top of the goal square for Adelaide.
Well, best idea there is to have a neutral football.
Adelaide by 6. Hawthorn with the footy. Meek kicks out to half-back. Spills Adelaide's way. Keane got it out to Millerer. High kick inside the forward 50. Philthorpe underneath it. Not to be. Spills to Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Cumming. Cumming gets his boot to ball. Bounces across the goal face. Scholl can work it out. Hand pass to Impey. Back pocket. Hawks back with it.
Time and space now for Impey, but he's only got a 2-on-1 to go to. Morrison did exceptionally well. He got rid of Smith and then held off Dawson to take the chest mark. And now he goes inside to the running Moore. He can get it and go. Spears one to half forward. Here's Gunston. 55 from goal is Jack.
There's the speed of Hawthorn. Adelaide forwards couldn't go with their direct opponent. Trailed the ball away.
Gunston with 2 to his name. He's just slowed things down here. He's thinking about a pop from downtown. He's going to do exactly that. Sends it goalward. Does Jack Gunston. He just misses to the near side too. He had the trip. But a minor score for the Hawks, whose score ticks over to 4-9-33, trailing Adelaide 4-14-38. Michael Maney's on the boundary.
The Hawks were a bit frustrated here a moment ago. They couldn't get Josh Weddle back on the ground. He had an extended period on the bench with D'Ambrosio. They finally got him on. He may have got him into that contest just a second ago.
Keane with the kick out, takes some ground, kicks it long to half-back, spills to Cumming off the pack, shakes the tackle of Ward, gives a handball to Neil Bullen, fumbles it out of play. So throw in between wing and half-forward for Hawthorn. It is a 5-point lead for Adelaide. They have led all night, and we are 15 minutes into the last quarter. There has not been a goal kicked in this final term, and it's 4 goals each all night.
How good was that win by Connor McDonald? 1-on-2 out the other side for the Hawks.
Boundary throwing, 70 out from the Hawks goal. O'Brien palms it down. Berry goes to ground. Sliding in, and there is Laird. Got it between the legs of Butler to Curtin's advantage. He tries to walk through the tackle. Caught holding the ball. Had an arm free, and the umpire says he had an option to get rid of it. And now Curtin with a bit to say to the umpire, who picks him 50 in a key moment in the game. And umpire Nathan Williamson says, come with me, Dan. And now Hawthorn will get a look at the sticks to swing the game.
That's 80 metres.
That's a big 50.
That has happened here, probably 35 to 40 metres off the line, and he's 25 metres out. He's got to have been taken 65 metres.
What a generous call in a big-time spot. Low-scoring game. And Sam Butler, 45-degree angle to put Hawthorn in front. For the first time tonight, Butler shanks the kick. He misses to the far side. And pardon the pun, but the Butler couldn't have served it up any better. And yet, Sam Butler has one go begging. Adelaide by 4, 15 and a half gone, final term.
Keen to land in the back pocket beyond defensive 50. Gee, massive fly from Dawson. Copped one on the way down too. He's a little ginger, is Dawson. In the meantime, Hawthorn inside 50 via the boot of D'Ambrosio. There's some contact here. This will go the Hawks' way. And Jack Gunston emerges off the turf. He'll get a free kick. Might need another quick look at that. There was definitely some contact, but there's the Dawson.
Yeah, that's the Dawson one.
Copped it high at the top of the contest.
Yeah, Dawson copped the free.
Yeah.
As we wait for the replay, we can tell you that Jack Gunston is lining up for goal from 40 metres out.
Gunston's actually
45-degree angle.
And rolled his ankle himself.
Well, that's a shocker. It's a double shocker, really.
Yeah, two massive frees.
Jack Gunston sends it on its way, and it's drifting and fading away from Jack Gunston. He just stepped at it a little bit. And two massive opportunities go begging for the Hawks. Back-to-back behinds. Butler and Gunston, the perpetrators. 4:14:38, the Crows. 4:11:35, the Hawks.
Jack's kicked 2 goal 4. 3 of those have come in the last quarter.
17 goalless minutes in his final term. Adelaide through Worrell. Long kick to Fogarty, who marks on the wing. And Fogg right at home in Launceston. Kicks wide. Finds Keys, who marks against the boundary line. 17 gone, final term. 4 goals each for the night. Adelaide have played from in front throughout. They lead by 3. Kicks to half forward. Curtin competes, no mark. Spills to Jath, trying to soccer it forward. Rankin smothered by the Hawks. Moore goes and gets it. He's tackled by Dawson. Says, I'll have it. And a ball up half forward for Adelaide. 17 and a half gone, final term. Adelaide by 3. You're listening to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Top of the 50 for the Crows at left half forward. It's tough in the clinches at ground level. Moore scraping in after it. Thilthorpe emerged with it. Little kick only as far as Ward. Slapped it out beyond defensive 50. Chol in a one-on-one with Butts. McGuinness in the cavalry. Arrives, gathers the footy, now gives it to Moore, who releases Newcombe. Forward handball to Butler. Moore kept on running. Got the receive. Pops it over the top to Butler. Now Chol, but he had Brodie Smith to contend with. It pops out of his grasp. Umpire says play on. Neil Bullen feeds it back. Michael Addy round the body. Kicks it to a one-on-one. Good Mark Hardwick in defence. Just rode the contact. Used the body and reeled it in.
Dangerous kick. Hardwick across the ground finds Weddle. Takes the mark. Hand pass away to Impey. He's off and running. Burns off Dawson. Kicks to centre half forward. McDonald takes it. Plays on. Goals. Game changer. The clock. Connor McDonald snaps Hawthorn into the lead. And with 7 to play, the Hawks lead for the first time tonight. 5:11 to 4:14. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Mick Malthouse.
Well, to me, it's against the grain. I thought Adelaide was starting to control the ball, control the game. It's interesting when it becomes the one-on-ones, and if you can break away from a one-on-one on the ground like this and you can't get traction, you inevitably make up a lot of ground by running the ball, and then if you don't man up the next player, you are then again chasing the next player, and that's exactly what took place. Hawthorn were able to gather that ball off the half-back line, work the ball to virtually a free player each time. Now, it might have been some missed kicks on the way through, but they held their nerve, kept the football. Adelaide couldn't close the gap on them, and that's Now they have to start all over again, Adelaide. It's really going to be a hard task to do that again.
Free kick at the centre bounce will go Adelaide's way. Can they hit back? Dawson with a long raking left foot ball inside 50. Over the back, Fogarty. Did he juggle it? Did he juggle the mark? No, there was other hands on it. Michael Maney's on the boundary.
15,129 in the house tonight, and they're starting to make some noise.
Certainly are. Out of the ruck contest, O'Brien is Rankin trying to get after it, tried to just troll it to himself with his foot. There was a half a shout for...
Can it be insufficient attempt when you're kicking the wrong way?
Well,
his goals at the other end. He lost ground.
Yeah, well, that's why it's such a...
I'm not ruling anything out, though, to the way that we've... it is a full moon, as we touched on, and Friday the 13th, boundary throw in. Dawson serves it up for Rankin. Outside of the right boot. Puts Adelaide back on top. Of course it's Rankin. The game wrecker. And Adelaide lead once again. 5-14 to 5-11. 2 lead changes in a matter of minutes, after we haven't had one all night. 5-14 to 5-11. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide by 3.
Well, you can't beat one touch, Rod.
He's an absolute freak, Mick. They just say, like, pre-season, you look, he's never going to get through to the end of the summer, but stick a football in there, he's like a greyhound. He is relentless when there's a football there, and his speed is electrifying.
It's all about the speed, isn't it? And one touch. You've got to be one touch in this.
How do you stop that when he's coming at speed through the stoppage?
Yeah, I said one touch. He's actually tapped the ball over with his left hand onto his right hand so he can put it onto his right boot.
So clever.
Something about this ground and close finishes, and we might just have another one here in Launceston tonight. Meek with the handball over his head to the jumpers, but Adelaide with the numbers as Rochelle came on crushing through. But here's Weddle off to Newcomb. Here's Impey, who's been magnificent off half-back. Tucks it under the arm and goes inside 50. Can he hit a target? Gunston in on one-on-one. Controlled it down to McDonald. Here's Amon inside, outside. Goes to Ward by hand. Jaff, top of the 50. Ugly kick into the back of Nash. Ends up with O'Brien. Taken down by Newcomb. Bouncing ball. Here's Morrison. Cumming claims him. Morrison gets boot to ball, but playing sweeper is Laird, who takes the uncontested mark. Inside defensive 50 for the Crows.
Adelaide have led all night by about 90 seconds. And Isaac Rankin put them back in front moments ago. 3-point lead for Adelaide, 22 gone final term. Kick goes down the wing and Weddle can't trap it, spills out of play.
That's just waxed. That is just waxed straight out by a Hawthorn defender. First umpire, no way no one could have seen it. The second umpire behind the ball would have been watching that clearly like we are.
Should have been.
Oh, it's it's deliberate. That's what, again, the rules there can be tightened up by just having something concrete.
At least we can say now, for the first time tonight, both teams have kicked more goals than degrees. It's 5 goals each and 4 degrees here tonight for the boundary throw-in free kick for Newcomb.
Yeah, bad by Berry. Just grabbed him around the neck.
He's done a pretty good job tonight, Berry, and Newcomb goes short to Moore. High half forward, 70 out. Hawthorn going inside 50, down 3. Time on final term. Kicks to the hot spot. Punched away by O'Brien at the back. They all burrow in on it. And Ginnivan tackling over the top. We'll have a ball up. Forward 50 stoppage for Hawthorn as Dawson's caught with it. Final 5 minutes. Final 5 minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide by 3.
Ball up inside Hawthorn's attacking 50. Nash at the fork and McDonald screw one around. No, top of the square. And good defensive mark taken by Butts, who outpoints Chol. It's been a good battle.
It has.
Tonight. Gets the points on this occasion. Does Jordan Butts. He spies a one-on-one that he likes. It's Barris and Phil Thorpe, and Jaff flies across and athletically knocks it out of bounds, and we'll have a ball in.
This has been a little bit of a problem, Jamo, dare I bring it up. Last couple of years, Adelaide 3 wins, 1 draw and 10 losses in single-digit games. Albeit they have won a couple of them this year, Adelaide. So is that wheel turning?
From the restart, Nash just tries to knock it forward. Moore's going to apply a tackle on Hinge here. Brings him to ground legally, I thought, and it was. So they lock it up inside forward 50, the Hawks. They're still a long way from home, 48 metres out. At left half forward. Meek wins the tap, only as far as coming. His kick was partially smothered by Meek. It bounces out towards the boundary. Basil and Fogarty do battle, and it's
you can't count that.
No, that is insufficient intent. That is a
spoil
decision.
That is a spoil.
So Fogarty come flying through, knocking it out of the path of his opponent. Over the boundary, and it's
Who is that umpire?
I think because it hit the ground, he will say that that's insufficient intent. Whereas if he'd hit it out of the air,
well, he did it out of the air.
I think didn't it hit the ground? As Jaff kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Berry, high up and under. Joel, dangerous, knocks into the goal square. Clever, Gunston to Newcomb, goal. Hawthorn back in front, and this seesawing final term. Hawthorn lead again. And is John Newcomb the match winner? What a final quarter in a low-scoring game. And Hawthorn moved to 6-11-47. Adelaide 5-14-44. A big free kick. A huge resulting goal. 26 gone in the final term. Hawthorn by 3.
I would have thought that most goals today have been really well orchestrated or thought of. That was terrible defence by Adelaide. They were nowhere in position. They left the whole goal mouth between the stoppage and the goal open, and they left a Hawthorn player free. So you pay a penalty, and just look at the replay again. I am justified in saying that. It was virtually 3v2 in your back half from the stoppage. So you get what you deserve.
Gunston just backpedaled, didn't he?
He did.
Smart.
No one on him.
Strap in, we're in for a big finish here in Launceston. Impey went off the ground. Adelaide defence is scrambling. Laird come off the back of the square, just tumbled one to half forward. Impey stands tall once again. Kicks Hawthorn to right half forward, just over the fingertips of Michael Annie. They track it out to the boundary. Chol can't keep it in, and it's a ball in at right half forward for the Hawks. 65 metres around from their right-hand goal post, out of sight. In front of a very vocal brown and gold crowd.
Regardless of the result, there's been some atrocious umpiring decisions tonight. Really, really poor.
Some that will absolutely be spoken about during the week as Brodie Smith is stripped of the footy. This will be a holding the ball free kick going the way of Dylan Moore.
So that's the same one that happened down in the goal square down here.
Yeah.
It's actually absolutely the same.
Lead.
You take them on, you get stripped. It's called a free kick.
The lead swung on the last 3 goals, the only 3 goals of this final term, and the only 3 lead changes of the night as Moore gives it to Ward.
3 minutes remaining.
High up and under inside 50. Cumming punches it away for Adelaide. Deep in their defence. Worrell's got it. They've all got him. And a ball up close to the Hawthorn goal.
So what's the strategy here, Mick? 3 minutes to hold on to a 3-point lead.
Yes, you can, because you've got to get a man behind the ball. Hawthorn have done that. Adelaide's setup now must be absolutely secure forward of the ball, not just necessarily back of the ball.
Laird gets it out of defence. Weddle trying to trap it in there for Hawthorn. Rankin's onto it. What a game breaker he is. Handball inboard. Watson collects. Hand pass to Jaff. Jaff pokes the kick to half forward. Ugly kick. And picked off by Laird at half back for Adelaide.
Laird comes inboard to Brodie Smith. He wants to get it going immediately, and he gives it to a very good man to have the footy in Jordan Dawson. Spears the ball inside 50. Impey's been mammoth all night. Gets in front of Rochelle. He goes in and gets it. Rochelle tackled by Weddle. It spills out. Umpire says play on. Ward goes in after it. He's taken down by Brodie Smith. They lock it up inside, attacking 50, the Crows. And they've still got a chance with 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining on the clock.
And this is where Adelaide can't panic either. They've got to get a player behind the ball, which they haven't. So they've got to get a player behind the ball to save anything coming out.
Out of the congestion, Newcomb desperate, somehow fed it up to McDonald, who got it to Ginnivan, who sent a high one to the outer side. Gunston waits underneath and takes the chest mark, just back of a wing on the outer side.
The last 2 games they played at the venue, both decided by 3 points, and that is the margin right now. Hawthorn on top, final 2 minutes, kick down to half forward. Watson pursues it, and he's tackled by Dawson without it. He'll get a free, and Hawthorn will get possession with 91 seconds left.
All they have to do is go behind. Adelaide have gone to sleep here. There it goes. Told you they kick the ball behind, and that'll use up Adelaide have now got to come up and man up, take the ball back off Hawthorn.
Retreats back to Amon, marks defensive side of the wing. Tick, 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 tick. Hawthorn by 3 points. He sends it down to half forward for the Hawks. Swatted away by O'Brien. McDonald at the drop. Tackled. O'Brien lays off him, hoping he can get the footy out. You can throw a blanket over 20 here. And in the end, the umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up, half forward for the Hawks. Hawthorn by 3. 66 seconds left. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just over a minute remaining. Hacked out of there by McDonald towards the boundary line. Butts and Chol in another one-on-one. Boundary line will beat them both. Over it goes. So a ball in deep in attack for the Hawks, who hold a 3-point lead. We're inside a minute remaining. 58 seconds on the clock. A goal here would kill it, you would think. Umpire stands at the ready. Tosses it in over his head. Meek and O'Brien do battle. There's Nash. O'Brien's been big, ducked into a tackle. Dispossessed. Moore lays a tackle on Keys. It's all locked in. Smith arrives and another ball up. Still inside attacking 50. They kill 10 seconds. The Hawks, 46 remaining.
Adelaide have got to get it in open play. Chasing the game now down 3. O'Brien swats it down. Ginnivan trying to surrender in the tackle. Keys caught him and he threw it out. Ginnivan, free kick Adelaide. Keys gets it. He's got it in their back pocket. Kicks to centre half back. Worrell the target. Joel breaks it up. Ball comes out. Hawthorn grab it. They've all piled in on top of Ward and Moore, and now a ball up again. Back edge of the centre square for Adelaide. They've got a long way to go down 3.
Ginnivan off the ruck tack, eludes a couple, sends a steep, strong ball inside 50. Gunston almost had it. The desperate fist come across from Keane, knocks it towards the boundary. It's slipping from the grasp of the Crows now. 17 on the clock. Ball in, deep in attack for the Hawks, right next to the behind post. Meek and O'Brien. Meek won it down. Here's Michaelani or Worrell. Tackled by Moore. Got boot to ball. High ball out beyond defensive 50. Off the hands of Thilthorpe. Keys it on the scene. Centre high ball further up the line. Taken off, it was Fogarty. There's no time left. Saved by the bell, the Hawks. A thriller in Launceston. And a famous win for the brown and gold. And they're home away from home. Friday Night Lights in Tassie produces an epic.
Teamwork is the thing that draws. One for all and all for one, the way we play it more. We are the mighty Hawks.
3 lead changes in the dying breaths of this game. Adelaide led for so long, but it was goals to Connor McDonald and John Newcomb at the death. Despite the efforts of Isaac Rankin to wrestle back the lead, Hawthorn escaped with a 6-11-47 to 5-14 44-point win in front of 15,000 in Launceston. A famous win at York Park.
We're a happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that draws. One for all and all for one, the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
Well, it was the coldest game of the season. It was also the lowest winning score of the season. Hawthorn 6-11-47. That's all it took, overcoming a goalless opening term to beat Adelaide, who led for most of the night 5-14-44. And unfortunately for Matthew Nix's team, it's a return to the what might have been feeling around the water cooler come Monday. A 3-point victory for the Hawks. As Chris said, 3 lead changes, all of them coming in the final term. And John Newcomb's goal in the waning moments turned out to be the winner. What a night of footy. There wasn't a lot of scoring, but it was certainly an absorbing contest. Gunston and McDonald kicked 2. Connor McDonald first snatched the lead for Hawthorn at the 19-minute mark of that final term before Isaac Rankin took it back. Singles for Chol and for Newcomb. Meanwhile for Adelaide, 2 goals for Ben Keys. They both came in the second term. Rankin kicked their only goal after half-time. 1 for Curtin and 1 for Cumming. Adelaide by 13 points at quarter-time, by 15 at the half, by 4 at three-quarter time. And Hawthorn prevailed to win by 3. They extended their winning run here at York Park to 8 matches. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson, some reaction from the rooms coming up. We're on air for another 40 minutes or so with a whole lot to pull apart from a cold night in Tassie between two of the top contenders in 2025, the Hawks by 3.
Well, I'm a little bit dumbfounded, to be quite frank. I really thought that Adelaide had so much control of the football, but we did say that by half-time, because of the control, we thought, yet they're only 2 goals in front. And we did speak about, if someone kicks 2 goals, guess what? We don't know what's going to happen. And as it turned out, from half-time onwards, you have a look at the scoreboard, it was 1 goal 7 kicked by Adelaide to 4 goals 7.
Yeah.
So it was that Hawthorn switched on the power of the aggression at the football, the contested football. They virtually started to dominate. I reckon I haven't got stats to back this up, but I reckon they kicked the ball more into their to get ground and more than hand pass because of the slickness. Just get the ball forward, create the opportunity, create the turnovers, create a little bit of mayhem. Adelaide persisted with the same game plan, which was really good in the first quarter, not as good in the second quarter. Fell away in the third, but got back late in the third, and I thought, you know what, I reckon they've just done enough. And in the last quarter, outside of the fact that they missed a couple of shots and goal, I thought they were controlling the game. But once they fell behind, I just don't know whether they realised how to get back in the game. It was a little bit rushed. It was bomb the ball. Didn't seem to have the same coordination in running. It is a lesson, and the more I look at winning's a habit, so is losing. And if you lose a lot of times in close matches, the end result is you don't know how to win. You can go onto the training track all you like, and the coach can stop it and say, this is what we do when we're behind, this is what we do when we're in front. But reality is, when that clock is ticking over on the scoreboard, and you can see it, and there becomes a little bit of panic instead of calculated play. And I reckon that's where Adelaide fell away. Hawthorn today, they were open, just a couple of little spoils. When Adelaide looked like they're going to break, the kick was in the air for too long, the ball was punched over the berry line, the stoppage becoming just a free-for-all, so the ball wasn't moved forward. Adelaide liked the ball moving, and they just couldn't get that ball moving. And as a consequence, I'm trying to look at, say, who are the best players, and it's hard to find any Adelaide players that were dominant enough, whereas Hawthorn probably had a lot of players that weren't good but had so many that were good. Gunston was extraordinary on the forward line. Kicks to only 2 goals, was probably the most dangerous forward. You have, who was the tackling machine? I think it might have been Moore, had unbelievable number of tackles.
Yeah, 10 to three-quarter time.
Right, and at the end of the day, it was probably the contested football that won the game. And let me just give me 2 seconds. I'll dig this up if I can find the contested football.
13 he had for the game. 13 tackles.
Actually, Adelaide had more contested football, but they dominated that early, so it was Hawthorn late that had the contested football. And I just don't know whether Adelaide were able to handle that as well as what you expect. 3 points is not much in the game, but it was enough not to get back in the game and win the game.
I think the game seriously changed after quarter time. Adelaide didn't do enough in that first quarter. And then after that, to your point, 6 goal 9 to 3 goal 12 after quarter time.
Yeah, right.
And 78 tackles to 75 in the end, Hawthorn's favour, but it was 69 to 54 after quarter time. Like, their effort seriously changed after quarter time, and Adelaide weren't able to. Like, I still talk about Riley Thornthorpe just presenting harder and firmer for a big bloke that he is. Chol, I thought he was lazy in that first quarter, but he really stepped up in the intent when he had to throughout and post that, and all of the Hawthorn players did do that, and I don't think Adelaide were able to contend with it. They've won 2 games this year under a goal versus Port and also Brisbane. They've lost to Collingwood round 10 by 10 points, the Gold Coast by 1 point, and then tonight by 3. So, again, not defending them. I think it's a better look this year than what it was in previous years in terms of they would give up close games, and they have lost. I think they've lost, there was like 8 games or 10 games maybe in 24 under 10 points or something like that, where they just couldn't stay in the games or close the gap to win the game. So there's a lot to like, but I just thought the Hawks, I didn't think they came to play in the first quarter. They were found wanting. It was up in Adelaide's forward line for pretty much the entire time, and the Hawks late in that quarter got on top. But after quarter time, and particularly half time, their intent to get at the Adelaide contest and player was immense.
Just a quick one on John Newcombe. So Bob's up, he ends up kicking what turns out to be the match winner. Sam Berry did a great job on him all night. He only ended up with 15 disposals, but talking about the true champions that stay in the game, it doesn't have to, what was the old saying about you might not be your night, but it can be your moment, and sure enough, he's in the right spot. Bob's up, kicks what turns out to be the winner.
Yeah, and if we stop the game early, Adelaide win because of Rankin-Scott. You know, so these are the moments you get in front. It's a bit like watching, say, last weekend when Melbourne got in front of Collingwood. Good sides don't stop. They don't let you. Okay, you've got in front, but they don't let you feel comfortable. And you cannot have a comfort zone when you get in front. It's got to be. We've got to get the next punch in. We've got to get the next touchdown. We've got to get the next 4. You know, whatever the case may be, or the next wicket. You know, there's a thing about just that little bit of relaxation. And sometimes it's a little bit of drift because the ball goes up in the centre and it gets punched out and they take the ball away. But generally speaking, you've just got to make the play yourself.
A low-scoring grind, but an entertaining game of footy. Adelaide led it by as many as 21 in the second term. Hawthorn win it after 3 lead changes in the final term. Let's go into the winners' room to Michael Maney's down there.
Corby, the boys are just coming in now. Big crowd in here. Sammy Mitchell just come in. You can just see that he's pretty pumped with that win, is Sam. That's a pretty important win just before you get to the bye. With a few players out. A lot of noise down here. We'll get the song in just a moment. I don't know who's making more noise, the players or the supporters. We're just about to go with the song. Here we go. They've almost got them assembled here, just about to go. Just waiting on a couple. I wonder what they were waiting. Here we go. Pretty pumped dressing room down here. We'll grab someone for you in just a moment.
Thanks, Michael. It sounds like a pretty happy bunch and a big, broad circle as well with all of the staff involved in that. What a win for the Hawks after a 3-game losing skid. They beat the Bulldogs last week and now they take down another contender in Adelaide. They get themselves to 5th on the table, but they're at 9-5, as are the Crows. So Adelaide ahead of them just by percentage, which separates 3rd to 5th. On the premiership table, Adelaide led all night. They dominated the opening quarter in particular, in which the Crows had 9 more inside 50s. They weren't able to make the most of that. They led the contested possession numbers by 20 at half-time. It was 4 goals to 2 at that stage, and as Mick pointed out, 1 goal 7 after half-time for Adelaide compared to Hawthorn's 4 goals 7. And as a result, the Hawks hitting the front for the first time, 19-minute mark final term. Rankin snatched the lead back, and then Newcombe scored what ultimately proved to be the match-winning goal. A few moments later, Hawthorn winning by 3 points. So they've now won 8 in a row here at York Park, 4 of them by under a goal. So an incredible ability just to get the job done down here. Hawthorn, and the last 3 meetings between these two teams on this ground, Mick, all decided by exactly 3 points. Just a quirky nature of it. So a win each. And now obviously Hawthorn 2-1 in that time, all by 3 points.
Yeah. Well, it gets beyond a fluke. It becomes more a mindset. I'll go to that 3.
Yeah.
3 talls. I'll come to at the end of it. Yeah.
Let's come back to that. We'll come back to the Adelaide side of things. Let's go back into the winners' rooms with Michael Maney. Oh, not yet. We'll hold up. We'll go to him in just a moment. We'll get some reaction from the Hawthorn camp. You got a minute, Mick?
I have. I'm looking at the goals scored, and I know that talls can create the goals. There's no question about that. And you need one to double up as a ruckman. But none of their talls kicked a goal. And that we spoke about this before the game. That can they exist on? And we know the surface is slippery, but it's true. It's a very good ground of football.
More on the Crows coming up with Jamo and Mick Moldhouse. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. Michael Maney.
I've got Blake Hardwick with me here. Blake, that is a scrap and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice win in the end there. I reckon they're the funnest wins when it's a scrap like that. The conditions here in Tassie were a bit dewy. It was pretty cold out there. But yeah, it makes the win a lot more fun, and pretty happy.
Just seemed to up the ante in the second half. First half you were down in tackles and the Crows looked like they had it on their terms, but what switched it up after half time?
I think we just got back to our pressure, and as you said, our tackles were low, I think, in the first and second quarter, and then we were plus 12, I think, maybe in the third quarter. So that's something we wanted to get back to, and it was a scrappy game, so if you won that area and won the pressure, that was going to go a long way to winning the game, so we're happy about that.
Jack Gunston just continues to provide a target up there. He's just such a reliable player. He runs good patterns, and he's helpful to all the other forwards. He was exceptional tonight for you, really.
Yeah, he's just an experienced, smart player, and he knows the spots to get to, and he's great. He's great for our younger players up there, so he makes us a better team, and he's going all right too. He's kicking a few.
Apart from that game in Canberra, I don't know whether you played in that game when it snowed. That's got to be one of the coldest games that I've attended. But what about you as a player?
Yeah, bar the Canberra game, I did play in that. That was interesting. We got the win then, and we got the win tonight. So maybe we keep the cold games going.
I'm hoping you can hear the lads up in the room. So just throw up to them now.
Yeah, Blake, Rod Jamieson, great win tonight too. You just stuck fat for particularly the 3 quarters. How good Dylan Moore ended up with 13 tackles. It was that sort of night, but his speed around the ground and 13 tackles.
Just repeat that again, Rod, because Blake just changed headsets.
Yeah, well, just saying well done. Dylan Moore, we talk about the contest. He ended up with 13 tackles and 5 inside 50s. He was outstanding.
Yeah, he's got one of the best work rates I've seen. He runs and runs and runs all day, and eventually he'll get you at the end. So, he's up from half forward. He gets back and then sneaks through, and he gets on the end of a few and gets his tackles up, and his pressure's as good as I've seen.
Whether you play back or you play forward, but I thought Tom Barras and Josh Battle were great tonight.
Yeah, they're solid as a rock. Adelaide have got a couple of big boys up there, and I thought TB and JB did an amazing job in nullifying them. I'm not sure how they went with stats, but I thought they did a great job.
Oh, Blake, just on not only your performance but the team's performance, just a little bit. And this is not you. The inconsistencies at time just seem to shape the resolve. There's you've had last year it was lost the first 5 and come home like a train. This year you've started pretty well. You had a bit of a dip. You've had the odd, great win, and then the loss. Is there a secret to what you need to do to be what you've shown us after half time today?
No, not really. It's a long season, so we can have some down times, and we just need to get back to our pressure and our hunt around the footy, and we feel like if we can do that, then it puts us in a great spot to get some wins. So, we went away from that for a few weeks there, but the boys have been cracking in since then, and it's showing on the scoreboard, which doesn't mean anything for after the bye now, so we need to crack in again and keep going.
Sure. Just if your coach had one message pre-match, did it change at half-time at all?
Nah, not really. We just weren't doing what we were supposed to be doing, I guess. The conditions were probably a bit slipperier than we thought they were going to be. It was a bit dewy, so we just needed to play territory and high-pressure game and, get better at our tackles because I think they were pretty low at half-time. So we got all that right and helped us out a lot.
Blake, Chris Rowbottom here, congratulations on the win. I'm interested in your back six and your defensive setup with no Sicily, no Scrimshaw the last couple of weeks. It seems almost more streamlined at the moment. Barras and Battle and yourself and Josh Weddle in particular. I'm sure there's a place back in the team for Sicily. Of course there is, and Scrimshaw too. But what's the best dynamic, do you think? Because the last 2 weeks in particular, it's looked really on song and you've played maybe your best footy for the season.
Yeah, we have a lot of depth this year with TB and JB coming in, obviously, into the back line. We have a lot of depth, and obviously Sis will come back in and is one of the best backs in the league, so I'm sure he'll get back in there and he'll help us out and get some more wins in the back half of the year. But don't really know what our best back seven is, to be honest. It's we got depth and it's a good problem to have.
Has Josh Weddle sort of found his spot as that sort of third interceptor type, because he gets it and goes and he looks to have really taken to it like a duck to water?
Yeah, he's kind of found his spot everywhere. He's played a bit everywhere and done a good job. He's played a bit of second ruck, he's played a bit of forward, and he helps our depth as well because he can play in any position.
Is this it for you now, Blake, for the rest of the year in the defensive half?
We'll see. Not sure yet.
And what is it about this ground? So you're on an 8-game winning streak here, but 4 of those games all decided by under a goal. You have a happy knack of somehow pulling it out down here.
Yeah, wow, I didn't even know that stat, to be honest, the 8 straight. But that's nice. It's we love coming down here because it's been good to us, and love the fans down here. There's not a lot of people in the stadium, but they make some noise and get our energy up. So, it's been good to get down here.
So you got the week off, and then you're back down here to play North Melbourne Saturday week. How do you spend the bye?
I'll stay down here in Tassie for a few nights. I've got some friends here. Down here with my partner Steph and my little girl Zoe. We'll spend a few days down here with some friends and then get back into work late next week.
And you've still got plenty of road ahead of you as a footballer, but you are one of the older members of a pretty young group, and I love their TikTok trends, and we saw a few of those during the week. How do you go keeping up with all the young guys?
I don't even have TikTok, so it's pretty interesting, some of the stuff that gets thrown around in the locker room, but I just sit there and laugh, and I can't keep up with TikTok because I don't have it.
And I see they've dragged Sammy Mitch into all of that as well. He's playing along with the young guys now as well, a few of their little TikTok pranks.
Yeah, Mitch loves his TikTok.
Well, Blake, before I let you go, I'm looking at this pocket profile of Changuth Jaith. What's the first item you pack when you go on a road trip?
First item?
Yep.
That's an interesting question.
Well, he's gone with coconut butter moisturiser.
He moisturises heaps. First item. A weird one. When I was younger, I used to bring a PlayStation. So I've stopped that, but that was a weird one. Now that's Nick Watson that brings that, and we have a few games.
Much easier for you, packing-wise, if someone else brings it. Right. Blake, appreciate your time. Go and get warm. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Have a good one.
Blake Hardwick in the winners' rooms. Hawthorn do it again in Launceston, a 3-point victory. It's an incredible run now, so 8 in a row down here, 4 of them by under a goal. There's more sport happening through the ABC Listen app, of course, coverage of the World Test Championship final. Australia all out. So South Africa need 282 to win. They're 1 for 28. Ryan Rickleton, the first man out. Mitchell Stark got that wicket and caught by Alex Carey. So Rickleton nicking off. He's out. South Africa 1 for 28, needing 282. We'll be able to go home and listen to that through the ABC Listen app.
Well, you can't watch it anywhere. Fair dinkum. I haven't got all that.
You're not on Amazon Prime?
I got no idea what I just turn on the TV and hope.
7-day free trial, Mick, and then you get rid of it after the cricket.
Oh,
if you go to the remote, push the apps, and about 28 of them come up.
Look, you've already confused me by pushing the button, so it's enough for me. As Corby knows, quite often in fact, I pushed the wrong button today. I pushed Chris in, and I could have been saying anything.
You can use the ABC Listen app though, Mick, because that's easy to navigate for everyone. You can get down.
I want to watch it.
You can listen along.
See those wickets fall.
Next best thing, no doubt about it, with Jim Maxwell and the TMS team. Hawthorn by 3 points here tonight in the lowest winning score of the season, 15,129. It was a grind, but it was an absorbing contest.
Oh, absolutely.
All night it was highly entertaining, despite the fact there was only 11 goals kicked.
Well, and we'd like to see these sides play again in September, or at least participate in September, because I was half thinking if Adelaide won tonight, it may well be Hawthorn come GWS. It could fall out if there's going to be someone to replace you there. But after tonight, you say, well, you know, I think it's 13 wins we've all discussed that will get you into the 8. Yesteryear it was 12, now with the extra game, 13. And when you look at some of those sides that are on the cusp, so let's look at Hawthorn and Adelaide. If they can win 4 of the remaining games, it virtually assures them of getting in.
Plus they play each other again, round 21, so that's back in Adelaide. So there's a return clash, which will be mouth-watering.
Well, it should be, but 4 wins each. You'd say both these sides are capable of winning 4 games out of the next 10.
I had Adelaide ahead of the ledger at the moment, Mick. I thought they'd win, out of this 7-week block, I thought they'd win 4, but they've won 5, and now they go into the bye. The next 3 are Richmond away, Melbourne home, Western Bulldogs away, and then they go into the teams that they play twice, and 4 out of the next 6 are at home, so they've got a decent run.
They've got a decent run. The Adelaide Bulldogs game will be interesting. If both sides are playing good football, the worst I've seen the Dogs play was last week. None of the mids could get involved. Whereas this week, they're back into that. I think Darcy improves them out of sight. So it'll be a game of contrast.
That game's moved too, so it was meant to be in Ballarat. It's now under the roof at Docklands.
Under the roof.
So I wonder who that suits.
From Ballarat, you're just rubbing salt into the wounds.
The roof's been a constant theme tonight. I wonder who that suits more, though. So you'd think surely Adelaide would rather play. I know they won in Ballarat.
They wouldn't want to play in Ballarat.
Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't want to go there.
Much better for them to play under the roof at Docklands than Ballarat.
But it's a contrast. The Dogs are just a rushing side. Adelaide a little bit more controlled. Doesn't mean one's better than the other. Just simply means you play to your strengths. Anyway, that's down the track.
Yeah, it'll be a good game, and the fact that
I hope it's a Friday night. I'll get that game. If it's not,
I'll look it up. I'll check that out. I actually think it is a.
Mate, you can change anything,
I can sort that out, Mick. I'll work it out. Phil from Victoria, agree with Mick. I think the Crows really let themselves down. Coach will need to sort out what went wrong and manage it. From Phil, they should have won. Very disappointing.
Yeah.
Disappointment meter, Jamo, as an Adelaide person, 1 to 10?
Yeah, 10. No, I am. I thought Adelaide were in control for majority, particularly early, and then again, at some point, you know that it's an opposition, and a quality opposition will always come back at you. It's how you then get yourself back into it, maintain it. I guess Mick's point too, there was probably 3 or 4 occasions where they could have kicked it to a better area to keep the footy alive. But just their inefficiency in front of goal tonight was as poor as I've seen. And I know you've touched on the big men a few times. Riley Thilthorpe kicked 3 behinds tonight. Taylor Walker kicked 3 behinds tonight. And Darcy Fogarty kicked 1 behind. So their efficiency in front of goal was as worse as it's been, particularly this year, but probably for quite some time.
You know, if you sat there and watched the whole game, as a coach, you'd only need to look at one stoppage and say, that cost us the game. Forget umpires, forget free kicks, forget everything else. The last goal kicked of the day, you will see that Adelaide were outnumbered forward of the stoppage, which is criminal. That, to me, and the way the boundary umpires throw the ball in today, they wait for the ruckman, so there's no excuse not to be in position. And if you analyse that stoppage, you'd say 3 or 4 of us went to sleep. And that's why Hawthorn were able to walk through and kick that. Was that the second last goal?
No, Newcomb kicked it.
Yeah, so it was. They walked through, and I think that's, if of all the things you can look at a one-on-one where Joel won the one-on-one. That's just, he was better, but this is just poor play, and that's harsh, because of the whole day. I could only pick one moment that Hawthorn kicked a goal that Adelaide gave them, and conversely, Adelaide kicked goals. I think they were better than Hawthorn in the contest.
Do you know what makes people mad is expected final scores. So this is a stat that they keep nowadays about what you're meant to score. Last week the Eagles were meant to beat the Kangaroos by 31, didn't count for anything when all was said and done. Tonight, Hawthorn scored 47 points, which is what they ended up final, from an expected 69 points. So they were meant to be 69 points, was based on averages and difficulty of shots and everything else. Adelaide ended up with 43 points from an expected 82.6. So the Crows were meant to win this game and expected to score by 13.5 or whatever that's worth.
Well, at the end of the game, that's done, is it?
End of the game.
Oh, that's weighed up everything. Yeah, well, you know,
the difficulty of shots and all sorts of things.
It's what you see with the big blokes. If they had 7 shots, those 7 shots again, they might kick half of them. So there's 15 or 16 points.
Yeah.
So you know, maybe. But then again, you know, you're not dealing with robots. You're dealing with humans that a little bit of, you know, probably maybe the wrong boot, maybe the boot I love, and it's just been worn down half a centimetre, and that's why I slipped on the kick. That's why I slipped when I didn't make the tackle. You can't. They're things you don't account for. You can't account for.
Brett from Canberra, how disgraceful this umpiring. Pro Hawks tonight, unbelievable, ruined the game. Thanks, Brett.
Couple of shockers.
Insufficient intent. What a bogus arbitrary assessment from Kevin in Shenton Park. Yep, there was a few of those. So the one I went back and watched it back. So the ball did bounce, which is why if Fogarty had scored that on the full, it wouldn't have been. This is the quirks of the game. It would have been quite within his rights to do that, and it wouldn't be insufficient intent, even if his total intention. So it hit the deck, and then instead of keeping it alive, because it's hit the ground...
But the Hawks player was going to grab it.
The Hawks player was going to grab it. He's knocked it intentionally out of play, and insufficient intent as a result. He didn't show enough intent to keep the ball alive.
No.
I'm not a lawyer.
Or he should.
However, but you'd say the opposition's there. My intent was to punch it from his hands, regardless of where it was on the ground. So that's the first intention, isn't it? That's not what I was intending to do, was to hit it out of bounds. I was wanting to spoil.
Yes. Yep. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not a big fan of it for whatever. I find it ridiculous that we differentiate between certain. Like the way we officiate the perimeter should be the same the entire way around the ground for whether the ball comes in the air or off the deck or however it happens. And just one of the quirks of the game. And there were a few other ones that weren't called, and I'm sure that'll make Adelaide fans irate.
Yeah. If the South Australian Football League have had this in, and I think they've had it for a while.
Yeah, a few years now too.
Then
AFLW has it.
Yeah, well, let's talk about South Australian Football League having it.
It works really well. It does,
and it's been looked at.
Yeah,
and it makes sense. I know we don't want to make more rules, but it is absolutely going to get rid of a lot of the nonsense that we are currently seeing.
Would you be for it?
Oh, every day of the week. Every day of the week, because I just think that I know how it works. I've watched, watched a little bit of from time to time, and I've seen it in action.
Yeah.
It is so clinically. It's like going when I played junior football. You get it, you kick it out in the full. Was it out in full intended? I can't remember anyone being paid it for. As soon as we come on the full, you watch how players kept it in board.
Yeah.
So it makes you retrain yourself to be more efficient.
So it made the game faster, wouldn't it?
Of course it would.
It does, because what it does, they're trying not to go so close to the boundary as well, so they want you to come inside. But that example that we're talking about tonight, the umpire would adjudicate that was a contest, and it goes out, so that would be a throw-in straight away.
Gotcha.
So, again, if I handballed it and it just went out, it's the opposition's kick. If I kicked it and it went, it's just last touch. Pretty much all the way, and I think I'm right. Unless
it's a spoil, though.
But if we use that Darcy Fogarty one tonight, I think the umpire would deem that was a contest, and it goes over. It wouldn't be then called insufficient intent.
No, it's yes.
And I think I'm correct in saying that it used to be just in the arcs, so the forward 50s it wasn't, and I'm pretty sure it is now. I'd stand corrected on that too.
That's what it is for W.
Yeah.
Between the arcs.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, and it does really work well. I mean, particularly where sides spread it and want to get so close to the boundary. But then there's the tactical bit too, because it'll land there and you'll wait and you'll roll and you'll just see if it goes over, and then if the opposition are kicking down the line, and then you can kick back in the way you go.
But it's also... It lets the smarter footballers... I watched Tex Walker here tonight, got the ball about half back and just banged it down. knowing full well that my 55-metre kick is going to take some time to get back, so we'll set up. It was a perfect kick.
Yep.
Now, if that goes out of bounds, you go, so what?
Yep.
I'll run up there, we man the mark. He's still 3 kicks from goal.
Yes.
If I lose the ball here...
Yeah, we'll defend in our front half rather than in our back
That's
half.
right. It's like hockey.
Yep.
They just whack it down the other end and they go, OK, good luck to you, go and get it and bring it back and we'll set ourselves up.
I thought they were talking about it maybe 3 years ago, the AFL. They were considering there was a lot of talk
They brought in the stand rule that they got from netball.
The stand rules serve the game well.
Serve the game well. Save me. Save me. Oh, Greg Swan, please have enough sense to get rid of that stupid bloody rule.
Full time
cow prod out of your pocket and just dabbed.
God.
Big malt house at 10 to 11.
Full time Hawthorn by 3 points. There were 3 lead changes in the final term, and John Newcomb ended up kicking the winner. The lowest winning score of the season, 47 points. It was also Hawthorn's lowest winning score since 1948.
48?
When they beat Fitzroy with just 43 points. So
Does that include COVID years?
All of it.
Wow.
Incredible.
Stat.
47 points, so lowest winning score for the Hawks.
1948. 48.
Mayblooms era.
Seen some history here tonight.
Wow. Friday night.
15,125. I'll get the votes in the ABC Football
Maybe what you need to do when a stat comes out like that, you have to wear the football boots and the attire of that era in the following week. How good. If you break a record, that would be awesome.
Probably would have liked the woolen jumpers tonight. It would have been a little warmer.
Shorts down to your knees.
Yeah.
Before we look ahead to the rest of the round, and of course the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, I think that's Jamo's going to have those. The night itself. So, Chris, obviously, your first Friday night that we've seen down here in Tassie.
Yep.
You set it up beautifully in the pre-game. You said, look, there's a bit of a can't-win factor about it. It was a low-scoring affair. 15,129. What will be / should be the reaction to the first Friday night game in these parts?
I can absolutely guarantee you, and my social media feeds are already telling me this, the conversation about the roof, sorry Mick, is going to absolutely heat up. People aren't going to cop 11-goal games for too long, and I know there were more factors to it than just the weather and the slippery conditions, but whether we like it or not, Mick, the conversation is going to go straight to roofs in Tassie because of tonight. That's where it's going to go.
We've had a couple of low scores around the traps, haven't we?
We had one game in Adelaide, which was a wet weather slog. It was like 52 to 34.
But didn't you? Yeah, I think you go back to round.
Let's jump on this game. If this is two very good defensive sides. Yes, got the ball inside front 50 both times, a lot of times, but we're able to generate getting it back out. You'd hardly say this was a bad game of football.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad game at all.
So it should not even enter.
The other thing, I think it's important, though, that you're going to have all going well.
Is it dewy down in Hobart?
It won't be with the roof on.
Well, it's not as much. It's got seawater. Of
course.
You don't get a lot of dew with the seawater.
The good thing will be, though, all things going well, you might have a roof down south, and you'll have your purest conditions in the north. So you're going to get a bit of both worlds. All things going.
Am I right in saying that round 3 was here too?
Yes, it's Saturday night.
And it was like a 7-goal howler or 10-goal howler as well against the Giants.
And that's the other. And that's the other thing about the roof. It's not so much for the rain; it's for the wind. If you're building a stadium on a river, on a port down in Hobart, it's going to be the wind that cuts through there pretty poorly. And the GWS game here was
ridiculously cold and wet, wasn't it?
It was windy. Yeah, it was very windy.
So if you're asking supporters to turn up, bring children, engage, and ultimately that's one of the things that when it was put to us, if I can go back when I was on the board, is that the participation had fallen away so significantly here in Tassie. Yes, it was good to have a team in the AFL, but it was more around what participation and what football is going to look like, in 5-10 years' time, because there'll be sort of green sort of sprouts coming through, as opposed to it's not as much here anymore.
Is it to do with a lot of the costs, though? We're not I don't think anyone's against the roof. It's just how much it's costing. This started 700 million, now it's going to a billion, and I guarantee it'll be 1.4 when it's finished.
I've done a bit of chasing up on this in the last couple of days, actually, Mick. So there's a little bit of sort of fresh oil from you, from very well placed people, with the stadium, and particularly with the roof. So the roof cost with the stadium, including the roof, is about an extra 200 mil. It's a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
But to do the stadium without the roof, people think you save 200 mil, and you don't. You save about 50, because you still got to do not a roof as such, but you still got to do all your overhang, right, to cover for roof and stuff. And all the materials that go into the current design is a self-supporting roof with all the frames. To support all the covering going around the seats, all the same amount of material has to be used to hold that up. So you save money. You might save
150
mil, bit of anything, but you'll save about 50 mil. You won't save the full whack from taking the roof off.
There's varying groups, right? So we are saying, I don't think there's too many people in football are opposed to the actual ground being put there and all that sort of stuff. It's the debt. It's Tassie's debt. They don't produce more than they have to get from Canberra to survive. It's the medical situation here in Tasmania, which is nowhere near good enough. And I can categorically say that. My granddaughter wouldn't have been operated 5 years, and so she had to fly to Victoria and be operated in a month. And let me tell you, Victoria is not exactly setting the world on fire. So we're looking at there's a whole host of people out there that be saying, well, let's get the medicals. Why are we going to go into debt for a football ground when we haven't even fixed up our hospitals? So I've got a foot in both doors, because I love the game of football, and I'd love to think that there's a stadium that where do people park? How do they get to the ground? If you live in Devonport, it's 2 hours.
Yep.
There's no trains. Okay, you get it by bus, I guess. Have you got the facilities to put people? Are you expected to put 25 to 30,000, or let's say 20 to 25,000 people per game? Where do they stay if they don't come from Hobart? If they come from Victoria or South Australia, Western Australia, wherever the games. There's so many things that I see that are.
So there's no doubt.
More than just a football ground.
I was about to say, there's no doubt that the stadium would look sensational. It would be awesome for Australian rules footy, but there's a lot of other factors that need to be considered in all of that.
I think that's the point with the roof, though, because I think the logic is, if we're going to spend millions and hundreds of millions of dollars on a stadium, let's not make it a footy ground. Let's make it a footy ground and the biggest venue in the state. We don't have anything like that in Tassie. So you're not building a second one or a third one. We don't have somewhere where you can come and get a big concert where Coldplay or someone can come down. We don't have that. So you say, let's spend a bit extra money so we get both, and we do it all in, and it sets us up for 50 years. We don't have to do it again. So that's the logic. And I do think, Mick, that depending how things land politically and with the AFL and with timelines and whatnot, I think there may be some wriggle room on the roof. There may be, but I think maybe once it all comes out in the wash, and you say, well, we can save 50 million, or we can just put the thing on and we can set ourselves up for 50 years. You got this thing to weigh.
It's 50 million. The AFL said 15 million, and not going to budge on 15 million and 33 cents. It's 15 million, right?
Yep.
Put 50. They put that much into Gold Coast and GWS and Brisbane and St Kilda and North Melbourne and Melbourne. All these clubs owing the AFL. Put the damn thing on.
I would. They're putting 15 million into the stadium. It won't pay for the goalposts. I'd divert the 15 mil back into the club, and that'd be a better use of it.
And economically in tourism, you've got Melbourne in terms of Docklands MCG. You've got Adelaide Oval in terms of South Australia. You've got
Optus Hub,
the new one in Perth. Like there are examples and obviously models that you could work off to say, because if the economic benefit is unclear, which seems to be one of the major challenges.
500,000 people live in Tassie. 500,000. You got 2.5 live in Perth. You got nearly 2 million in Adelaide. You got 7 million in Victoria. You know, there's differences all over the place. Massive differences.
We're fast running out of time. We could talk about this all night, and we've talked about it for years, and we'll continue to talk about it as we edge towards another election in this state on July 19. Hawks by 3 points, the lowest winning score of the year, 47-44. The votes, Jamo, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Well, I'm going to give Jack Gunson an apology. I thought he was good in a focal point up forward with his 2-goal 4, but one vote I'm going to go Jordan Dawson. In the end, he had 24, 7 tackles, 4 clearances, 7 inside 50s for Adelaide. So really, he flew the flag for Adelaide. But 2 votes, I'm going to go Dylan Moore. I thought his game was outstanding tonight. We spoke about him when we spoke to Blake Hardwick. He's had 23, 13 tackles, 5 inside 50s, and his speed is just a concern for any opposition. But I thought Jarman Impey's game off the half-back line was actually super impressive tonight. 28 disposals. He had 10 marks and 4 inside 50s and dash carry. So I thought he was Hawthorn's best.
I love it. Hawks by 3 lead changes for the night, all of them in the last quarter, all of them after the 19-minute mark in the final term. Connor McDonald put the Hawks in front. Isaac Rankin snatched back the lead, and Newcomb kicked what turned out to be the match winner. Hawthorn by 3 points. Impey with 3, 2 to Moore, 1 to Dawson. We're done from York Park in Launceston on a cold night. Thank you to Mick Moldhouse and to Rod Jamison for their work. To you, Chris Rowbottom. Thank you to Luke Purse, our tech, to Michael Bainey on the boundary, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. Hawthorn by 3 points. Go and listen to the cricket through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button in Perth, all regionals and on Sport Digital. You're off to Lords right now.
You have to be over 40 for veteran.
Is it? You just called him a veteran.
Well, I did, because he's been around a long time. Here he goes, and back and across. It's played it onside. Probably for a slow bowler, it's a bit harsh. He's probably still in his teens as a slow bowler when you think of Clary Grimmett playing until he was 52 and Wilfred Rhodes the same. Was the turn there?
Well, I watched the replay. Took a proper, like the dust off the surface. It took a little. I think I took a little chunk out of that.
Ooh, Lion bowls, draws him forward, and that turned again and made him think, I need to be certain with my footwork here.
I mean, that has gone through the gate. I'm not quite sure what Mould was trying to do, trying to work it kind of half-heartedly down the ground. It's missed off stump by fractions.
Hit the keeper on the pad. Lyon comes up and he's back and forcing the ball to mid-wicket. So it's a pretty good start from Nathan Lyon.
It was encouraging when you suddenly you're fit 47 for 1.
Well, welcome back to listeners on ABC Sport from Tasmania, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and the Northern Territory, who have been listening to the Aussie rules, and now you're listening to the cricket. And Nathan Lyon has just bowled a maiden over with South Africa's had 282 to win. They are 1 for 47. Markram is 19. Mulder's on 22. And the man out was Rickleton, caught by